Hi, hello everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Riga for the second time. I don't know how many people were there last time. Can you raise your hands? Wow, great. So we have to make it next year again here in Riga. Okay, nevertheless, so I will tell you what we will have today. Well, more or less you should know. But it's, first of all, it's, you see, it's a round number. It's 20th edition of this conference. This time we call it the European Perl 5 and Perl 6 Conference. Even despite the fact that we have a talk talking about Perl 1, Perl 2, 3, and 4, it's still in this. You might have known this conference before with different names. It's YAPC, yet another Perl conference. TPC in something, which you always try to type TCP IP instead. And now it's called Perlcon. Con stands for conference, not congress or convention or whatever. So here's the list. Every time we try to move to a different city. And the preparation of this conference took about a year. Yeah, thank you indeed that you came. So we have 3 days and we have 3 tracks. So in the morning we have all together here, there will be a keynote every time. And in the evening there will be, again, gathering all here, there will be lightened talks. But throughout the day there will be 3 different tracks. We have 3 keynote speakers. It's Sawyer, he will talk today. Liz tomorrow, and Jonathan on the day 3. We really would like to thank all the sponsors, the cPanel being the gold sponsor, Booking.com, the silver sponsor. Some of these sponsors will sponsor the coffee breaks, you will see it later. And yeah, there are guys from Shadowcat, they will help with video, really applause to them. And we even have a couple of sponsors for the game night. They will have some table game kits. The rooms. Probably you already noticed that we have the non-standard names of the rooms, non-standard characters in programming languages as well. So it's $, this room, and there are 2 rooms upstairs. They're called @ and %. You can call it array, hash, whatever you want. This is on the first floor, and again, depends on who you ask and how you count. It's first or ground floor, and the second floor is the first floor in some locales. Please check in the bags. You have an envelope with some food tickets. Please check, because there might be some small mistakes. If you have everything correct, that's fine. If not, just find me or my colleague. Where you are, Grisha? Okay, in this in this thing, so you can easily recognize him. Please check the schedule, because there might be small changes, and especially the speakers. Please really do check and know when your talk is. If there are any speakers who are speaking in this room and have some audio for their presentation, please approach the guys in the back to ask some help. I want to ask you, just for my curiosity, who is not staying in this hotel? Can you raise your hand? Too many, wow. And the second question, who is staying here but didn't book it through the conference website? Yeah, okay. No, you did through the web. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So we have 2 coffee breaks every day. It's in the schedule, and the schedule can find on our website. It will be served upstairs on the 2nd floor, next to those 2 rooms. And we have a lunch. It will be either lunch for those who have it in the tickets, or it will be a so-called sandwich time. It will be served on the 2nd floor in the lunch time. And lunch in the restaurant, probably you already know where it is. So tonight we have some additional program, the cocktail party at 6:30 at the casino. It's where the swimming pool is, that direction. And also for at 8:30, we have the beer party. It will be served here, where the pre-conference meeting was yesterday. So please come here, and there will be again the bar with all that stuff. The game night at 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock in the morning, or whatever you call it. And it will be on the 2nd floor, not on the 10th floor as it was announced earlier, but on the 2nd floor. And tomorrow there's an attendees dinner at the end of the day. If you have a ticket, that's fine. If you want to have another ticket for your partner, please either buy it on the website or ask me or my colleague, because it has to be closed today. Tomorrow you will not be able to join. And on the last day, at the end of the conference, after the conference, we have this river cruise. Again, if you want to join, please do it as soon as possible. So 3 days, 3 tracks. If you have some lightning talks, you can submit it, but we have a person who can explain more.
So we have 3 days of lightning talks this time. Today is full. The other 2 days are pretty much empty, which of course is just where we need to be right now. If you think of something along the way, go submit it on the website in the normal place like the other talks. There's a link easy to find. If you look at the description on the schedule for Lightning Talk Day 1, you will see today's talks. They're not yet in order. They will be by then. And for the other days, look at the description of the other 2 talks, and they'll be there. You get 5 minutes, any topic you want. After 4 minutes, you'll hear a ding. After 5 minutes, the gong. And we will be in the big room at the end of the day, and you need to come in to this room and plug in your laptop during the afternoon cookie break to make sure it's going to play nice on time. Otherwise, you're going to just eat into your time and it won't be good. If you are a lightning speaker, please sit in the front row on that side during the lightning talks so that you'll be able to come up and switch places. And while they're switching places, we will hand the microphone off to the advertisers. If you want to give about a 30-second advertisement in between the lightning talks, the popular topics are we're hiring, we have a Perlmonger meeting in our area, I have a project I'm working on, or anything else you can think of. Sit wherever you want to sit in the room, and then slowly make your way up to the front row on this side to sit next to me. And then while they're switching, we give you the microphone, you come up, say whatever you got to say, and you go back to where you came from so someone else can have your seat. And it should all work out fine. Oh, one other thing. If you are already accepted, please come and find me so I know you're actually here. And I'd also like to know 2 other things about your talk. Are you planning on being funny or serious? And do you have much experience? There's no wrong answer to either of those questions. I just get to put you in the better order and try to make everything work out. Remember, first hit's free. Today's lightning speaker is tomorrow's keynote speaker.
And if you don't know where the button is to submit the talk, it's just in the schedule, just next to the talk title. And we have a message from this awesome guy. We don't hear it. Mark. So he's not here. It's not really like...
Welcome to be, and you know, it's just really hard. Welcome to beautiful Riga. I've been there, so I'm missing it right now, and I'm missing all of you. Unfortunately, over the course of my life, I've discovered that I can't be two places at once, and the doctor has told me that I have to stay in California right now, so I can't be there too. It's nothing life-threatening, as far as we know. My current state is just the cumulative result of a long history of bad genetics, bad digestion, and a recurring shingles infection that makes most of my sensory neurons noisy, including my eyes and ears. If you combine that with an ancient case of PTSD that has nothing whatsoever to do with Perl, and then add in that particular sort of executive functioning disorder that goes with being on the autistic spectrum, then you have who I am right now. So, physically speaking, my food absorption is kind of bad, my equilibrium is bad, and my vision is bad. Mentally speaking too, my absorption is bad, my equilibrium is bad, and my vision is bad. And, you know, it's just really hard to read or concentrate on anything when your skin feels like it's on fire. On the plus side, my motor neurons are just fine. So I find that doing physical things like chopping wood helps with the sensory issues. I'm still basically an optimistic person, and I can still make bad jokes. I still have no problem with my memory, as far as I can recall. And I still love you all, and I wish you the best for every one of you. Last week, Gloria said to me, "Hey, you're always telling the other Perl people to value their health and their family's health above their technical contributions. So maybe it's time to take a little of your own advice." She's a smart lady. So that's basically what I'm doing. Philosophically, I'm also trying to look at this as a parent. By now, all my kids are grown up and moved out of the house. They're all doing pretty well out on their own now, and you know, I still give them advice from time to time, but I don't try to tell them what to do much. Now, those Perl sisters, Perl 5 and Perl 6, you may have heard of them, they're my kids too. The older sister, Perl 5, moved out some time ago and is trying to decide whether it's time for a midlife crisis. Seems a little early to me. The younger sister, Perl 6, is now 19, and she's still in the middle of that last rebuild of her brain that happens to all of us in our late teen years. So she's becoming her own grown-up person, and now it's my job to step back a little and let her be whatever she wants to be. But this is how it's supposed to be for a parent. Growing up is hard, and letting your kids grow up is also kind of hard. As these languages grew up, so did our community. And as our community grew up, we learned a lot of things, like how to fight, but also how to forgive. By now, we're pretty good at both of those, so let's keep doing that. To wrap up, please give my love to each other and to your own self. That's how it will all work out in the long run, and that's how we deal with a world that would rather teach hate than to learn love. And that, my friends, is how you can have a great conference today and the rest of the conference. Thanks for listening to your old man.
So, and yeah, now we really can start. So, Soe will be our next speaker, the first speaker of this conference, the first keynote speaker. And after his talk, there will be the first coffee break served on the second floor. And there's the desk of Wendy over there. Please examine it. There are desks of our sponsors. Eligo is over there. And if you did not check in and didn't get your badge, please find us during the day. We'll give everything. So enjoy the conference. I wish you success. Bye.
I already lost my conference bag, so if anyone finds one, let me know. That didn't take long. So, hi everyone. God, going so well. So I'm here to talk about Pro 5 specifically, and I'm going to try to cover some of the past, maybe some of the future. So yeah, there is no Q&A on this, so if anyone wants to shout out a question, don't. I also likely do not know the answer. Don't try me. I will fail. So I actually want to start with the time for the Pro 5 quiz. So I came up with a few questions. Let's see how everyone fares. Did you know that this is the 19th year for the Perl Conference in Europe? Did anyone know this? Nicholas doesn't count. He's been through all of them. So what version of Perl 5 did we have at the first one? Not Nicholas, who worked on it. 560. Who here uses it? Don't raise your hand. Trick question. Okay. Yep, this was the year 2000. Where was the first YAPC Europe? Again, not Nicholas or Barbie. No. No one who's been to London. That was the first one. Okay. Now this is a bit difficult. I like these because I get to look at all of the history before the talk and prepare the answers. So this is great for me. How many releases of Perl did we have in 2008? Zero. 4. But how many did we have in 2018? More than 4. Less than 2018 releases. 17. Very good, 25. But it was a very good try. Okay, which year had the most releases? It was not 2018. Not 2018, a different year. Okay, it was 2016. But bonus. How many releases were there? 26. Oh. Very close, very close. Okay. Now, how many documents do we have in core? This in K. I'm looking for in K bytes, in kilobytes. Did you know we have this amount of documentation? Who says we don't have documentation? Did anyone say no? Okay. It's about 222 files. How many tests do we have in core? And these are tests that are run as part of the language. It's quite a lot. I'll give you a hint. It's 11,000 kilobytes, 2,711 files. I ran the test suite yesterday, not for any of the bundled libraries, just the pure language itself. Can anyone guess how many tests did I run yesterday night when I was not preparing parts of this presentation? What was that? 6,000? All right, who else? 200,000, keep going. What was that? Getting close. These are the tests in the language. We don't test for everything on every machine, so it really depends which machines you have. If you're running a different operating system or a different Indian or a bunch of these configurations, you might have different number of tests, but that's on my laptop. That's not bad. All right, so I want to start going over the previous Pro versions. We'll start with 560 because that was the Pro version that we had when we started these conferences. And I say we even though I was not here. But I was born. So, okay. So this version was managed by Sarathi, and it had some features like Unicode and UTF-8 introduced. Well, UTF-8. If you use Perl, you know that definition in Perl for UTF-8 is not the same as Unicode UTF-8. It's a bit different. Not in the best way, but it works. We had 580 handled by Jarkko Hitanimi. If you don't know how to pronounce his name, it is on his website. He has an audio file of him just saying it because people have been trying and failed, including me. And Nicholas Clark, who's here, but wishes I did not mention that. And what did 580 add? Who can guess? Threads. Threads. Because Perl's definition of threads is also different. It works, but it's usually not what you think of when you think of threads. Then the modern age came in with 5.10. Raphael was in charge of that one. What did 5.10 add? Say, not bad. So I think one of the biggest things is use feature that we still use to this day. It is a feature that we still use. Use feature, okay. Small joke there. The dash uppercase E, does anyone use this? Excellent, then you know what it does. And if you don't, it basically turns on all of the features that you could have in this command line for the Perl version that you are using. So if you want to use, for example, say, and you want to use in the command line, you don't have to call use feature, just uppercase E, and then it just turns on everything for your available Perl. This, the defined or, I think is still really, really cool. And when I submit code, oftentimes people still tell me to not use it because it's too new. We have named captures in regular expressions. Sorry? There are patches for older versions. Thanks, Liz. Named captures were introduced in regex, which is still one of my favorite features because, you know, I think a lot of the features in Perl, if you look back on it, for a language that's unreadable, it puts way more effort than other languages on how to make things more readable. So named captures is one example where you could just capture things in regex and give them a name so it's actually readable and usable. State variables, which I don't think I've ever used. Unicode 5. And these two variables, does anyone know what they do? My talk is basically a bunch of questions because I don't know the answer, so I'm hoping maybe someone. But who knows what these are? Nicholas, again, you're out. I'm sorry, man. You can't. You're lucky you're in the room. That's all I can tell you. Okay. Okay. So one has to do with format of printed numbers, and the other one has to do with enabling multi-line matching. I'll let you guess which one is which. Okay. 5.10.1. Sorry?
There was actually one feature I thought you missed.
Yes, please.
That one also changed the use of uninitialized value to use of uninitialized variable and actually name the variables in about 90%
Oh,
of cases.
yeah. Naming variables in warnings, I think, is still one of the better things to do. 5.10.1 was actually a really big version. It was done with it was done by Dave Mitchell, who also promised to never do another release again. He still works heavily on the core. It introduced basically just a bunch of small issue resolving and large issue resolving in 5.10. 5.12, Jesse came in. Jesse kind of revamped how releases are done, and we basically started doing releases every single year, thanks to Jesse. 5.12, the first one, we introduced package name and the version. We also have the yada yada operator. We had the Unicode 5.2 coming in, pluggable keywords, version number format, so kind of revamping that. Parent went into core. Please stop using base. If you are using base and you think it's correct, you might be, probably not. Use feature Unicode strings, which most people still don't know about, but you should be using if you use Unicode. It is very, very good. It basically turns on Unicode awareness for operators. It's very, very good. 5.14, still Jesse. We had Unicode 6, which introduced the Unicode abbreviations. Search and replace with a return of the value. I love this so much. It's a simple idea. It's one additional letter. It even kind of makes sense, you know, R, return. And still, patches of mine go reviewed as too new. A lot of bitterness here. The block package syntax, so now you can write the package and then you can print it in a block. So now you can do something that you shouldn't be doing anyway, which is include multiple packages in one file. So don't do that. Custom operators, which if you're using refutil, it's a thing that I wrote with a bunch of much smarter people than I, heavily uses custom operators. So this is, I think this is a great feature that a lot of languages don't have, a lot of people don't understand. Perl has a compilation phase. People usually think of it as an interpret language, you know, it reads, it processes, and that's it. But Perl actually reads everything, compiles it first, creates this tree of operations called the op tree, surprising. It's similar to an abstract syntax tree, an AST in other languages. And then it starts walking the operators. Now, when it walks the operators, it could also do optimizations before it starts walking them. So it could remove some operators and all that stuff. The custom operators allow you to add operators that the language does not know about, that it has not written. For example, an if condition is an operator. An addition is an operator. All these are ops. You could create your own operator as part of the tree, which is intense to say the least because you also partially define it in Perl. So it's pretty crazy. And then it gets compiled in. It's really, really cool. So if you ever used refutil, the module, it has a bunch of functions. And if you actually try to look at what the language does with it, if you're using a new enough version of it, you will show you an op for the derif stuff. Then Rick came in. Rick is probably the most known pumpkin. He did a bunch of versions. He also does the best Batman impression. He started 5.16, which had the underscores, sub-underscores, one of my favorite features. So this is a good example that I give. You could do this with a regular function in Perl with a forward declaration, but most people won't. So if I have a callback, and the callback needs to recursively call itself. If this is a callback, then it's saved in a variable, which means that I have to close over the variable, which means a what? A closure, which means leak. Who threw that out? Very good. It's a memory leak, because you shouldn't be closing over yourself. Unless you weaken, which means when I close over myself, don't count this as another reference, so don't leak this. Except you can't do this until it actually has a reference and a value, so you have to define it in order to weaken it, in order to close over it, which is kind of weird. Or you could use this thing. And if you use this thing, it basically says the subroutine that I'm currently in. Pretty simple, very useful. Unicode 6.1, Unicode and symbol names, fold case. Does anyone use fold case? Very good. I'm going to cover it for everyone else. So, if you want to compare these two, you're going to lowercase one compared to the lowercase of the other one. This does not work on Unicode. So no. Okay. We could do the opposite. Maybe the opposite will work. We uppercase both. Also does not work. The right answer is actually to use a regular expression, because the regular expression engine in Perl is Unicode aware. So it works. But we have to be very careful. So first, we quote it. So the \q says quote, as in do not allow any regex characters in here. This is a literal string that I want to use in my regular expression. So if there's, let's say, a \s as part of the string itself, it won't think of it as a space character. And then the \e says end the quoting here. So far, so good? Okay. Then we need to start and end the string to say just this thing, not containing this, just this. We have the beginning anchor, which is the caret. Not carrot, the thing you eat, but carrot. I got that wrong originally. I thought it was a carrot. That was not right. And then the dollar. How many people know the dollar to complement the caret? We're all wrong. It doesn't actually complement it. The correct complement to it is the \lowercase z. There is also a \uppercase a and a \uppercase z and the dollar and, well, fun. And of course, at the end of it, the key part is the I that says case insensitive. So I want to compare it to case insensitive. That will work just fine. Or fold case. So just fold it, Unicode aware. Pretty cool. All right, 5.18, also Rick. Experimental warnings. Hash randomization. Hash randomization annoyed a lot of people. Basically, Eve Orton found a security issue with not just Perl, but he fixed it in Perl, where if the hash is the same each time, then it is actually an attack vector. So instead, when Perl starts, it randomizes the hash order, and then the same keys and values in the hash will have a different order, which for a lot of people failed because we are used to just throwing the hash into a test and assuming it is always the same order, which does not work, especially given Perl changes the hashing functions, so they might give a different order anyway between versions. This broke a lot of CPAN. The conclusion is if you're depending on the order of a hash key or the values of the hash, what do? You sort them. Okay? Can we all remember this? Good. We added Unicode 6.2. Regular expression set operations. How many people use those? One brave soul. Good job. Okay. Let me show you what those are. How many people know what they are? It might be easier. Okay, almost no one. Good. Okay. This is the right audience. All right. So, what this does is say, I would like a digit that is either Laotian or Thai. It basically uses mathematic set operations in order to define a set. So, get me both the Thai and the Laotian scripts, and then I only want the digits of either one of them. This is much harder to write without it, right? Because if you're using \d, that means any digit. That could include Arabic, that could include Roman, maybe, I don't know. This is another good example I like. Take all of the word characters, except the lowercase. Don't use those. Really cool. You can do a bunch of these. So we added that. We added lexical subroutines. I'm just going to skip over lexical subroutines. Computed labels. So now, how many people use labels in loops and in different operations? They're kind of useful. Do you know that you can write code for these labels? Make them into code? That could work too. Why not? QW without parens. So some people used to use QW, but not actually surround them with parentheses. So that used to work with some kind of hack. We removed that one. So now you just have to use QW properly. Then 520 came around. 520 had experimental signatures. Who's using signatures? Now I'm raising my hand, not just in solidarity. I actually also use signatures for most of my new code. I like it. The subsets for the hashes, I love this feature so much. Let me give you an example. Let me show you slices. We have an array here of all the days in the week. We're getting the first one, the second one. We use an @ there, so a lot of times people don't understand why does the sigil change all the time if it's an array. Why do I have to change it to $1? The reason you put the $, there is not because you're accessing $1 now, like a scalar. You're still accessing an array, but you're getting one element. You're accessing one key. So I can put an @ there to say I'm going to access multiple keys, and then I give multiple keys in the index here. So index 0 and index -1. And I'm going to get back 2 items, which is really cool. This is a regular slice. I can also do this with a range. This is getting 2 keys from a hash. So again, the @ and then 2 keys. I get 2 values. Super useful. But what if I want to get both the key and the value? Well, I'm going to have to use a map. Or I'm going to take this, change this @ to a hash, and then give it 2 keys. And what's going to happen now is I'm actually going to get a subset. And the subset will be, for foo and bar, both their keys and their values. Because before that, we used to do a map, send the keys in, then align them with the values. I can just do this now. I love it. Arrays can also do this. What would this return? Positions, correct. So if I were to use this, I would get back positions, which, again, I could put into a hash if I want. Okay. What else? Postfix dereferencing. I really like postfix dereferencing. So this is a reference to an array. We then create a copy of it by dereferencing. I personally do not like doing it this way. I prefer to surround them. I think it's much more readable. Then I can also access a particular. I can use the @ and the star to access all of them. Again, this is a postfix dereference, which means we're going forward instead of back. Let's take a different example. If I were to access this particular one and just go forward, then to 1, and then instead of surrounding it like this, I would just write it again with forward and @ and star to basically give me all of this thing. Here's an example with a hash. I love this part because I don't have to go keys, dun, 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 wait, surround all of it. Unicode 6.3. How many people know that variable names, sorry Nick, no, not you. How many people know that it's good? Because at least, I mean, I love Larry, but he always corrects me. That's not how it works. So how many people know that variable names can have control characters? Literal control characters. Yeah, no, not anymore. No, because really, stop. I cannot tell you how many times in core it's like, no, you gotta stop, man. You can't do that. We officially discouraged interpreter-based threads, not because they don't work, but because, again, they do something different than what you expect. We added copy and write, which is a great optimization. And we also added a regex optimizer. 522, still Rick. This is the double diamond operator, so it's kind of like the diamond operator, just safer. So you should use that instead of the regular one. Unicode 7, aliasing via reference. I love this one. So let's say I walk over an array. The array has a set of hash references, okay? And what I would usually do is go over the array for each hash reference. Then I would dereference the hash reference in order to get the values inside. But what I can do is this thing where I have a hash that represents the hash inside that the reference points to in the array. It just cuts straight through it. And if I change that hash, this is the thing I like the most. If I change the hash, it does change the hash inside that array. So it goes directly through. It creates another variable that actually goes to the same memory position. We removed CGI from core. I think one of my first talks was CGI PM must die, so done. It is, if you left CGI PM, it is on CPAN, and Lee Johnson is taking really good care of it. So thank you, Lee, who's, I think, trying to stop. 524 came out, still Rick. Did so many versions. Unicode 8. Unicode 8 was really big. I want to pause and talk about it. I don't know how much time I have. I'm either going to be way behind or the opposite. So Unicode 8. Let's say we turn on all of the character names and we start with a 0 with joiner. We have a heavy black heart with a variation selector 16. What is the variation selector 16? Does anyone know what that is? It is red. Very good. So this concatenation creates an emoji of a red heart. Then we take a woman character, we take a kiss mark, and with we're going to print to terminals telling it that we're using UTF-8. And we're going to print all of these together, joining them with the 0 with joiner. My terminal is not as up-to-date as Perl, so it cannot actually print this emoji. But it will generate an actual emoji. One single character composed out of all of these. Or one single, is the terminology one single grapheme? Yes. So, that's pretty cool. All right. It also introduced the diversity system, which I really like. The skin tone that you could use, the Fitzpatrick scale, so you can actually represent people as more than just a caricature, a comics kind of Simpson colors. We also have the auto deref feature was removed. Who is using auto deref? Wow, this is a great audience, except for you, Dave. You're not a great audience. Okay, we removed the lexical topical variable. Multi-deref op, I love this. This is an optimization you don't see, but it's real. I'm going to explain this briefly because I like it so much. So, does anyone know what I'm referring to here? A poem. There's a fleck on a speck on the tail of the frog, on the top of the branch, on the log, in the hole in the bottom of the sea. This is what Perl will do. These are the operators that I was talking about. So you can see an operator for entering, for a hash element, for a referencing and a dereferencing and all those things. And I'm going to cut out everything that you don't actually care about in this program. There we go. Focus on the important stuff. And what it's actually doing, it has to continuously dereference because it has to continuously go to the next element, which makes sense. This is what it needs to do, and a lot of these. But in new versions of Perl, it actually goes, you know what? No. I'm going to do this instead. Let me cut out the things that don't matter. This is what it is. It's a single op that does all of it at once, which, as you might imagine, it is faster. Yes. Okay, so I love the multi-deref op. 526 is the first one that I did, or Shepard. Unicode 9 came in. Removed dot from ink, which again broke the entire world. I gave a talk where I mentioned this. I think this is still a very good joke. If you've seen the movie or read the book, it is not funny. It is not funny at all. And ink was also not funny at all. But we had to remove it for security purposes. Indented here docs. I love this. This is one of those things that why did we not have this before? And the reason is that we always thought this would be very, very difficult to achieve. And then Matthew Horsfall sent a patch saying, I think I did it. I don't see a problem. Can anyone spot one? And it was like, no. He just did it. Okay, so we now have this. Let me show you what I mean by this. So let's say you have this. This is a common pattern that I have for a command line. It's like a help or exit. I have a message. If I got a message, I will print it as an error. Maybe to stand an error would be better. And then I want to print help. And it's like a big chunk of text, so I'm going to use a here doc. Always quote your here docs. Thank you. And now I'm going to put this. And this is a problem. It would make sense to write it this way, but then people will see it with a space. So I'm gonna move it back, but now it's kind of weird. Then I have the end help, but see the problem is the quoting. It cares if there are spaces or not, so it's not gonna work because it's not expecting any spaces until it hits end help. And the way I wrote end help, there was a bunch of spaces before, so I need to move that back. But if I take the here doc and I add this small thing, this tiny tilde, it kind of gives it a twist. So it's a here doc with a twist. And if I use this together, I can just move all of it forward. It's small things like that, you know? Code readability. It matters. Okay. The XX. Has anyone used this? You should. Let me tell you why. So we have this. And if we're using Perl, we already know, you know what, use the X operator so you could expand it, add some spaces, make it more readable, right? There we go. And let's make this more readable. Here we go, much better. Right, fantastic, it's great. It's great. Well, the problem is that when you have a character class, which is those square brackets, you cannot have spaces between them because then you're saying a space character, right? Unless you put two X's. And suddenly it says, you know what? Expand it. If you want a space character, just do a \s. It's fine. So now we can see that this is D to E, G to I, and 3 to 7. We can also expand this one below. Yeah, it was very impactful. You can see it was the projector was shocked. So you can see that. It's really good. Really cool. Again, for a very unreadable language, we really sure put an effort to add in features that others have not yet added. These variables, I'm not going to go over them too much. This whole thing where you can create an alias very quickly and easily. 528 came out, Unicode 10, Unicode script runs, subroutine attributes. We changed the signature order between the attributes and the signatures. Subroutine signatures, who's using them again? Who is not using them? Come on, it's okay. We're among friends. No one's taking names. Sorry? There are modules that do it for us, but I like this more. So, if we have an empty one, it means none. This function does not accept anything. And it will tell you this. But I can give them names. No mine necessary here. And I can also put in a placeholder that says, I'm going to have something, but you know, I'm not going to use it. I actually use this often. I have a specific thing that I wrote at work, and it has positional arguments, and the first two arguments are reserved. They're always there in case you need it. They're necessary, but you don't always use them. So when I don't, I just put $. Although you could name them if you want to be more readable. You can also put defaults. You can also use a variable outside. That works too. And assign to it. And in this case, we're also incrementing it. Why not? Here, we're using a variable that is defined within the signature itself. That works too. This is kind of cool. This would basically give a default. So if you didn't give one, it will use the first name as the nickname. This is where we just use an @ to say, and you know, other stuff. We're not going to count how many. We can use a hash as well. It all works. It's really nice. So this, yeah. So this, I don't remember where I took this example from, but I really like this. This is really Perl. All right. One of the things that we hit when we created the indented here doc was that apparently there was a thing to use a bare here doc terminator, which means you did not actually provide the terminator for the here doc. Just start it and just screw it. So it used to mean empty. Yeah, we removed it. If you used it, you can't anymore, and no apologies. Okay. The multi-concat optimization. So remember the multi-deref? It was really cool, right? That was done by Dave Mitchell. He then did this one because, why not? The multi-concat basically does what the multi-deref does, but when you concatenate multiple things. So if you concatenate a bunch of stuff, it just does it in one go, in one op. Also, again, faster. And use vars was removed. Was anyone using use vars? Gone, don't care. Okay, now we got to 5:30. How much longer do I have? What was that? Does anyone know? All right, cool. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So, I want to start with who worked on 5:30. If you run this command from the Perl git tree, you get all of these people. Some of them are here. Can anyone recognize themselves here? Nice. I like this. It's great. I don't know if you can notice, the Unicode Consortium has their own commits in our code. So, what was in 5.30? 5.30 was not a really big release, which is actually good. I have a favorite fix for each release. Things that we see that we don't like, that we really need to fix. And it takes time to fix things in core because we give a long period of deprecation. In some cases, it might be too long, and people kind of expect this to stick around because, you know, it's deprecated, but it's there for a long time. So now we're trying to be better about this, and we actually went back and killed a bunch of old stuff that were deprecated for a long time. We also have a period of warning that we are going to deprecate it, so it is a very long process. My favorite fix is this. Does anyone know what this does? Let me tell you. If you do a sort with a subroutine name within an eval of an expression, when the expression was a UTF-8 upgraded, it might panic if the subname is not ASCII. This was a specific thing. Now we fixed it. So, you might be thinking, how did someone get that? What were they doing? Well, this wasn't a real person who just sat down and wrote this code, although with Perl I would not be surprised. This was found using fuzzing. Fuzzing is a really interesting technique of basically walking through a ton of what the syntax does and trying to trigger small things in it by kind of playing with the knobs and kind of like, oh, maybe I'll do this, and maybe I'll throw this, and maybe I'll have like a 1,000 character variable name and see what happens then. And maybe the value is going to have all of these weird Unicode stuff and see what happens there. So we do all of that. And this is done automatically by fuzzing. You have to run it, you have to play with it, you have to get some instinct there. And a lot of the tickets that we have in Perl actually come out from fuzzing. There are several people who do a lot of fuzzing, Brian Carpenter and Sergey Leinikov, and these people do a lot of effort in just playing with these machines for a very long period of time, trying to trigger these really weird, interesting edge cases. So that was one of them. And we did a few features. So yeah, we had Unicode 10 in 5.28, and we jumped to 12.1 within 1 year. So I want to explain this. So we did do Unicode 11, by the way, we did. So we started with Unicode 11. That was in July 20th, 2018. We already had Unicode 11. That was simple. Unicode is done by Carl Williamson. And then in March, Unicode 12 came out. And we're like, well, we could probably put it in. We usually are a bit behind that because Unicode comes out either after we do a release or when we already freeze everything, because we have a long period of a year for doing a release. Every month we put out a development version. If you've ever wondered what the even numbers of Perl is, it's because all of the odd numbers are development versions. Every month we put out a new one. At the end of the year, which is not, you know, an exact beginning end year, but at the end of a yearly cycle, we basically take all of that, we create a stable release from that. So Unicode 12 came out in March, so we added that. I don't think it came out exactly in March. In March 14th, we added it. And then 12.1 came out. We added in 2 strokes, April 2nd and then April 19th. We sealed that one. This was because a change in Japan that actually forced to create a new subversion of Unicode. So we're like, it's a very small change. We might as well. We also added this thing, a limited variable length look behind. Who here already understands what this means? I do not expect more than, oh wow, surprising, more than me. So if you have a look behind, let's say the first line there that says, I want to do a look behind for foo. So I want to find foo, but I don't want to match foo. I want to match something next to foo that follows it. We can now do a variable length look behind to say, look there for B and A, but 1 to 9. So you could do, well, in that case, it's not B, A, 1 to 9. So it's really, really cool. So B, then a number of A's. If you do a min-max, we can now hit this. I'm not sure who hit this as a problem. Maybe you go. So now we upgrade this. If you hit a problem, let us know. We added some performance. Every year we try to push the performance of Perl 5 forward and forward. If you're using UDIF 8 to code point, this change is 12% fewer instructions, so it's definitely faster. We removed recursion in this op. Character folding and character classes are faster, which is useful because we use this all the time, at least character classes. The conversions between IV, so integer value to double, and integer stringification, because how often do you use this integer as a string? Kind of a ton of times. So it's also faster. We also removed a few things. This one. I am so happy we removed it finally. You see, the thing is, people would use if0 to invalidate something, and Perl as a compiler actually sees this and tries to optimize this. So if you have a condition, this is something you should know. If you have a condition and the condition is constant, for example, if 0, if 1, if you define a constant with use constant and then you depend on that, Perl resolves this at compilation before it starts running anything. And what it could do is it could remove entire chunks of code by saying, well, when I compile this, it compares to this constant variable, this constant, it's not a variable, this constant value. And this constant value is 0, so this entire if condition gone. Doesn't even compile it. You're not even hitting the condition during runtime. It just removes an entire chunk of code. Now in this case, we want to remove this entire chunk of code. But there will be $X somewhere. So the compiler has to say, well, I'm going to remove it, but I'm still going to have to know that that exists so I can compile the rest of it when I see it, even though it's going to be nothing. So it's like a really weird case between compilation and runtime. And I hate it. So, gone. Now you cannot assign non-zero value to this. If you don't know what this is, hey, good job. Perl 5.12 tried to remove it. This is how long some of these deprecation cycles are. You know, we start 8 or 9 years ago. Remove the dump. You can use core dump, that will work. File glob glob, gone. I suggest using BSD glob, better, safer. This is also a favorite of mine. Delimiters, using QW, Q, QQ, all these really nice things. They have delimiters, M for regular expressions. And the delimiters could have been a lot of stuff, including non-visible characters. There is a delimiter there. Where is it? I don't know. So you could do stuff like that. Not anymore. We try to write it a bit saner, a bit better. So they have to be graphemes. You cannot do sysread and syswrite in UTF-8 handles. Non-ref is now turned on in JSON-PP. For anyone using JSON-XS, it's already there, so we kind of just aligned those two. We removed bdebug. we removed locale codes. Both are available on CPAN. These two, remember them? They're now finally fatal. This started in 5.10. You would think. Whoop. It was actually removed, officially deprecated, in version 5. Not 5 something, just 5. So this took a long time, but we got there. So future removals, hopefully remove everything. So, hostname could accept arguments. Who knew? Hopefully not you, because you shouldn't be doing it. So this is going to be gone. Gone next version. Now, here's the really like the gist of my talk. This is what I wanted to talk about. Everything else was kind of just to get you ready. What I wanted to talk about is a little bit of the future. So we do have some plans. We also have some ideas. Unfortunately, they're a bit too early to share. I can say that we are working on additional features with subroutine signatures and optimizing them. The intent is to make subroutine signatures in core faster than not using them. So now you would have to use them. And you would have to tell your boss, manager, sysadmin, whoever it is, like, we have to upgrade. I have to write prettier code because it's faster. I really don't want to, but I must. But what else? So there's the question mark here I put in here because I'm not giving you a lot of content in the future, am I? Not a lot. And we also didn't have that many changes in 5.30, which is scary to some people, but I think it's not a bad thing. I think the benefit of it is really that it gives us time to reflect. It gives us time to think. We didn't rock the boat too much, which is hopefully kind of where we want to get to, right? You want to make enough changes, but then stabilize and kind of hold there. So I've been spending a lot of time reflecting on why, not why didn't we have as many changes, but where are we going, you know? I've decided on several things that I think are problematic for Perl. Syntax is the first one. These are things that are tricky. They're a challenge that we face. And we can be as positive as we want, but we would also kind of be fooling ourselves unless we deal with things that are not where we want them to be, you know? So we can't, my understanding of the world is that you cannot fix what you don't acknowledge as something you want to fix, that needs fixing, you know? We cannot address problems that you deny having. So syntax is one. Another one to me is capabilities and tooling, and eventually also quality of documentation. So I want to go over these with you and share what I think, as well as libraries, of course. So first, syntax, good parts. So it's not all bad, you know, there's just things that I think we might be able to do better. First, the good parts. The syntax of Perl is very, 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 very flexible. A lot of the syntax that we have is kind of emergent syntax, which I really like. It's a concept that a lot of languages or developers in general don't really think about. It's something you could really see in Perl 6 as well, because they took this idea further and they really embraced it. So emergent syntax of like, we just have all of the pieces there and you just combine it in whatever way you combine it, and suddenly that's part of the language. You know, the idioms are created by having all of the words there, just like a spoken language, you know, it's like Lego pieces. So I love that. We don't really have typing, no. We have container types. So we don't really have an integer, but we have a scalar, you know? And I like that, it's kind of cool. When you think of variables as containers, a lot of things in the language suddenly make sense. It is very easy to extend the syntax. You can create new modules, you can create keywords, you can create operators. Like you can create custom operators in the compiler. Wow. The regular expressions in Perl, unlike a lot of languages, is compile time. The language understands regular expressions as part of the language. It is not a string that you send to a function. It's not like SQL, you know, you send the SQL command over, you hope the SQL server is going to accept it, and if you have a syntax error, it's going to return during runtime and say, sorry, the server did not accept it. We can't compile the SQL in. It's just a string. A lot of languages, regular expressions are a string. In Perl, they're not. If your regular expression is incorrect, compilation stops. Forget entering runtime. It won't load it, which is, I think, is incredible. But I also think we have room to improve. So I think our syntax is somewhat ambiguous at times, which is a vague statement that I think everyone could agree with. And I think this is an issue. We have to enable strict warnings. We still have to enable it. And if we don't enable that, we enable pragma. But we have to enable it. We have to always say, I would like to write better. I would like to get help on this. I would like the compiler to be stronger, stricter, you know, to help me and warn me when I do something I probably don't want to do. I think I've only once disabled a warning because it was always right when I wrote stuff. And I make a lot of mistakes. Okay, so yeah, it does bother me. We have a lot of patterns in Perl because it's an emergent syntax kind of stuff, you know, we have idioms. And you have to navigate through them. It's like, no, don't write this, write that. Don't write that, write this. And I don't like that either. I think it's really good because we created a community around things, and now you just stay in touch with the community, you know people, and people will kind of guide you through things, which is really good, but it's really hard to do. I think the Tim Toti approach that we have, from my perspective, is about acceptance. Okay? There's more than one way to do it. Also deals with languages. There's more than one way to do it. It also deals with people. It also deals with cultures, you know? I work at a company, we have over 50 different nationalities. This is a lot of culture, you know, like culture differences. And it's great. I love it. But sometimes it can be tricky because it turns into this thing where there are far too many ways to do this. How many ways can you count to open a file? That's a trivial question. A trivia question of how many ways can you count? That's a lot. All I want is to open the file. I just want to read one line. Why are there so many ways to do this? And usually it's because there are different optimizations, things you care about. But in almost 90% of the cases, I don't care about them. It is not easy to learn Perl. It's a steep curve. We know this. But I think what we forget is that it is even harder to teach it. To me, that's the worst part. Perl 5, Perl 6, I think to succeed, they have to be easy to teach. Not easy to learn, easy to teach. And our errors are very technical as well. If you have an error in Perl 5, Perl 6 did way better with this from the get-go. But for Perl 5, when you have an error, you need to understand what that means. Like, it will tell you stuff about scoping and about packaging and about like a bunch of stuff. And if you don't know the language, you have no idea what that means. Once you know the language, it's like, oh, it tells me exactly where the error is, but only if I know it. When it comes to capabilities, so we have procedural. We have sort of like object-oriented, very C-like object-oriented, but it works. It works for C. We have some async capabilities, pretty strong. We have the best Unicode support, hands down. Perl 5, Perl 6, best, down. Like, nothing comes close. Superb regular expression support. There's a reason why Perl 5 and Perl 6 are at the forefront. That's because they create, really, the definitions for regular expressions. There's a reason why almost every single other language uses PCRE, the Perl-compatible regular expressions. It's because this library implements Perl regular expressions. And they go, okay, we need that. And that's not to trash other languages. It is just to show you how important it is, our contribution to this realm. And it is fairly fast. It really is. And magic, even though we hate the concept of magic, it's actually pretty cool. JavaScript is trying to add observables. And observables, let me tell you, there are like these variables that if you touch them, it could trigger code. And I remember someone telling me this, and I'm like, so like magic? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's a thing we have for like 20-something years. We don't like it. And he's like, oh, that's a great idea. We're adding it. I'm like, I don't know, man. One of the horrible things when you're like an older language is that you see all of the failures in others that you have done already yourself, and you're like, oh, they're doing no. And I think Java has a lot of this, where Java looks from the side and like, oh, we did, no, no, mm-mm. And Perl has a lot of this. But Magic's actually pretty cool. You can do a lot of really, really useful, strong things with Magic. But there are some bad parts. Threading is possible-ish if you know exactly what you're doing. And I've worked with a lot of developers now from a lot of different languages. And usually when they jump at threading, they don't usually know what threading fully is. When I ask them, so are you doing interpret threads? Are you doing OS threads? Or is it like green threads? Is this like a single process? Like, what are you doing? And they go, I don't know. And it's fine. A lot of our development is like, I don't know. You know, it gives me the effect that I want. Whatever. Python, they're very happy about it, but it's a single big lock for the entire interpreter. Doesn't really do that, but it works. So we do have it, but in Perl you really have to know it to use it. And we have all of it. We have coroutines, we have threading, we have like OS threads, interpreter threads, we have forking, we support all of it. Single loop, event loops, everything. It's good. But you have to know it. So that's parallelism. Either one of these, you have to have domain knowledge. The OO in Perl 5, Perl 6 upped it up a notch quite a bit, but Perl 5, it's minimal, it's C, you know? Moose is fantastic, but it's not core. And Magic makes things more difficult. Tooling, again, something Perl 6 did way better. We all have room to improve, but there's a lot to learn. So first we have PPI. PPI is amazing. I love PPI. It's fantastic. Perl Critic around it is a fantastic tool. And there are a lot of tools for this for other languages as well, but Perl Critic is so good. Perl Tidy is fantastic. You should use it to tidy all of your code. It's great. We have multiple REPLs. Not one, like, oh, there's that one. No, we have multiple. And the debugger is as capable as GDB. It's very, very, very strong. See, developers are laughing. Give me some time. You will hear my response. So yeah. While I love PPI, Perl Critic, and Perl Tidy, they have to work really, really, really hard to get their job done. The fact that developers have to work incredibly hard is tricky. Compile time level is, the compile level analysis is not available. We can't really do that, not easily at least. So if I wanted to optimize some stuff, or if I wanted to do critic based on what the compiler understood, not what I saw as text strings, but what the compiler understood as ops, I can't easily do that. We don't have good IDE support. We just don't. And while I'm not an IDE person, in any language I worked in, I've never used an IDE. I don't find them comfortable for me. But a lot of developers do, and it's a reality. And they are very, very useful, even if I don't use them. We don't have good support at all. We even created several IDEs because we don't have good support for IDEs. And none of our REPLs are really awesome. Perl 6's REPL is pretty damn cool. Perl 5 is really behind on this. So we could improve. And the debugger is as comfortable as GDB. So it is very capable. But it's not that comfortable. You know the first thing I do when I open the debugger? Help. Because I don't remember it. Although I love it. It's very good. And I think I'm personally still waiting for some proper tools for handling technical debt. For example, rewriting code. So I wish we had that. I wish we had tools for rewriting one code to the other, semantic rewriting. Okay, documentation, good parts. We have a lot of it. It is very detailed. However, we have too much of it. Some of it is outdated. I found some single arg open. I found some bare words open. Some of it is hard to comprehend. Libraries, good parts, a lot. Easy to create, automatic documentation rendering, which I love, tight integration with testing, and our testing service is fantastic. And metacpan.org, kind of binding all of those together, there is nothing that comes close to this, no matter what anyone tells you. Just try. Nothing comes close to what we do here. But if we're honest, not everything is good. Not all of our modules are high quality. Some of them are pretty low quality. XS is not an awesome API. Let me rephrase this. XS is not an API. XS is a set of internal functions that were just made public. And you can use them, but they're not an API. For what it's worth, I've looked at the Python API. It's great. It's not documented very well, but it is great. And we need more official libraries, which is kind of where I'm going here. I'll give an example, machine learning. I work now in a company that does a lot of, I work in a branch of my company that does a lot of machine learning. And it's really, really, really cool. Machine learning data scientists, they don't really care what language they use, which I find fascinating. They have zero affiliation. They use what gets the job done. It could be Python, it could be R, it could be Java. They really don't care. But when we talk about libraries, let me give you a few. TensorFlow, scikit-learn, Pandas, NumPy or SciPy, Torch, Keras, MXNet, H2O, Spark. How many of these do we support? Do you know? Not a lot. We do support some, but not a lot. And it's a shame. Because for people who would say, hey, I need to do some data munging, does anyone know a language where I could do some data munging? We have one, but they can't use it with those tools. Kaldi, Valpal, Wabbit, I didn't pick the name. We have PDL and PDL stats. Tricky. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up with what I think our future could be. So one possible future is one with reduced ambiguity, best practices as default, one clear way to do most things, not all things, most things, parallelism, object-oriented, simple, easy documentation, both to learn and to teach, a comfortable debugger, a gray REPL, better static analysis, semantic rewriting, better IDE support, and proper low-level interface. But it all depends on making a decision, in my opinion. There's the maintenance versus change. How much do we want to maintain, and how much do we want to change? I am not taking feedback at the moment, sorry. Stability versus ability. How much do we want to be stable versus how much do we want to be able? What is our corporate drive behind it? Perl is one of the few languages that does not have an actual corporate sponsorship of the language as owning it. Almost any other language has a company who owns it, which means dedicated time, which means a project vision, which means commercial planning. None of this we have, and we like that it's, you know, community language, but also this is tricky for us. Unimproved tooling. So, okay. So one possible way to get there, I'm not saying it's the only one, but I'm saying it's one, definite one. Creating a clear definition of the core team. Right now, if you were to ask me, who's in core? I cannot give you a straight answer. I don't know. There is no definition of the core team. I think having a steering committee for the language could be one possible way of doing it. Seeking commercial leadership. So having companies tell us what are they looking for as a company, not me as a hobbyist, I write some modules on CPAN. But if you have a company with developers, what do you need from a language? What is the tooling that will work for you? TPF, the Perl Foundation, could petition vendors for libraries. Hey Google, you wrote this thing. Create a Perl library for it, 5 and 6. We need to collect the libraries that we want to port, saying, okay, they're not going to take care of this, but we could. We could offer grants through TPF specifically for porting, for adding features, for specific fixes. We have to kind of rethink our documentation, gear it towards beginners. Simple, consistent, easy to learn, easy to teach. And I think this ends, and I think this is kind of what I want us all to think about. What do we want Perl 5 to be? What kind of language do we want it to be? When we steal from Perl 6, what do we steal from Perl 6? Do we steal features, or do we actually steal mindset? You know, a different way of thinking through things. Because Perl 6 has done this a lot. They just thought about things differently. And in a way, and this is really the last thing that I will say, what kind of community do we want to have? And in my opinion, the community that I want to have is as versatile as the people that I work with. As many different people from as many different places working on as many different topics and professions. I want to have data scientists, I want to have biologists, I want to have physicists, I want to have writers, I want to have everything. And to do this, we need to have a language that caters to everyone. So that's all I have for you. I really thank you for your time. I think we should make this happen, and I think we can. And that's all I got. Thank you.
data to actually influence something, actually do something.
There is no way that you do not grow from working on a project because you have full autonomy.
If you are interested in learning, then this is actually a very good environment for you to join.
I love what I do, I love where I work, I love the people I work with.
And also I like Amsterdam. Can I say that?
Hi, my name is Julian and I work in the UK at Olio, where we make hiring software. My job is to train junior Perl developers, and in my talk in Riga I'm going to tell you how I find them.
Hello, my name is Saif and I'm presenting at the Perl Conference at Riga this August. I work as an orthopedic surgeon, I teach tissue engineering, and I'm a hobby programmer. Until recently I've been a selfish programmer, coding for my own little projects. I would like to share with you one aspect of Perl programming that is often neglected, the graphical user interface. GUI programming in Perl can be challenging, but I will demonstrate the world's easiest GUI designer guide fate. You will create such an application, and one of you will win a prize.
Hello, I am Alexander Kirchin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am a software developer at Edument, where I am making nice things with Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to briefly explain the ideas behind Crow, a framework for building reactive and distributed systems, and how I used it for implementing the LDAP protocol in Perl 6. We will look at implementation parts with fun parts, and the end-user interface with fun parts. See you this summer! Hello, I am Alexander Kirchin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am working at Edument, where I am making nice things using Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to give an overview of a bunch of Perl 6 modules I made to support a subset of the ASN1 spec, from the parsing stage to compile type generation with the meta-object protocol, all using Perl 6, and how its unique features made it possible to be elegant about the task. So see you in Riga.
Without core infra, nothing would work. It's infra. That's what everything runs on.
A lot of people tell me like, oh, but you are like a website, like what you do there as a network engineer, like it's not exciting. I'm like, no.
We are now over 30,000 servers, and we operate all of those.
We own all the way down to the hardware, all the way up to the services.
It's a lot of infrastructure to maintain, to connect, to monitor.
As core infrastructure engineers, we need to think further down the line. So let's say, where will we be in 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
In core infra, we have different tracks, focus on different products. It's a little bit different from other companies because we mix the system engineers with developers in the same team.
Your team will likely be responsible for a few services, which means you really get a wider expertise across multiple things.
The product keeps evolving, the infra has to keep up so that the product itself as a whole can be functional and be beneficial to everyone who intends to use it.
The most exciting part of my work at the moment is building an ecosystem around real-time data processing.
Container-based application deployments. Can I say that?
Our load balancer solution is built in-house, but we also use quite some open source tooling.
You are the one that continuously looking for new technologies.
Every day is like a new challenge to how we can escalate better, how we can do things in a more efficient and automated way.
People need very strong ownership because what we do is very business critical.
The ability to be calm in a lot of chaos.
The love of problem solving.
Open to diversity, open to skill sets. We have great technical challenges that are constantly changing because we are always growing.
We entrust in our developers a lot of responsibilities, and that then empowers them to take whatever problem they are solving to its logical conclusion.
If you want to actually help people experience the planet more,
if you really want to see like the purpose, like business impact, like this is your place to be.
Just do it.
Hi, my name is Arne Sommer. I have a master's degree in computer science and I've programmed in Perl since 1989. This 2-day course, beginning Perl 6, is aimed at programmers that hasn't tried Perl 6, or at least hasn't tried very hard. See the webpage for the course.
My name is Martin Becker. I am a developer of computer algebra software on CPAN and elsewhere. Some of my current projects involve modules with lots of pre-computed data. In my talk on Perlcon, I will show what I learned about how and where to store such data reliably within a distribution. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the conference in general. See you in Riga.
Hello, I'm European Konko. I am Perl developer about 15 years. On Perlcon in Riga, I will show you how to catch malicious application exceptions, how to reproduce them and interactively debug. Also, I will show you how to implement new debugger commands and how to debug. Buy tickets, come to conference. It will be interesting. Bye.
Hey, my name name's Robert. I'm originally from Oxford. This is just a quick video to announce I will be talking at this year's Perl Conference. The talk will be on progressive web applications, something all of my applications are. I hope to see you there, and goodbye from the Maldives.
Hi, my name is Jose Joaquin Adria. I work in Civil Library in London using mostly Perl 5 and Go. I've been wondering what a game would look like written in modern Perl and how we can use some of the features we're familiar with to implement some of the fancy programming patterns used in game development. I'll be at Perlcon giving a talk about why this matters, what I've learned along the way, what I think Perl excels at, and what I think needs more work. I hope to see you in Riga this summer.
Hello, my name's Paul Johnson and I'm the author of the Perl Code Coverage Tool. I live in Zurich, but this summer I'll be going back to Riga for the European Perl Conference. In fact, I'll be giving a presentation there about how to test Perl code. In it we'll look at some of the theoretical aspects, but primarily we'll focus on practical advice for how to better test your Perl. So if you can make it, I look forward to seeing you there in Riga, August the 7th to the 9th.
Turn on already? It's also.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah X, and I'm the Pro 5 project lead.
I'm hearing it on the speakers.
At the
test.
The Pro Conference in Riga, in Latvia, for 2019. I'm going to talk about the past Pro versions, the current Pro version, and where we want to go in the future. Wait a minute, who's this?
Hi, Perl hackers. I'm Atomic. I'm working for cPanel, and I will also be in Riga talking about how to overload Perl ops using XS.
Well, thank you very much. We'll see you there.
See you soon.
I'm not, now it's better. Yeah, test, okay. A tiny bit late on the schedule, okay. So, hello, my name is Thomas Klausner. Right. I'm going to talk about deploying Perl apps using Docker, GitLab, and Kubernetes. If this thing is on. Yeah, so I'm talking about how to write a cloud-ready Perl application, Docker, Kubernetes, Helm, and GitLab CI. Why? So we want to automate our deployment process. Non-developers should be able to deploy. We want to deploy topic branches so customers can review the new features. We want to roll back deployments. And also we want to play with the new or not so new shiny things. Or in more detail, so on each push to master, we want to rebuild all the affected libs and the apps and automatically deploy them to staging. We want to provide a way to manually deploy to production, deploy topic branches to a per branch environment, do it in a reasonable time frame, so it should be only take a few minutes, allow rollback to the previous version. An alternative title for this talk is How an Old School Backend Developer Learned to Work with Kubernetes, or more accurate, How an Old School Backend Developer was forced to learn to work with Kubernetes because the college who wrote it initially did quit his job to work for Google. That was Klaus Iter who did this. And a lot of stuff that you're seeing here is also was developed by Fahad Shabazi from Spherical Elephant, who works with me together on this stuff. And another very important disclaimer, this is very, very much simplified. So the stuff you see, you shouldn't use it as is in production, so there's just some sort of hints how to do that stuff. We start with the theory part, and later there's a practical part. So for the theory, for the cloud-ready Perl application, I assume you know what a Perl application is, but how to get it cloud-ready? There's this not-so-new thing called 12-factor application. On that web page, they have some very nice ideas on how to do that. It's a methodology for building software as a service applications. And they have like 12 factors. I'm just showing a few of them. Some of them are very obvious, like your code base should be tracked in revision control. You should declare your dependencies explicitly and you should isolate them. That's a little bit more interesting, the configuration. You should store config in the environment and not in config files. They have this thing they call backing services. Treat backing services as attached resources, which is, I don't understand what that means. It helps to think of backing services as databases and stuff like that, and attached resources as third-party stuff. So you don't want to have your database like baked into your application. You should treat it like something that's running somewhere else by a different company. You should execute the app as one or more stateless process. So again, stateless here is important. They are stateless and share nothing. So any data you want to store or persist must be stored somewhere else, not in your application. Of course, this begets the question, where does the state store the stuff? So it's somebody in the end has to store state. Because the cloud abhors state, but unfortunately state pays the bills, so you have to care about it sooner or later. So a cloud-ready Perl application, easy to install, external services are not hard-coded, and there is no local state. Docker, I guess everybody already knows about Docker. Short, it's enterprise container platform on here. Contains a standard unit of software, package up the code and its dependencies, blah, blah, blah. So basically, your app and all its dependencies are packed into one container. You build Docker containers using something called a Docker file. you can publish those containers to something called a registry. You can pull containers from registries and then run them. And Docker is in fact a client-server application with a REST API. So the Docker command line tool is in fact a REST client talking with the daemon running on your machine or somewhere in the internet. So if you have it on your laptop, you have this Docker-D thing running. And all the Docker images you pull and build are stored on your local disk. And you can use Docker images to get a list of those images, something I did on my laptop some time ago. And you can also, of course, pull stuff from remote. For example, that's one of the very nice things of Docker. You can say Docker pull from the Elasticsearch repository, and then you can run it using Docker run, some parameters, and then you can use it. And you have an Elasticsearch running on your machine without having to fiddle with the right Java runtime environment and all of that stuff. So that's really very nice use of Docker, I think, to get some external tools on your machine without having to actually install them. So Docker allows you to pack up your application in a way that makes it very easy to run it elsewhere. Then we have Kubernetes, or as I learned it in school, Kubernetes, because it's Greek. In ancient Greek, it means a captain, a steersman, a pilot, a navigator. It's also the root of the prefix cyber, Kyber. In the meantime, everybody of you thinks about it as production-grade container orchestration. Kubernetes is a portable, extensible, open-source platform for managing containerized workloads and services that facilitates both declarative configuration and automation. I think the key words here are open source. So yes, initially it was a product. It's a product released by Google, but now it's some sort of consortium and it's open source and everything, and everybody uses it. And the other important thing is it's declarative. So it took me some time to figure out what that means. It means you declare the state you want your app to be in, and then Kubernetes makes sure that this is true. So you don't define the steps you need to install the application. You just say, I want this, and then Kubernetes makes sure that this is what the state is. Kubernetes has a very big API, and you have something called kubectl, a command line interface installed on your laptop or somewhere we use to talk to the API. Shall I make the fonts bigger, or is it enough? Okay. Some other words sometimes here you have nodes, which are machines, physical or virtual, that actually run the services, and you have objects, and there are a lot of objects. And so an object is a record of intent. It's basically it's defined in an object spec or a manifest. So those are the special words you hear sometimes. It's a definition of how something should be, and it's usually written in YAML. It looks like that. So it's like a very big file. You have a kind. So what kind of object is this? In this example, it's a deployment. You have some metadata. You have a specification where you say, okay, I want to select an application that is labeled Nginx. You can, for example, define stuff like replicas. So how many instances of this thing do you want running? In this case, I want to have 2 instances running. And then, so in this deployment, you define another object, which is called pod, in this template thingy. In here, you say, okay, so this pod has a label called app Nginx, which is what you used earlier to find it, basically. And in here you can have some other stuff, like, for example, which Docker images you want to use. So this thing says, okay, get the Docker image Nginx 1.7.9 and run 2 replicas of it. So, that's a lot of YAML. We'll take a closer look at that later. So some other object types. I already talked about pod. A pod is a group of one or more containers that build a unit. And those pods are ephemeral. Ephemeral means they just come and go. They're not persistent. They get started up and they get killed all the time. Nobody cares about them, so you cannot store anything in them because they just, they come and go. You have something called a deployment. In the deployment, you specify multiple instances of the same pod and how to restart them, for example. Then you have something called a service. in a service you define how you access a group of pods, and not the service is actually stable. So the service is sort of persistent, but the pods just come and go. Then you also have stuff, a lot of other stuff. One thing we use a lot is called ingress, which you use to map external traffic to a service. And a lot of more. So here's some images. So you have, in the core, you have a Docker image. You pack the Docker image into a pod. You group the pods into deployment. Then you have a service which defines how you access those deployments. And this is your Kubernetes cluster. And everything inside your Kubernetes cluster is using, I don't know, I'm not a network guy, but some weird private networking thing. So this is like completely, it's not connected to the rest of the world. So if you want the internet to access your application, which you probably want because that's why you're writing the application, you can put something called an ingress in between to access your data or your applications. So there are a lot of layers, and the problem, of course, is I told you earlier, we have different environments, production, staging, testing, so you need to multiply all of this setup for the different environments. Yeah. So, but Kubernetes is there to just make sure that all parts of your application are in the proper state and know where to find the other parts of your application, which is called orchestration. Then we use one thing called Helm, which is just one solution. There are several in this problem space. So Helm helps you manage Kubernetes applications. It's basically templating for manifest files. Okay. Helm also comes as a command line client. It has a thing called Tiller, which is a server running inside your Kubernetes cluster, and it has things called charts, which is a collection of files that describe a related set of Kubernetes resources. So there's a kind of nautical theme madness in Helm. I'm not an English native speaker and I'm not a nautical person, but apparently all of those things refer to something related to ships. They also have repositories of ready-made Helm charts for various applications. So you can say Helm install stable Postgres, for example, and then you get not just one Docker file, but like the whole complete Docker Postgres installation for Kubernetes. But you can also write Helm charts for your own services. So, for example, somewhere in your Kubernetes specification, you say in production you want to have 10 replicas running, but in staging you only want to have 2 replicas running because it doesn't make sense to have that many replicas. They cost money, so you want to have less of them. So, and if you see the same code, you say, okay, let's replace it with a variable, and that's what's Helm basically doing. So instead of hard coding it here, you say, okay, replicas, that should be some value, and then you have a file. You could call, for example, for production values, and in the production file you define replicas 10, and in the staging you define that you want 2 replicas. So you have like, it's templating. And it uses Golang, the Golang package text template for this templating, so these curly braces are in this thing. So it uses Go templates to generate Kubernetes manifest files in YAML from data stored in YAML files, which I think is not a very good technical match. It's sort of crazy. I mean, they're all, I don't know. So it would be a very good idea to implement this in Perl 5 or Perl 6. So if anybody of you is bored, please write something sane to manage Kubernetes applications using Perl. So Helm is there to fine-tune your app to different environments, basically. And then the last thing is GitLab, a full DevOps tool. It's basically started as a Git repo viewer. It's like GitHub. Now it has issue handling, wiki, CI, CD features, etc. CI, continuous integration, and continuous delivery. So each commit should build and release a new version automatically. Instead of doing a manual release once a month, like we did like 10 years ago. In GitLab you have things called a pipeline, which runs all the steps needed to build, test, release, and deploy the application. Each of these steps is called a job. And your pipeline usually produces something called artifacts, which is something you can use later, like a tarball or something. GitLab also comes with its own Docker registry, which you can use to push your images. So this is how it looks like. It's the user interface where you see your jobs. It's, This is one job, where you see, one pipeline. This is where you see all of the different jobs in here to build, release, and deploy. Okay, so GitLab is here to automating and building your deployments. Okay, we have the cloud-ready Perl app, easy to install, no external services, no local state, Docker, pack the application, Kubernetes, make sure everything knows where it should be, Helm to fine-tune and template your environments, and GitLab to automate all of it. So now to the practical part. I just repeat it again. What do we actually want? Why do we do it? Okay, on each push to master, rebuild all the affected libs and automatically deploy into staging. We want to deploy to production manually. Topic branches should get an automatic review branch. Should be fast. And we want to roll back to previous releases if something breaks. So now this is using some live code because that's too complicated to come up with a test example, so I'm just using my my work stuff. So we have a lot of Perl REST APIs, we have some Perl daemons, we have some Go REST APIs, we have some plain old backends using Catalyst or some other stuff. We have cron jobs, we have JavaScript front ends, we have third-party tools like Elasticsearch, Redis, etc. And we have Postgres. So like that's like your typical small application. You're using microservices and stuff like that. And except Postgres and some other stateful object stores, everything of this is running inside Kubernetes. And all of these services live in something called a monorepo, so we have like one big repository where all the code is stored in one repository, not one repository per small project. Looks like that. So now we want to make our application cloud ready. So the first thing is we want to have a cpan style distribution and list the dependencies in the cpan file. No hard-coded passwords. No config files. Because this is also one of the nicer quotes from this 12-factor thing. A litmus test for whether an application has all configs correctly factored out is whether the code base could be released at the moment. You don't have any passwords in your, or any secrets or whatever in your Git repository. And no state stored on disk using a service. So this is just one small application of this thing. The context doesn't really matter. It's just a small microservice using a cpan style distribution. So you have a bin, we have a cpan file, we have a lib directory. Okay, that's fine. Some snippet of code where we upload an image and then we need to store the image somewhere. But we don't store the image on the disk. We use HTTP Tiny to post the image to some other service. Because we cannot store the image on the local disk inside the pod because the pods are ephemeral and come and go, so we have to store them somewhere else. So we call some other service. We, of course, do not hard code the other service, so that's an attribute of this object. The attribute of this object is defined as a VMUs using health. So it's not hard coded. It has to be initiated somewhere. Where is it initiated? We're using breadboard to build our application. So we have this Winxel merchant model image object, and when it's initiated, it has a dependency, file storage APU, and it gets it from the environment. Okay, so no config files. Everything is done via environment variables. Sorry? Oh, so how do I define the environment? That depends on how I'm running it. So if I would run this on my machine, I would just define it in the environment. Yep. We'll come into that. Okay, but here you have. Sorry? Oops. Sorry again. Please pass it on. Yeah, that's the bribes for asking questions. So how do we get the environment variables actually into the system? We will see that later. But in the end, it's not very hard to write cloud-ready Perl applications, especially if you're using sane coding guidelines anyway. And turning a cloud-ready Perl application into Dockers also easy-ish. You just have to basically write a Docker file. This is a very simple, very stupid, and very wrong Docker file, but it's just here to show you the basic idea. So you start from something, for example, from Perl 5.28. Then you basically say, okay, I want to install my dependencies. And then you define how you start your application. So that's a very simple Docker file that you should not use, but it's sort of the idea. It's like, what do you need to do to run your application from scratch? Once we have a Docker file, we can use it to build a Docker container using Docker build. This will get the base image, install the dependencies, define the entry point. Looks like that. Takes some time, blah, 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 especially for the first time. In later builds are faster because Docker has this thing called caching. So in the end, we end with this thing, which is not a very nice name. So that's not very helpful, E4C72. So you can tag these applications, giving them a name. For example, tag this checksum with the name my app. Now you have a name, but you should also add some extra tags to the name for different versions, for example, because the default tag is latest, which is not very helpful. So you can tag this thing with a version number, for example, and now you see, okay, this is the application at version 00.1 or something. Now you can run it using Docker run, and if you run it on your machine, to answer the first part of your question, you just pass in the environment like that. Okay, so on my laptop, I have this other service running somewhere else, and now I pass this environment in here. Yeah, so now you have this running on your machine. Now you can push it into the Docker registry using Docker push to shove it in the registry, like in the global thing, so other people in your team or the live thing can use it. Okay, so now how can we orchestrate these things in the cloud? If you remember this thing, now we have to look into these deployments. kubectl has this very nice and cool command line interface where you can see kubectl get deployments, and you get a list of all the deployments and how old they are and which version and how many instances there are. It's really very cool and very nice. And you can also say get this specific deployment in YAML, for example. You can also edit it live, but I'm not going to. So if you do that, you get like a very long YAML file. 123 lines for that example. If you look at it, you have some metadata. For example, you see which exact version of this thing we are running in here. You again see that this template thing where you see, okay, I'm running exactly this Docker container. And you have some other nice things. For example, you have something called a readiness probe, where you define an HTTP. For example, you can define an endpoint to call. And only if this endpoint returns some success, this port will be considered usable. Okay? And you can have also liveness probes and a lot of other stuff. So there's a lot of stuff in it. And again, the replicas, so how many instances of this thing do you want running? For example, 2. And here we have another nice thing is this rolling update strategy, which looks like that. So if you like install a new version of it, instead of shutting the whole system down, your service is offline and it waits for 5 minutes until the new version is up and running. It takes your pods and says, oh, you want to run this new version, so I'll just get a new pod running, wait for its readiness probe to succeed, and if it's succeeding, then I can remove one of the old ones. And then it starts another new one because you said you want to have 2 new versions running, and if this succeeds, it removes the other one, and now you're on the new version without any downtime. So that's quite nice. So it's about 100 lines of YAML to say, please make sure we always have 2 instances of the Docker image, blah, 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 running. Okay? Looks like a lot, but of course there's a lot of features in there. So how do you reference other services, for example? I've shown you how you would reference this from the command line. You just pass in the environment variable. Manual orchestration, how I'm calling that, doesn't scale very well. In Kubernetes, you can also define environment variables. And here you say, okay, I have this environment variable, and the value is just this strange URL file storage, some port. So how does this work? Inside a Kubernetes cluster, you can use DNS for service discovery. Yeah. So file storage will resolve to all of the IPs of the pods providing the file storage service. So in your cluster, you usually not only have one service, but you have several services. And each service has a name in itself. And what's that service file storage? Yeah. So that's the specification. So you can select this service using the label app file storage. Okay, so this is how this service, the file storage service, defines that inside itself. Then you can use, for example, kubectl to get all of the pods providing this this application. And if you look at the pod description inside, you see, okay, that's the file storage pod. It's also providing this file storage thingy. And this is how you can basically connect services together. Yeah. So another example. Okay, handling secrets is also because you don't want to have your password somewhere written in there. So this is another environment variable for the database connection string. Okay, that's a literal value that's written in here. But the password, you don't want to write the password in your file because it would be in your config, in your Git repository and leads to problems. So Kubernetes provides another object called secrets, where you can basically say, okay, get this secret named PSQL Winxel Merchant and get the value and put it in here. Yeah, so that's another thing. You can say kubectl get secrets, and then you see the secret. And you can also say kubectl store secret and provide a different password and stuff like that. So of course, but inside your Kubernetes cluster, the password is readable, but you need to sort of trust your Kubernetes cluster anyway. If you can't trust your cloud provider, then yeah, you've lost anyway. Yeah, so inside the container, you can just get this value from Kubernetes, and Kubernetes just fetches the password and stores it in there, and you don't have to hard code it anywhere. Ingress, not the computer game, sorry. This is an example of an ingress controller. So inside the ingress controller, you say, okay, I want, as a backend for this thing, I want to have the service named Winxel Merchant API. And please mount it under that URL and that path. And that's basically sort of all you need to do to get this, all of those pods providing the service using a round robin something to be provided on that URL. So the ingress links to the service, which links to the pods, which are managed by the deployment. Linking happens with these label selectors, for example. And the pods run a container specified as a Docker image name. So you have this ingress, which says, I need this service. Run it over there. You have the service, which has a name, which is a selector, to get the pods with the same label, which in the end point to the Docker container. Okay. So you have to stitch all of this together, basically using tags and labels and stuff. So this is all nice and shiny, but we still have a lot of hard-coded values. For example, the number of images, the Docker container names, the versions, etc. So we want to handle different environments. We use Helm or something else, but we use Helm to fine-tune the application to the different environments using templating. So again, if you look at this, this is what currently is stored in Kubernetes. We want to have this version of this application and that release, which is hard-coded. And instead of defining it directly in Kubernetes, we have a file, a chart, a Helm chart, which is basically just a template where we say, okay, for the version we want this variable and some other variables. Yeah. For replicas, we want to have this other variable. Or the container name is also a variable. And then you have like a global values file where you define your defaults. So you can say, okay, for example, this Winxel Merchant thing should have one replica by default and use influxdb file for collecting stats. But the production file should have two replicas, and it should use influx TCP to collect your stats. And now we can render the templates based on the various environments and command line values using something called Helm upgrade install, and then you can set all of those values. For example, we set the global version to some version number, and we say, okay, and please use this file, which provides all of the values. And then in the end, it's just templating, get the values, get the template, mesh it together, and store the new value into Kubernetes to generate a new set of manifest files. And then upload those to Kubernetes and then Kubernetes says, oh, I've got a new version and I should run this, and then Kubernetes does its magic to make sure that now the new state is running. Okay, to automate it, we use GitLab. So after each push, GitLab will run a pipeline. I've showed you already, it looks like that. So it starts to work, and then you can look inside and you see, okay, it's building something, and then after some time it's doing more and more. And after some time it stops. And in the end, if everything worked, you have a lot of green hooks and you're happy. This is done in so GitLab uses something called GitLab CI YAML, another YAML file, where you can define your different stages and what should happen on them during them. So you have stages, which is just something you define. Those are not any magic names, you can just use whatever you want. And you can also define the jobs that should happen at different stages. So for example, when building something, when we want to build this Winxel merchant application during the stage build, we say, okay, if we are in stage build, please run this script, which in the end is a make file, which in the end calls docker build. And this short branch name in here is something that's provided, is a variable provided by GitLab. So GitLab has some environment variables which are provided to the builders or to the GitLab runners, and which you can use later. That's also quite interesting. This only changes. That's a fairly recent addition to GitLab. Because we're using a monorepo, when I push something in this application, I don't want to build all 20 of our microservices. I only want to build those which actually were changed. Oops. And this only changes makes sure that this block only runs if there was a change in this directory. It's also, I find it very annoying to have to write if statements in YAML. That's not really working very well. Yeah, they do a lot of different weird syntaxes, but it should be code, but I don't know. Here's the release stage. So if you release it, we just run this script, and that script does basically this. It's a little bit easier to read like that. So it gets the current image name, and it basically retags the current master, so the latest build, with a timestamp version name. Okay, so after it built a new image, we say, okay, this is the current image, but it should also be named with this version number, and the version number is the current date. Okay, and we do this not for, so this retagging doesn't only happen for the application that's currently being built, but it's happening for all our services. So we don't build them every time, but we tag them every time. So every time we push a new release, we tag all of our applications with this version number. And we need this, of course, to roll back to an older version later on. So if you want to deploy in the end, so the stage deploy, only master. This is another weird case of not having if statements, so they have some weird syntax. So if we are in the master branch, and only in the master branch run this script, there's another weird if statement. When manual means, okay, this has to be a manual action, somebody has to press a button. So and if both of those statements are true, then run this script. And this script basically just runs Helm using the new version, passing it to the environment, blah, blah, blah. And so in the end, we can say, okay, now we have all of those pods running in production. Yeah. So in the end, we have the version number in here, this date. This is the chart, which has the templating variable, and then in the end, this is what's got rendered into Kubernetes. And that's all it takes to get our code into production. In 5 simple steps. Several months. But we have some, so now that we have it, we have some cool features like per branch review deployments are now very easy. So if somebody wants to deploy a branch for review, for example, for a customer, you can just click in GitLab on a button to trigger a review app job. So that's somewhere in here. Then GitLab builds Docker images based on this branch in question, sets up a fresh Kubernetes namespace. What? Yeah. Microphone not working anymore? Okay. Okay. Maybe the battery is off? No. Okay. I guess. So could we use other things instead of GitLab? And I guess, I mean, of course, it's just software, so you can use, I guess, yeah, we were using GitLab, and then, so that's, you want one? What? Yeah.
Start from the beginning, line one. Sorry. I was wondering if you have a step-by-step guide for newcomer who doesn't know anything about it to Scotch from say. So you start from a plain text file to the final result. It doesn't have to be big. Hello World, say for example, Hello World app. So I want to build using a Docker. Do you have something like that?
No.
Because I remember I've come across a guide by somebody who's shown how to do it. I tried it at the end and it didn't work.
Yeah.
So it's something, if it is trial and tested, if that would really help.
Okay, so is there like a step-by-step guide, or did we write one? No, we used. Yeah, you can just use the slides. Yeah, we publish the slides, of course. Yeah, so but those are like the slides are not like a step-by-step introduction, because there are a lot of blank spaces, and that's like the general problem with all of those new shiny DevOps tools. They all look very cool, and everybody says, "Oh, they are very nice." But if you go into details, it's like takes days to figure out very simple stuff, and not a lot of people apparently know it yet. And those who know it charge enormous amounts of money.
Please raise your hand if you want to ask a question, and I'll make sure to bring you the mic.
Okay. So, you want some chewing gum? Whoa, sorry. So anyway, so back to that thing. So we can now have this thing. You can first manipulate Docker files, and finally then we set up an ingress, including an on-demand HTTPS certificate, which is in the end handled by Google, and let's encrypt, running on a semi-random hostname. So it's actually, so now that we have all of this hard and complicated setup in place, we can just have one click and give some random customer a random URL, and he can review this branch and say, yeah, okay, I'm happy with that feature, please merge. So now it's sort of starting to pay off. Yeah, and then you can stop it again. And we also have rollbacks. So if we realize that a feature doesn't work, we can roll back to a previous version. With the GitLab UI, you can just select like a job from 5 days ago, click promote to production or deploy to production. And this will then run Helm upgrade install using an older date of the code, and provided that the Docker image is still available, so there's a little bit wobbly in here, we will be back to the old version. Of course, the database and the data is still new, so if there were some database changes, this wouldn't work. But yeah. It's quite nice. So, summary, we take all of our applications and some third-party applications, provide them as Docker images, define the required state of the whole application, and the linking between the various parts, which is called container orchestration via Kubernetes. We use Helm to generate different required states for different environments. And finally, use GitLab to automate all those steps in a CI pipeline. So learning all these things, as I've already said, is sort of complicated. I mean, there are a lot of books, there's a lot of online documentation and stuff, but it really will take some time, because at least for me, it was totally new. But when you have climbed this steep mountain of knowledge, the view is quite fantastic. And it's so nice and SSHing into a few boxes and doing git pull and then wondering why nothing works and blah, 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 deploying behind. So, any more questions? Yes? Okay, you first. Yep. You want to wait for the microphone?
Okay. Is this like the paid version of GitLab?
Sorry?
Is this like the paid version of GitLab?
Is this the paid version of GitLab? No, that's the free version of GitLab. Oh well, so GitLab has, you can install GitLab on your own machines.
Yeah, I know.
And there's a free version and there are some paid versions. But we're using the free version hosted on our own machines.
Okay.
So this is the community. I don't know the name. It's like, yeah. So it's free.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that they have these features.
Yeah,
also.
so GitLab has this scheme where you can get like a free version to run your own machine, and then you have you can pay to get better features, but most of those features relate to project management.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yes. Do you want chewing gum?
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk.
Okay, thanks.
I wanted to get the slides. Are you
Okay.
going to be saving the slides
Yes.
so I can download them?
Okay. Yeah, of course. So the slides are going to be online right after the talk. I'll publish them, and I'll post the. Okay. We're not using ACT at this conference, so I cannot post the slides to the website, but I'll post them on Twitter and probably I will ask Andrew if he plans to collect the slides. Maybe there's some place in the website or something.
Hi. Do you deploy your own Kubernetes?
Sorry?
Are you using Kubernetes yourself, or are you using Google or some stuff?
We're using Google. So okay. So the question was, what kind of Kubernetes are we running? We are using Kubernetes powered or provided by Google Compute Engine, GCE. So we're just having everything in the Google Cloud, but of course, as Kubernetes in the meantime is open source, you can run your own Kubernetes cluster on your own hardware, on your own machines. There's something called Minikube, which you can run on your laptop if you want to play around with it. And of course, Kubernetes you can also use it in Azure, and I don't know if AWS also has Kubernetes.
I don't know. I try, and it's really hard. And once you try and you want to have data, because application needs data.
Yeah. So that's another direction. So where do we actually store our data? Because I always said we don't store it on our pod. So we are using a Postgres database also provided by Google. So Google has a Postgres service which you can buy, which is not very great, I have to say. So we're thinking about switching to our own self-hosted Postgres version again, and for example files, etc. we store in the Google Cloud bucket, and then use Google APIs to upload those things over there. But you could run it on your own machine if you want to, but that was like yet another step of of work and crazy, and it's like, okay, let's just get done with that first. You want some? I'll only take questions from the front 2 rows anymore because I can't throw any farther.
Doch, there is one. Let's say in your deployment process you have to make some changes in your database.
Okay.
Where does the SQL scripts that you are going to run fit in all this process?
So how do we do SQL changes? So currently we're doing them sort of by hand. So I have some other Docker images which do the database changes, which don't happen that often, so it's sort of okay. But of course, so we're using a tool that basically does so it's something I've written ages ago. It's called DBIX schema checksum, which takes a checksum of your database. And then you can say, okay, based on this checksum, I want to apply those SQL changes, which would result in this new checksum. Okay? So in theory, it would be easy to include this into the system. So to have like a GitLab job or a stage saying database changes, and then just have a Docker image which includes this script and run this thing during the deployment. So it would be possible, but as I'm having like, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 database changes per month, it doesn't. The effort to implement it is not worth it for me at the moment.
And is there some way to have a staging of all this process of deploying to do a dry run to see that everything works as you thought it will work?
Yes.
Like a dry run or something like that.
Oh, well, I mean, what you could do if you want to have like a proper dry run, you would have to take a production database, dump it somewhere, restore it into a new database, do the new deployment, run all your tests, and then when you're happy with it, either run it again or promote this environment to production. So yes, you could do it, but it's a lot of work. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm not sure how the schedule is.
You're done on time.
Okay, perfect. Then thanks a lot, and if you have any more questions, talk a bit later.
All right. Hi guys, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and thanks for coming for my talk. Just to make sure that I said the objective of this talk is to take you through my journey, how I started as a CPAN contributor, and what worked for me and what didn't work for me as a CPAN contributor. There are things that if you do, then it'll probably be more chances that your changes will be accepted. And there are certain things you should be avoiding. So I'm going to go through those do's and don'ts that I've come across during my journey. So probably if you ever thought of contributing to CPAN, probably going to help you to do the right thing in the first place rather than making a mistake and then learning from your mistake. So you can learn from my mistakes. So I'll take you through all those mistakes that I've done in my past, and I've learned from my mistakes. So I'll just take you through. The first thing I remember when I decided that I want to contribute back to CPAN, the first thing that came to my mind is, do I know enough of Perl to contribute back to the code that's used by millions and millions of users? That's the first question that came to my mind. And I said, no, I don't know enough Perl to actually go to, for example, if I pick a datetime module, such a popular module and used by God knows how many people in the Perlcon. So do I know enough Perl to go and look into the module datetime and say, I think I can contribute, I can improve this module? And that's kind of question stopped me from contributing to CPAN. However, there's a guy called Neil Bowers, probably you're all aware of. I follow him on GitHub. And as you know, when you follow somebody on GitHub, GitHub notify you every time that person do something in his own profile. So I keep getting a notification from GitHub saying Neil Bauer forked such and such distribution, and he's made some changes. And I've noticed some of his changes was very simple. For example, adding a language meta name to the distribution makefile. I thought, I can do that. I don't have to be Neil Bowers to do those kind of changes. And the fun part is, his changes has been accepted by the author. And I said, that's a good chance. If I make such changes, the chances the author would accept my pull request and it will be released as a part of it. And then I can say, yeah, I contributed to this distribution. Not in the functionality wise, but yeah, even a small thing, it improves the ecosystem. So those kind of things like encourages me that, yeah, I can also contribute back to CPAN. I don't have to be an expert. That's why I always say, remember this. So you don't have to be an expert to become a CPAN contributor. And I remember my early days when I had just handful of modules on CPAN. Then I noticed whatever whatever changes I'm suggesting to others people code, I've got the same problems in my own code. One day I came across somebody submitting a pull request to one of my modules saying, okay, you've been sending patches to others' code. Your code is also buggy. Here's my patch for you. So I accept that as well. So I said, fair enough. So I should better clean my own house before I start fixing other people's code. So that's how I start getting involved in this. And also, I'm sure you guys are aware of, there was something called pull request challenge that Neil Bauer started a few years ago. And because of that challenge, I get to work on different distribution every month. As a part of the challenge, he would send a new distribution to you if you're subscribed to, and you have 30 days, a month, to submit at least one pull request to that assigned distribution. And that kind of forced me into this habit of doing CPAN contribution. So I don't have to look for which model should I be working on. And here I've got a distribution which he has already been analyzed, and he knows that there's something in there for you to work on. So I don't have to go and look for distribution where there's a scope for improvement. He already done it. He knows there's something missing in this distribution, and it's just for you to go and find out. It's easy for you. So he's done all the hard work. So, and I did that 4 years without missing a month. 4 years or 3 years? 4 years, I think. And that kind of made me into get into the habit of doing the CPAN contribution. So when he stopped last December, he said, I'm not doing this Perl request challenge anymore. Then I said, okay, I need something else to keep me carry on doing this. And I tried to bribe him, so if he can carry on at least for a year or so. So in the meantime, I can find an alternative to this pull request challenge. And he said, no, he's not he's not interested to carry on doing this. So I decided, okay, I need something else to do this. And then I realized I have to figure out myself the distribution that I want to submit patches to. So I'm going to go through what I've figured out. There's an easy way out, how you can find the distribution that you can work on, and what are the easy bits and pieces that you can start working from as a beginners. There are 3 things that they can help you to become a CPAN contributor. The first and foremost is the meta CPAN. I remember from my early days, I used to follow the CPAN search, just the raw CPAN search, the cpan.org. And one day somebody introduced me to metacpan.org, which at that point in time, I didn't even know that it existed. And once I saw the interface of metacpan, I said, wow, it has so much information that was missing on the raw cpan.org thing. I don't know whether you remember that stuff. When you view a model, if you go to the model homepage on cpan.org, it has very limited information. You don't have much information. If you really want to know, you have to dig inside yourself to figure out, okay, what is the license of this model, and what are the stuff included in this distribution. You have to dig inside yourself to figure out. But when you come to the equivalent MetaCpan side, everything is presented on you on a plate. So you don't have to go anywhere. Go to the distribution homepage, everything is on your face in a nice graphical mirror. So when I was introduced to this MetaCpan, I said, half my job is done. I don't have to click around things to figure out what I could contribute to this distribution. So a big thank you to the MetaCpan team. I remember I've been thinking of saying if there's any way I can contribute back to the MetaCpan itself. Because there's a team behind the MetaCpan who works on this nice application rigorously. And the one thing that stopped me from contributing to the MetaCpan itself is it's very hard to have a test environment locally so you can start testing your stuff before you're pushing your changes. So I threw this question on my Twitter handle, say, is there any way I can have my dev environment of MetaCpan so I can test my changes? And somebody said that they are working on it to make it a Docker environment so you can have your own little thing running on your box so you can start playing changes. I'm just waiting. One day we'll have a Docker version of MetaCpan where you can test your changes. The next person I would like to help is the CPANs. I don't know who is behind the CPAN. Is it you? There you go. It's a brilliant thing. Again, if you have not come across CPAN, then you are missing something. It's a fantastic piece of application, which gives you so much information, and then probably in a day or two you can become an expert to find out what it is. If you're not aware of, just go to CPAN's website and you'll see what I'm talking about. It has so much information, and it helps me a lot to become a CPAN contributor with less time. But I've come across in the past sometime when it is down, and I've struggled it. Sometimes a week, sometimes a couple of weeks is done. I said, oh no, I have to do all the hard work that CPAN used to do for me. So if you want to become a contributor, follow what CPANs do. It's really nice an application. And third and foremost, not the last, is CPAN tester. I remember reading about, somebody wrote a blog about cPan tester. And after reading the blog, I said, I want to become a cPan tester as well. Why? Because they do such a cool thing. So every time something is released, these guys have got such a nice setup. I assume, I've never seen it, I assume it's got a nice setup. They pull new things uploaded to cPan, and they just run through different tests. And they give you a nice report as well. If you're the author of the distribution, you get a nice email saying, hello, Mr. Muhammad, here's a problem in your distribution. Go and fix it. Wow, wonderful. And that everything happens automated. There's no manual process. I say, it's such a nice thing. I wish I could do that. Again, it's so hard to set up the environment. And that made me stop. Oh, I can't do it. But I really appreciate everybody who is behind this cPan tester as well. So these three people, I'll show you in the following slides how these three people helped me in my journey. So let me show it. If you haven't seen it, this is the home page of Meta cPan. Such a nice and clean interface. No jargon. First thing I do is, as a part of my daily routine, when I woke up, I do is click recent link to find out what has been released since I woke up in the morning. Okay, if you go to the first recent page, on the top you see anything released recently. Okay, here you guys. And when I see this is the page you look like. And if you see the last column, it says how many hours it's been since it was released to cPan. And what I do is, I basically pick up the one with a version number is still early, like 0, 0.1, 0.2. The chances are you'll find something to contribute if it is still in the earlier stage. However, that's not always the true. Even if sometimes you see version 3.99, it still has something for you to work on. But for the initial big, I look for something 0.1. Here you go, that's my candidate. I'll look through, click that name, and you go through. Your chances are very high that you'll find something to work on. So this is how I keep an eye. Every hour or so, I go back to this page, refreshes. What is new coming? Is there anything I can do? There you go. I pick one distribution and start sending it. Sometimes I have a review back by the author saying, are you real, or is some kind of bot running in? Because I just released it just 5 minutes ago, and there is a pull request from you. I said, no, I'm a real person. I keep an eye. If there's no bot running, I keep an eye. Every hour or so, I just keep it. Luckily, sometimes I look at it. 2 minutes ago, there was a distribution released by somebody, and they say, do you really use it? No, I don't use it. But I like to contribute, whether it's used by anybody or not. I don't care. Whether it's popular or it's less popular, I don't care. There's something on cPan, and I see there's a scope of improvement. It doesn't matter whether how big is or how small is. Even if the slightest, I remember once I submitted a pull request, the change was 1 space. 1 space. And the guy was saying, you are such a perfectionist. And I said, why I did that? Single space. If you notice, when you create a module, you can have a like inline pod saying is equal to head 1, something, something, cut. So that's a head section. However, if the detail of the section doesn't start leaving the space in the beginning, the Meta cPan doesn't render it properly. So if you notice, if you go through some of the distribution this pod, you see if you leave a space in the beginning, it's give a nice background, gray background. And it looks nice. If you have some code, example code, and if it doesn't leave your space in the beginning, it'll have a white background. It looks like a text. But if you leave a space in the beginning, it'll have a different background. It looks nice and clean. And it formats, the Meta cPan, I don't know how it does and how it is there. But there's something in there. Meta cPan has that magic. And I saw this distribution had some nice, good example, but not a nice background. It's all white. I said, no. And then I realized it. When I look at the source code, I say, it didn't leave 1 space in the beginning. Okay, I'm going to make a pull request. I made a pull request, I left a space. And this guy say, I'm happy to accept your pull request, merged, released, done. Now they look like nice. I said, thank you very much. I said, hey, one more pull request gone to my list. So these are the things I look for. And I say, as I said, you don't have to be an expert to do this kind of thing. But I've learned so much by just submitting a pull request to different people, other people distribution. One more example I want to share. Just a week ago, being one of the member of Pull Request Club, which is recently started since January, they've been doing this. And what they do in Pull Request Club, similar to what Neil Baba used to do, it was as a part of Pull Request Challenge. You join the team, and every month you get a new distribution to work on, similar to Pull Request Challenge. And then you just go and find something to work on. And on 1st of August, I received a distribution called Array Compare. Owner is sitting in the front row, Dave Cross. He is one of his first module he released in very first module he released. And I have contributed to this Array Compare distribution in the past as well. So when I received as my August assignment, okay, Mohammed, here's your module for this month is Array Compare. I said, I know this guy, and I have contributed to this distribution. I don't think I would find anything else to work on. But I have to find it, because I can't just skip one challenge, because I've been doing since January when it started. So I don't want to miss a particular month. So, but there's a choice. If you can't find anything, you can go back to the person who's running this challenge, say, okay, can you give me something else? I couldn't find anything, this distribution. So I still had it, but I didn't want to bother this guy to go and find a different distribution. I said, oh, I still have to find something. So I was just going through the code, and I see, okay, I saw in the past I've made some typo in the pod, so it's easier for me. But then sometimes I find it very funny. Dave Cross being an native English speaker. I'm not a native English speaker. I come from India, and I never spoke English when I was in India. I only started learning and speaking English when I came here in 2000. So I don't consider myself as an English speaker. Then me going and finding a spelling mistake in a code who speak English as a native, who's a native English speaker, it's so funny. I find it how strange it is. Finding a typing mistake in a code whose native language is English, and a guy who doesn't speak English properly, and he's finding a spelling mistake. So this time also, when I was going through, I found another typing mistake in the same code. So I said, okay, that's my job done. So my August assignment is done and dusted. So it's just one spelling mistake. I sent it to Dave Cross. He happily accepted it. And guess what? He offered me to adopt his module. So this is how I see it. So I feel honored when the author consider me to be capable enough to adopt his baby. So he think that, okay, I can be like a good mom to this baby. So when he offered me, I said, more than happy to adopt this module. So I accepted it, and follow on that I added another changes which he accepted as well. So now so when I go to that distribution on MetaCPN, I see my photo on the home page of that distribution instead of Dave Cross. That doesn't mean that I own that baby. It means I'm the person who released this distribution last time. But I like to see my face on every distribution on the CPAN. So no matter which distribution you go, you'll see Mohammed Anwar as the face of the distribution. But if you go through the meta, you'll see, okay, he's not the owner. Somebody else had this idea who worked on it. He came along the way, and then he made some changes, and his photo is on there because he got this comment right where he can release the changes. So as I said, so if you're thinking of contributing to CPAN, there are plenty of stuff you could do if you really want to do. And having done this for last 5 years, I'm so much addicted to this contribution thing. At times, I have a young family. At times, my wife says, "What do you think you're doing? You do your day job, you come back in the evening, and then instead of helping me with I've got twins, which 2.5 years old twins, girl. instead of helping me with the case, now you're sitting again with your laptop and looking for something to contribute on MetaCPN side. What do you think yourself? You have to stop working on the, and this is my using laptop. This is what I've got my wrist problem, because I don't have Ergo keyboard in my laptop, so I can't use it. And even if I have Ergo external keyboard, I can't have it because the kids are running around. So I have to use just one keyboard. So that's how it is. But anyway, as I said, I'm addicted to this. So I don't know how long I'm going to carry on, but I'll try as long as I can possibly to contribute this. As I said, if you go to on CPAN, MetaCPN side, this is the place you start looking for. So when I go to when I find a distribution that I think I can work on, I go to that website. This is the home page of a particular distribution. Look at this information. That's the first place where I look for. There's a scope. Luckily, this distribution has nothing for me to work on at this point in time. However, if you're lucky, it might tell you something about, say, for example, if the distribution has no language meta name. For example, if you didn't mention the license, for example, whether it's a Perl 5 license or is it Apache 2 license or any other license, if you forgot to assign that license, the MetaCPN will tell on this section saying license unknown. The moment I see license unknown, I say there's a scope. I can find out the license detail from the documentation. If you go to the document, it will tell you what license it is, but it's missing from the meta file. So I say I can add that license information. It's easy, one line change. License : Perl 5. That's it, what you need. That's all you need to get the license thing in the file. So I can straight away go and add this. Second thing it tells you about, sometimes if your distribution missing a repository detail, that repository link will be not clickable. So when I see that it's not clickable or missing at all, then I can find out, does this user has any other distribution? Just in case, because not everybody hosts their work on GitHub. So if I find any other distribution that has a GitHub repository link, then I know where the source is coming from. So I go to that user's GitHub profile and see, does this person has this distribution on the GitHub but forgot to add it in this meta. So that's how I go and figure out. If it doesn't have at all, none of his work is on GitHub, there's less chances that I'll probably go. So I'll say, okay, forget about it. I can't add the GitHub link. So second and foremost is, if you look at this testers link, if there is any test which is failed, so there is a chances. If I find a red numbers, even one red there, I click the red, it takes me straight to the CPAN tester page with the failed report. No need to click through all this link. That's what the CPAN, MetaCPN does to me. Straight on the tester failed page and tell you description. What is, sometimes it's as simple as like missing prerequisite. Some module is missing in the environment, easy peasy, go in and modify the meta file and saying, add this as a prerequisite. Done and dusted. That report is passed now. So it's as simple as that. So you can do that. Last and foremost is the quality link. That's the guy. If you click that quality link, it'll take you to the CPAN website for that distribution. And it has lots of information, more than what you need. And foremost is, this is an example. If I click that quality link, it'll take me to the quality data for that distribution. This is one of the examples. The top with in the red block, these are the core metrics that CPAN thing is needed for this distribution. Second one is that maybe you should have it. Third is experimental, maybe removed in future. So you have three different sections. So my first objective is, do I find anything in the red block? If something CPAN tell you is in the red blocks, is a sure shot that if you improve that, if you can fix that red box, chances are the author is going to accept it. If you fix something in the experiment, they might come back to saying, okay, thank you for your suggestion, but I'm not interested. Because CPAN thinks that's an experiment matrix. It's not important. some people say, even if I suggest something experimental, they say, I'm happy to accept the changes. Fine, nice to have. Not necessarily, but nice to have it. So I kind of do it. It doesn't have all the same example. This is just an example. These are the stuff that I possibly look for. So these are the key bits. For example, build tool not executable. What does it mean? Sometime I've come across a distribution where you have, for example, a build.pl or makefile.pl. Without you knowing it, the operating system sometimes add an executable attributes to there. I don't know whether it's magically or without knowing you yourself have done it. cPanel will figure out for you and tells you that this distribution have a build file which is executable. It shouldn't be an executable. I don't know why, but if cPanel says it shouldn't be executable, I blindly, that's my Bible. I accept it. That's how it should be. If somebody say, Muhammad, why did you remove the executable bits from this build file? I say, cPanel is asking me. cPanel suggests that it shouldn't have a build file. Go and ask cPanel. I don't know the answer, honestly speaking. If I knew the answer, I would have told you. But for me, cPanel is the Bible. If cPanel says it shouldn't be there, I'm suggesting it's up to you whether to accept it, or you can say, okay, fine, cPanel says so, but I'm not accepting. It's fine. I'm happy with that as well. So there's nothing wrong with it. But these are the main topic. If I see this, I have 99% chances that my changes would be accepted. And if it does get accepted, then I'm on the 7th moon. There's nobody in this world more than happier than me at that point when I see that message, your pull request has been accepted. And you get, if you notice on the GitHub, as soon as your change is accepted, it turned into a purple color, or some very attractive color. And when I go to my GitHub profile, I see in the bottom how many pull requests I've submitted and how many of them got accepted, and because it comes in a different color. So I wanted to see one day everything that I've submitted is accepted. Doesn't happen all the time. Some do just stay there forever. Author doesn't even recognize that somebody have even bothered to submit a pull request to the distribution. So I remember one pull request was accepted after 4 years in the waiting. And when I did get accepted, I said, thank you for accepting my pull request. And he said, I'm very sorry because I can understand people are so busy these days. I mean, not even, they have other things to do than accepting my pull request of just to space as a change. But then when they do see across, they do accept it, and it makes me very happy. I feel like the most happiest person in the world when I see that changes accepting. I remember once Dev Cross mentioned that this guy just saw my changes, because the moment he pushed it, I come across his new module, something came up, and I find something there to improve. And I say, I just released this module, and Mohammed and we just found out something to fix it. And it's amazing. I mean, when I see people like Dev Cross recognizing my changes, and it makes me feel very happy. And I say, this is what makes me carry on doing these changes. When I see such supporting statement from Dev Cross, like guys like Dev Cross. Here's my list of data, some top 30 contribution. I took it, what time? Yesterday, as of yesterday. As of yesterday, I've got 1,880 pull requests. And about 71% of those have been accepted. My target was to reach at least 75% to be accepted. So I'm still waiting for the remaining pull requests for the author to at least say merged. So my target is maybe by end of this year. I'm hoping that at least I can reach the 75% mark. If you look at closely, look at who is number one. Rainy Becker. I'm sure you know her. He's the guy who received the most pull requests from me, which is 105 to be precise. And you know how much I've got? Of those, about 90% of them been accepted. Look at this green thing, is still open for him to look at. So there's nothing that he said, I'm closing, I'm not accepting you. But There are some people who closed it without accepting the pull request. So one day I want to see all green, or even if they're black, they're such a tiny black they can't even notice it. One day I'm going to receive. So that's how I want it to be. That's it. Thank you very much. And I think we have plenty of time to talk, question and answer. One thing I would like to, before the end of this thing, I'm going to be here for the next 2 days, so end of this conference. And I really wanted somebody to come along and join this journey along with me. Because sometimes, at times, I feel, am I the only one who is doing this on a daily basis? Because when you are like this on your journey and see there's nobody else, at times my motivations go down like this. What's the point? Nobody else is doing it. I'm the only one. So I was really, I've wrote a blog many times in the past saying, does anybody wants to become CPAC computer? Doesn't matter how small it is. You can start like, okay, I'm going to do only once in a maybe 3 months or 6 months. Let's do it. And if you think, you don't, as I said, you don't have to be an expert. If you are expert, yeah, that's bonus. It'll help you. But if you're not an expert, it's fine. You can still do it. And if you want that little push, I can probably do that, help you with it. So next 2 days, I'm here all day. If you want that push, please grab me. It would be my honor if I can make one person in this audience, or anybody who is even not attending my talk, if I can make him or her to make one pull request before the end of the conference, that would be my achievement coming from London. So I'll maybe wait for that end of the conference if I can do. Come and grab me if you want. Yeah, I really want to help. I really want somebody to come along with me and start the journey. Maybe once in a month, once in a year. Doesn't matter. Let's get on with this. It doesn't take you a lot of time. 10 minutes maybe, 15 minutes at the most. I think you can sacrifice 15 minutes of your life to become a CPAN contributor. If you can do that, that would be great. Any question, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Any question? No. I take that as a positive response. No question means you understood what I'm trying to explain. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Worthington, and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I'll be giving a keynote there talking about Perl 6 concurrency and parallelism, exploring some of the technology that we have, how they are useful, and how I've been putting them into production systems so that we can take advantage of these exciting opportunities that Perl 6 gives.
I used to think of software as the struggle to write perfect code that will never break, and now I realize I have to write code that anticipates failure and breakage and being replaced.
Teams are self-contained, and in most cases it is upon the team itself that decides the direction they want to take.
We need to spend some time in doing team meetings to actually go through all the details of an idea, like what is the expected outcome and what is the problem we are solving.
I'm not restricted that, you just have to do this, you just have to do that. I can always come up with new ideas, and I'm given the leeway to go ahead with them.
You always can change your team or the project, and it's very easy.
You just talk to the team, say, hey, I really like the product you're working on, can I just join your team? And usually they will say yes.
Besides being tech savvy, you need to be, very good with people.
If you cannot deliver your idea or your message clearly, then it's going to be a little bit rough to you.
You really want to solve tasks and you want to make life better.
Openness to change, openness to listening, openness to learning.
The curiosity to dig one layer or two layers deep down in the stack, that would be the hacker spirit that I would like to see.
We have a lot of data and we can easily use those data to actually influence something, actually do something.
There is no way that you do not grow from working on because you have full autonomy.
If you are interested in learning, then this is actually a very good environment for you to join.
I love what I do, I love where I work, I love the people I work with.
And also I like Amsterdam, can I say that?
Hi, my name is Julian and I work in the UK at Olio, where we make hiring software. My job is to train junior Perl developers, and in my talk in Riga I'm going to tell you how I find them.
Hello, my name is Saif and I'm presenting at the Perl Conference at Riga this August. I work as an orthopedic surgeon, I teach tissue engineering, and I'm a hobby programmer. Until recently I've been a selfish programmer, coding for my own little projects. I would like to share with you one aspect of Perl programming that is often neglected, the graphical user interface. GUI programming in Perl can be challenging, but I will demonstrate the world's easiest GUI designer guide fade. You will create such an application, and one of you will win a prize.
Hello, I am Alexander Kirchen and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am a software developer at Adumen. where I am making nice things with Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to briefly explain the ideas behind Crow, a framework for building reactive and distributed systems, and how I used it for implementing the LDAP protocol in Perl 6. We will look at implementation parts with fun parts, and the end-user interface with fun parts. See you this summer! Hello, I am Alexander Kiryukhin and I will be at Perlcon in Riga. I am working at Edument, where I am making nice things using Perl 6 and Java. In my talk I am going to give an overview of a bunch of Perl 6 modules I made to support a subset of the ASN1 spec, from the parsing stage to compile type generation with the meta-object protocol, all using Perl 6, and how its unique features made it possible to be elegant about the task. So see you in Riga.
Without core infra, nothing would work. It's infra. That's what everything runs on.
A lot of people tell me like, oh, but you are like a website, like what you do there as a network engineer, like it's not exciting. I'm like, no.
We are now over 30,000 servers, and we operate all of those.
We own all the way down to the hardware, all the way up to the services.
It's a lot of infrastructure to maintain, to connect, to monitor.
As core infrastructure engineers, we need to think further down the line. So let's say, where will we be in 2 years from now or 5 years from now?
In core infra, we have different tracks, focus on different products. It's a little bit different from other companies because we mix the system engineers with developers in the same team.
Your team will likely be responsible for a few services, which means you really get a wider expertise across multiple things.
The product keeps evolving, the infra has to keep up, so that the product itself as a whole can be functional and be beneficial to everyone who intends to use it.
The most exciting part of my work at the moment is building an ecosystem around real-time data processing.
Container-based application deployments, can I say that?
Our load balancer solution is built in-house, but we also use quite some open source tooling.
You are the one that continuously looking for new technologies.
Every day is like a new challenge to how we can escalate better, how we can do things in a more efficient and automated way.
People need very strong ownership because what we do is very business critical.
The ability to be calm in the lot of chaos.
The love of problem solving.
Open to diversity, open to skill sets. We have great technical challenges that are constantly changing because we are always growing.
We entrust in our developers a lot of responsibilities, and that then empowers them to take whatever problem they are solving to its logical conclusion.
If you want to actually help people experience the planet more,
if you really want to see like the purpose, like business impact, like this is your place to be.
Just do it.
Hi, my name is Arne Sommer. I have a master's degree in computer science and and have programmed in Perl since 1989. This two-day course, beginning Perl 6, is aimed at programmers that hasn't tried Perl 6, but at least hasn't tried very hard. See the webpage for the course for more information.
Hello, my name is Martin Becker. I am a developer of computer algebra software on CPAN and elsewhere. Some of my current projects involve modules with lots of pre-computed data. In my talk on Perlcon, I will show what I learned about how and where to store such data reliably within a distribution. I hope you enjoy the presentation and the conference in general. See you in Riga.
Hello, I'm European Konko. I am Perl developer about 15 years. On Perlcon in Riga, I will show you how to catch malicious application exceptions, how to reproduce them and interactively debug. Also, I will show you how to implement new debugger commands and how to debug. Buy tickets, come to conference. It will be interesting. Bye.
Hey, my name's Robert. I'm originally from Oxford. This is just a quick video to announce that I will be talking at this year's Perl Conference. The talk will be on progressive web applications, something all of my applications are. I hope to see you there, and goodbye from the Maldives.
Hi, my name is Jose Joaquin Adria. I work in CV Library in London using mostly Perl 5 and Go. I've been wondering what a game would look like written in modern Perl and how we can use some of the features we're familiar with to implement some of the fancy programming patterns used in game development. I'll be at Perlcon giving a talk about why this matters, what I've learned along the way, what I think Perl excels at, and what I think needs more work. I hope to see you in Riga this summer.
Hello, my name's Paul Johnson and I'm the author of the Perl Code Coverage Tool. I live in Zurich, but this summer I'll be going back to Riga for the European Perl Conference. In fact, I'll be giving a presentation there about how to test Perl code. In it we'll look at some of the theoretical aspects, but primarily we'll focus on practical advice for how to better test your Perl. So if you can make it, I look forward to seeing you there in Riga, August the 7th to the 9th.
Hi everyone, I'm Sir X, and I'm the Perl 5 project lead, and I will be at the Riga conference, the Perl conference in Riga in Latvia for 2019. I'm going to talk about the past Perl versions, the current Perl version, and where we want to go in the future. Wait a minute, who's this?
Hi Perl hackers, I'm Atomic. I'm working for cPanel, and I will also be in Riga talking about how to overload Perl ops using XS.
Well, thank you very much. We'll see you there.
See you soon.
Programming in Perl or programming in JavaScript? How do you choose? Why not both? Come to my talk to learn how I embedded two JavaScript engines in Perl and how we are using our old Perl backend with new JavaScript-based frontends. I will talk about duct-tape, V8, C, C++, Perl, and XS. See you at Riga!
Hi, my name is Igor. Maybe you don't know me, but if you are a Unix Linux terminal user, the chances are high that you use one of the services that I created. For example, weather.in. At the Common Conference in Riga, I will talk about the services like that, and of course about the Perl programming language and the role that this language could play in this area. I hope that you will like my talk and that you will find it useful. See you in Riga.
Hello, my name is Victor. I'm CEO and Principal Software Architect at WebLab. I'm in software development for more than 15 years already, and during this period I delivered more than 60 projects for our customers, and a key part of the success was a good software architecture. And this architecture at first was developed for Perl projects, but later it was adopted by Node.js and PHP teams in my company. So my talk will about it, and I will show not only diagrams, but the real code. See you at Perlcon in Riga.
Growing up in Soweto, I didn't blend in with other boys, and I would always hide how I walk and talk. I didn't know what being different in terms of my sexuality meant. I was always cautious of what I did in front of people, even at home. And for years, it was really hard to accept myself for who I am. Until recently, I would never speak about my sexuality openly with my family. When I found my partner, it felt like I was finding myself. It really helps me to be able to live, to be able to express myself openly without fear, without feeling judged, without feeling negative about myself. Since I started working at Booking.com, one of my close friends commented that he sees a difference in me and how I sort of carry myself openly. Working in such a welcoming and inclusive environment makes me feel confident in who I am. For the first time in my career, I truly feel independent and that I fit in. When I start feeling that I matter, I see the difference in how people treat me. We have a community called Be Proud at Work that celebrates the LGBTQI+ community with colleagues all over the world. Having this support network gives me the courage to be myself. Last year, we organized the first Be Proud event in the Joburg office. There were lots of rainbows, cakes, we sing, we celebrate. It was really special. I've learned that what empowers me is an accepting environment and accepting colleagues. I am truly happy because I'm in a company of people who truly love me, for me.
Hi, I'm Masak. I started paying attention to Perl 6 many years ago, and I was hoping and waiting and aching for a particular feature of Perl 6, namely Perl 6 macro. And at that point started a long experiment project to find out how to actually incorporate Perl macros in Perl 6. And I'm now at the end of a long road, so to speak, and coming back with a report on this project, how to put macros in Perl 6. So see you in Riga.
Hello, I'm Ilya Sher. I'm doing software development and operations for quite a while now. I'm also author of the next generation shell. At Perlcon, I'll be talking about the concept of information loss, how to spot it, and how to avoid it. See you in Riga! Hi, I'm Ilya Sher. I'm the author of Next Generation Shell, or in short, NGS. NGS is a programming language specifically designed ground up for operations. In practice, that means that it has facilities and syntax geared towards common operations tasks. For example, when you run external program in NGS, NGS then checks the exit code and throws exceptions if appropriate. Also, remember these debug and log functions that you were writing like about 10,000 times already in your career? This is now part of standard library in NGS. See you at Perlcon Riga.
Hello, I'm Tux, a Perl 5 core developer and active CPAN author. I won't talk about CSV this time, or Perl configuration issues, or Perl 6, but I will address the process of analyzing break-in attempts using GeoIP data. When is a block or warning a real threat, and when is it in the result of a user that wrote down their password different than what it really is. I will address where I find my warnings, what tools are publicly available, and what Perl 5 modules are used to tell me what I want to know about the IP address that caused the warning.
I'm Hiroshi. I am programming in Perl 5. I'm a first grade student at Japanese graduate school. My talk is how to build traditional Perl interpreters. If you are interested in the language Perl and you interested in historical studies, so far, I think it would be interesting.
Hi, my name is Hauke Dempfling. At the Perl Conference in Riga, I'll be talking about how I ported Perl 5 to WebAssembly so that you can now run Perl 5 on the client side in the browser. Plus, thanks to the work done on Rakudo.js by Pavel Murias, you can also run Perl 6 in the browser. I've called the project WebPerl, and last year in Glasgow I only gave a lightning talk about it. So this year, I'm very excited to be giving a full-length talk about it, and I hope to see you there.
My name is Lee Johnson. I live in Switzerland and we are surrounded by mountains. And my talk is going to be called Moving Mountains with Perl. It's about using a very old camera with a Raspberry Pi to shoot photos of mountains. And I will be using a little bit of Perl.
Hello, my name is Max Maischein. I'm from Frankfurt, and I'll be presenting about what I learned about SQL in 2018. My talk will cover window functions, a very powerful technique in SQL, and also common table expressions which allow you to structure your SQL in a very readable way. I hope you come to my talk and enjoy the conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas Klausner. I'm from Vienna, and I'm going to talk about how you can deploy Perl applications using Docker, Kubernetes, GitLab, and some other fancy cloud stuff. And all of those hoops you have to jump through to get your code into the cloud.
Hello, I'm Steffen Winkler. I'm from Erlangen and Perlmongers, and the topic is about my module local text domain OO, and I explain in the first part how you can use it in your own project, and the second part is a little complicated, or how to handle translations automatically. And I hope you join my talk.
Community for me is about the well-being of everybody. It's a collaboration between different individuals that can contribute towards growing each other and to connect to a bigger mission, something that we can achieve together. Data science is about creating intelligent algorithms that can convert human-made decisions into decisions that machine can make for us. Data science is exciting for me because of the ability to discover patterns in the data, connecting the dots or solving some kind of puzzle. We have about 200 data scientists all across the world at Booking.com. We create our own internal meetups. We share ideas. Externally, I think we have the similar behavior. We share a lot of the knowledge that we gathered with the community. So in 2011, together with a bunch of friends, we just decided that we want to create some unofficial scientific event, so we decided to take it to the bar. The lectures focus on having fun around this. Today, it's in way bigger volumes. We have an event almost every day, and I enjoy that other people can benefit from the initiative that I started. As a team lead, your job to drive your team members to success. Your success is not only about what you do, your success about how you contribute to others.
Hi there, I'm Joop van Achterberg. I'm one of the speakers at Perlcon in Latvia, Riga from 7th to 9th of August. And I'll be speaking about CAPTCHAs, where they came from, why they're really a terrible idea, and what you can use instead. Hope to see you there.
Hello, I'm Choroba from Prague. I work as a software engineer at Good Data, and I'm going to the Perl conference to present a talk on a slightly controversial Perl 5 topic, threads. I'm going to show you how to use them safely, even with thread unsafe modules, and to present an alternative that you can find on CPAN. See you in Riga!
Hi, I'm Dave Cross. I'm the author of Data Munging with Perl, and I blog about Perl at perlhacks.com. I'm a senior Perl developer at FairFX here in London. The conference runs from the 7th to the 9th of August, but the day before that I'll be running a one-day training course on modern web development techniques using Perl. We'll be covering Perl tools like Dancer, Moose, DBIX class, but also more general web development tools like Bootstrap, jQuery and Moustache. I look forward to seeing you in Riga.
Hi, my name is Jesse Merillo. I'm going to talk about apocrypha stories about Perl 6 documentation. The thing is that the people who were doing Camellia was totally different to the people who was writing this. There was a kind of mismatch between one and the other. My talk in Perlcon, where I'm going to talk about is what we are doing now with the Perl 6 documentation system or framework or something. We want to do with it in the future and how to take it, to really be the 100-year documentation system for the 100-year language. Perl 6. That's it.
Hi guys, this is Mohammed. Probably you know me by my pose ID, Manward. I'm going to give a talk at Perl Conference in Riga about CPAN contributors, do's and don'ts. Please do come and join me, it's going to be lots of fun. I'm going to share my personal experience. Okay, see you there, bye.
Okay, I make it 20 past. Let's get it started. So good afternoon. I am Jonathan. I work on Perl 6 stuff, including the runtime, optimizations, concurrency, and it's nice to be here in Riga. I didn't really expect to be here with a really bad cold right in the middle of summer. I think that's the revenge of me not getting one in winter, but we will survive. So, what I want to do today is talk a little bit first about the challenge of trying to run Perl 6 fast, and then move on to talk about some of the optimization techniques that we are using in order to rise to that challenge. I then have various results, and in the scheme of having something that appeals to all of the audience, I have some great results for the Perl 6 skeptics, where we're 20 times slower than Perl 5, and I have some great results for the Perl 6 fanatics, where we're 220 times faster than Perl 5, so I figure that should please everybody here. Most of the rest of them are actually much more boring. Then I want to just talk a little bit about the consequences of some of the optimization and performance design of Perl 6 for people who are programming Perl 6 today. And finally, just a few quick words about what I think the future directions are on the area of performance. Okay, so why is this a bit of a challenge? First of all, Perl 6 is largely implemented in Perl 6, and that means things like the compiler being implemented in Perl 6, so the parsing, the optimization, at least of code at the AST level, the code generation is in Perl 6, but also all the standard libraries, so things like arrays and hashes and the various operations you might do on those, things like operators, are all expressed as routines written in Perl 6. And the only real native code that we have that is down to the metal is the runtime that we're running on, and often that is MoreVM. That's a virtual machine that we've grown in the Perl community, which is written in C. But the vast majority of it is written in Perl 6. And this wonderful meta-circularity means that to make Perl 6 fast, we must simply make Perl 6 fast. Well done. I see we have good meta-circular people here. I like this. I'm in the right place. Okay. Perl 6 is very objecty. And I guess that's good. I don't really object to it. It's... sorry. It's going to be one of those afternoons. So objects let us gather together related data and functionality. They let us work at a higher level of abstraction, and they provide some kind of path to polymorphism and language extensibility. It's probably fair to say, actually, that it's not just Perl 6 is objecty, Perl 6 is kind of first-classy, and it just exposes those first-class things as objects. So lots and lots of simple things in Perl 6 are objects, which is quite a bit different to in a lot of other languages. So we have some box types that basically are objects that wrap around a num, that's a floating point number, string. Int is actually a little bit more exciting, because in Perl 6, integers by default can automatically upgrade to big integers transparently, rather than just going and overflowing. Container types are also objects, so a scalar is an object, an array and a hash are objects. And then we have lots of numeric things. So a complex number is an object with two nums in it. A rational number has a couple of integers in it. Date, time, range, so on and so forth. These are all modeled as objects, and that's kind of nice. But well, objects. Objects are annoying. They have methods, and they're dynamically dispatched, which means that we have to go and look the method up and then figure out what we're going to call, and that happens at runtime. That takes a bit of time, but that's only the start of the problems, really, because allocations of objects and doing lots of them means a lot more memory pressure, which means we eat memory faster, which means we garbage collect more often. And if we garbage collect more often, then our nice parallel program has to do more synchronization because of the garbage collect needing to collect things. So that's not so ideal. And also, and this one is probably not so obvious to you as a language user, but it is to me as a compiler engineer, objects make the program harder to analyze because they're a black box, not just for the purpose of abstraction, but for the purpose of the compiler as well, which, at least naively, just holds a reference to this bit of memory somewhere that is some kind of object. So if we just take a simple snippet of code like this, how many allocations do we have in this loop? Well, that $SV there, that's a scalar, so that we allocate a scalar each time to store that in, and x is going to be some value. The sign function returns a num, that's an object, and then when we add something to it here, we're adding two nums together, that's also an object, and that's like 3 allocations. And the way that memory is allocated in Perl 6 is we have this big, huge buffer, and we just go through it allocating memory. We have sort of a "you are here" pointer, and every time we allocate, we just shove it along a little bit. So allocating is kind of cheap because, adding numbers up is kind of cheap. But we end up with something like this after this loop has been executing. It's just like scalar num num, scalar num num, scalar num num, okay, again and again and again, and eventually we fill the thing and we have to garbage collect. What's the consequence of that? The obvious consequence is the quicker we fill memory, the more often we have to garbage collect. But there's a bit of a less obvious consequence for performance as well, because modern performance is not really about reducing number of CPU instructions. It's kind of nice-ish, sort of, when we can, but a lot of it is about not touching too many different regions of memory, because caches in the CPU basically dominate the performance of programs today. The difference between getting a bit of memory that is in the level 1 CPU cache out and getting memory that is all the way over in RAM and not cached at all is the difference between about 4 cycles and 200 or 300 cycles. It's like 2 orders of magnitude difference. It's huge. So that's the object bits. And then, of course, Perl 6 has types. And unlike various languages that have types as just some hints, or the static languages that check them all at compile time, in Perl 6 we enforce them runtime at latest, which generally means we are doing the enforcement then because of all the dynamic dispatch we do. So if we take a little bit of code like this, it takes a string and an int, so we have to do those 2 checks there, and then we call this less than operator, which has to check that those 2 things are ints. You'll notice that chars almost certainly should return an int, and we already checked this as an int, but well, maybe we have to check that again, and then we do a substring which also has some type constraints on it, and then we do an infix operator which is concatenating things, which also has some type constraints on it, and you might be sort of realizing that we could waste a lot of cycles checking type constraints on this. So most operators, as you might just have got the impression from what I just said, are actually subroutines, multiple dispatch subroutines, where we look at the types of the arguments and we pick which implementation to use. Array and hash indexing, well, the indexer, those nice curly braces or the square brackets, compile into a multiple dispatch subroutine call to something called post circumfix and the brackets, which in turn does a call to a method on the array or the hash object, which finally reads the value. It's like 2 method calls deep. And I got kind of curious, what if we were trying to sort of simulate doing that in Perl 5? So here's a program. This is a bit of Perl 5. I'm not very good at it, so I excuse any bugs. But it gave the right result. And let's just imagine that we were implementing it in a similar way. So we by the way, that runs in 0.5 seconds or about as a baseline. So then I say, okay, let's simulate that we have some operator, which is the operator for doing an indexing, and that operator calls a method. And I haven't really done a method because I couldn't really be bothered to go and set a class up, so we'll just do 2 subroutine calls. That'll do. Suddenly it's 8.39 seconds. But I'm not really there yet because infix is also a subroutine call in Perl 6 because it's an operator, like they all are. So now we're at something like 11.5 seconds. This is taking a while longer. And this is not really even close to the work that Perl 6 has to do because we didn't do any kind of multiple dispatch there. We didn't actually take care of the fact that Perl 6 has to upgrade automatically integers to big integers. We didn't take into account int being an object, and also Perl 6 arrays have to support laziness, which is also not an issue. It's not a big deal here, but it maybe costs us a little bit. This is the Perl 6 program, which is doing all of those calls under the hood because the runtime and the built-ins and the arrays and operators are all implemented as Perl 6 things. And in the Christmas release, it took 10.3 seconds, which actually is a little bit faster than our sort of Perl 5 translation. Today, it's down to that. And I'm still not particularly happy with it because Perl 5 is still faster, but we're, about 1.7, within 1.7, despite all of the extra work and abstraction. Slightly happier, though, that if you write the equivalent program in Python, we just about beat it. So that's something. So the thing is, though, that none of you really want to have me stand here and tell you all the reasons why this is hard. People don't really want to know about that. They just want to write programs, and they just want them to run fast. Larry is a language designer who I feel doesn't really think in terms of what it is easy to give the language user. He thinks in terms of what is possible to give the language user. And then some people like me naively come along and say, oh, how hard can it be to implement this? And then spend, So what I'd like to share with you is how are we getting some of these results? What are we doing on the inside? So how do we optimize? First of all, what is optimization? There's a lot of academic versions, but I really like this one. An optimizer takes the programs that we want to develop and maintain and turns them into the programs that we want the computer to run. And the properties of the programs we want to maintain is they're nicely abstracted, they're easy to refactor, they elegantly express the problem at hand, and the programs that we want the computer to run are nice and fast. They don't have lots of abstractions. They don't do lots of allocations and things like that. So there's 2 places optimization happens. One of them is the static optimizer in Rakudo. And then there's the dynamic optimizer, which is in the virtual machine. The static optimizer is really doing some fairly simple things. It does rewrites of the tree, the program tree, to try and use some faster constructs. It inlines native operators, so if you do a plus on a 2 native ints, it will straight away inline that to the native integer addition operation. It does also lexical to local lowering. So lexical variables in Perl 6 are things that you can look up from an inner scope. But actually, a lot of the time, we don't really need to be able to do that, and we can analyze programs much easier if we turn them into simple, local variables, as would exist in things like Java. So that happens pretty much transparently to you. We sort of do it in cases where we can prove it won't change the behavior of the program. But really, that's about it. We're mostly doing local, cheap transforms, and the static optimizer doesn't know really what code is going to be used a lot. So it really needs to be relatively cheap. We can't go and do massive bits of sophisticated analysis there, because if it's a little one-liner script that is going to run in 0.01 of a second, and we spend a second optimizing it, then we lose. So the big wins come from the dynamic optimizer. And you might also sort of consider this like the JIT compiler as by another name. How big are we talking? Any guesses? Maybe for that array benchmark I showed before? What kind of factor? That's a little bit over. It's a little bit over, but about 30. 30 times speed up from the optimizations that go on in the dynamic optimizer. For now, maybe 200 in the future. How do we do this? Okay, so it's a long story. But it starts with bytecode being fed into an interpreter. And as usual, when you feed bytecode into an interpreter, stuff happens. Slowly, but it happens. So we call subroutines, we add numbers together, we do I/O. But secretly, the MoreVM interpreter is living a double life. Because while it is, chugging through this bytecode and figuring out how to evaluate it all, on the side, it's making a few little notes. It's making an execution log, and it contains things like, this parameter is an int. Interesting. We did an iteration of this loop. Or, we called the method foo here. We didn't know what we were going to call, but it turned out to be the method foo. The method that we called returned a boolean. And it just appends into this log. And eventually the log gets full, and it says, oh, I filled my log. Here we go. Meanwhile, on another thread, a log full of statistics. Yummy. So we take the execution log, and we feed it into a stack simulation. And the stack simulation basically replays the log and says, well, what did the program really do? And it uses this to build some aggregated statistics that link together the various things in the program, including across modules. So it can figure out things like, this loop actually did 100 iterations. That could be hot code. Well, the sub here, it was called 55 times. Maybe that means it's popular. This call returns an int 120 times and nil 1 time. So we can pretty much assume it returns int. And it takes those and it shoves them into another component called the planner. And the planner looks at all of these things and says, well, I guess I should do some optimization, but what should I spend my time doing? And it decides things like, okay, let's optimize this infix plus operator for the case where it gets 2 ints. Or let's optimize @post for the case where we get an array and an int. So at this point, we've decided what we're optimizing. But we have a load of bytecode, and bytecode is just a pile of bytes. It's horrible to analyze. So what we need to do is turn this bytes into something much more friendly for doing analysis. So we go through it, and the first thing we do is we figure out where all the control flow is. So we make a thing called a control flow graph, and it's basically groups of instructions which just are executed one after the other, followed by arrows between them. So here, we always go from here to here, and then we have a conditional, because there's 2 different places we might go. Here we back branch, that's a loop. And that tells us a little bit about the control flow of the program. And then we're very interested in dominance. What is dominance? In graph theory, dominance means that one block dominates another if you always go through it on the way to that block. So for BB1 here, it actually dominates everything, because the only way to get to all of these is through BB1. And it turns out there's a lot of different dominance properties that we are interested in. We can build a dominance tree out of what we call the immediate dominators. And this is nice because it can sort of give us an idea of how to traverse the graph. If I just throw away all those arrows and I rearrange it like that, you can see it really is a tree. So this is kind of useful. And we also look at this bytecode in an amount of despair, because we see that this register 0 here, we might like to try and reason about it, but it's assigned 1 value here, it's assigned something else here, something else here. So that's also not very helpful. So we go through it and we say, okay, let's just subscript all of them. So we say, okay, that's version 1 of register 0, and version 1 of register 1, and that's version 2 of it, and it uses version 1 and version 1, and that's version 3 of it. Okay, and there we go. Massive hand wave here, because of course you might realize that gets very, very interesting when we have branches and loops, and yes, it is, and we fake all sorts of things up to make that happen, and the dominance is really helpful for calculating that too. So with this, and with a bunch of other things that I won't talk about very much, we end up with a program graph. And then we take the program graph, and we take the statistics that we gathered before, and we bring them together. Because now we have a way of talking about registers as distinct things that are only written once. And that means we can keep facts that we know about that particular version. So we can look at the statistics and we can say, the statistics say this thing is always an int. Now at this point, you're probably meant to be horrified about what I'm saying, because you're thinking, hey Jonathan, statistics aren't facts, they're just statistics. Well, okay, all we have to do then is insert guards. So what we do is we say, this thing was 200 times, it was an int, and like 1 or 2 times it was a nil. So what we'll do is we'll put in a guard, and a guard is a cheap little check that makes sure that the thing we have is really actually an int. If it isn't an int, then we just say, okay, well, we optimized for that case, but it's actually a rare case. Let's go and get the interpreter to do it, because it can handle all of the generality of the program. So that's how we can then make the assumption that beyond that point in the program, this thing is an int. Okay, and we can downstream make that assumption about it. By the way, being able to de-optimize is also tricky, because we have to preserve enough information to be able to recreate the program state that we had. And that sounds like it might not be that simple, and indeed it kind of isn't that simple. Or at least it's easy to do it inefficiently. But when I did that, I found that actually we were keeping loads of calculations around and were limited in our optimization because we were being conservative and keeping things. And then I found a way to throw away a bit more, but you have to be really, really very careful about that. It's a little tricky. Anyway, finally, we have a description of the program in a nice form for analysis. We have a whole load of information annotated there, including a load of guards, and we can apply lots of nice, exciting optimizations. You might have noticed that when we talk about building an optimizer, a lot of the work is not building the optimizations. It's building the analysis phase that lets us know if we can safely do the optimizations. Otherwise, we just get programs that are fast and wrong. So what can we do? Well, we can rewrite a method lookup into a constant. If we know the precise type, that is, we know that it's not some subclass of foo, it is really a foo, then we can just say, oh, I know it's that method. So we get rid of the method dispatch. We can do the same with multiple dispatch. If we know the types of the arguments, then we can say, okay, I don't need to look that up anymore. I'll just do a direct call to it. Once we've done that, we have a call to an exact piece of code, but it's the general piece of code. And we might have specialized it in various ways. So we can say, oh, okay, instead of having to call it and then pick the best version of it to run that we've optimized, we'll just link the two straight together. And then we can go even better, because, and this is a crazy important optimization, if the thing we're calling is quite small, we can just take the code that we were going to call and splice it into the place that does the call instead. And that gets rid of all of the overhead of doing the call. This isn't only valuable for the reason that it eliminates the cost of the calling. The reason this is so valuable is because then we can do analysis across the combination of these two bits of the program, which might actually have come from completely different modules. For example, we can eliminate duplicate type checks. So if I call something, and I can see that it always returns an int. I can just look at the code and say it always makes an int. And after it, I have a type check that says, is it an int? I can say, oh, of course it is. We can prove it now because of the inlining. So we can get rid of the type check. In fact, we can even throw away guards because we've done proofs that tell us that actually the condition the guard enforces is always going to be met. If we have conditionals, we might be able to prove which way they will go. Especially if they're doing type checks. We can say, oh, well, this checks it's an int, it is an int. So there's no way we can take the other branch. And then we can throw out the whole branch. We could also do things like rewriting attribute accesses. So normally when you access an attribute, we go and we check that an attribute of this name exists, and look it up and find its offset in the object and return it. But if we know the exact type we're doing the lookup on, we just turn it into a simple little pointer deref. JIT compiled into maybe 1, maybe 2 instructions. Attribute access is, after optimization and JIT, very, very cheap in Perl 6. Recently, we also have been working on a very powerful new set of optimizations that are based around a technique called escape analysis. And if you're very curious about this, I did a whole talk about it in the German Perl workshop. There's a video online. But just to give you an idea of what we do, when we see the allocation of an object, we take it and we say, this object has a bunch of attributes. Let's put them into hypothetical registers. And then we work through the program and we rewrite every access to an attribute into a use of that register. And we wait until the object escapes. And that is, something happens that means we really have to allocate it. And that means that in some cases, we completely eliminate the need to allocate an object. In some cases, we can sync it. So we can say, the object only escapes in this branch. Or in other cases, we can just put it off until later. And by doing that, we not only get to save on allocations, but we get to reason about the data inside of the objects. So instead of an object being a black box now, that we just store something in, and then later we pull it out, and we don't know if it's going to be the same type there, now we know. So we can say, even more guards go away. Now we stand a chance of being a bit faster. So after all this effort and more, we get an optimized graph. And we take the optimized graph and we turn it back into optimized bytecode. And if we are on the x64 platform, then we turn it into machine code, which means that we get rid of the overhead of the interpreter as well. People tend to assume the reason that JIT is making things faster is because it compiles into machine code. Maybe we get a factor of 2 or 3 at the best from getting rid of the interpreter overhead, but so much more. And in fact, even the ability of the machine code to be any quality comes from all of the other stuff that we do before it. The nice thing is that if you're not on x64, that means that we produce optimized, specialized bytecode, so you actually get a lot of the optimizations even if you're not on a platform that we can do machine code generation yet. So, that's how we try and make things fast. Let's take a look at some results. Disclaimers, okay, the first one is obvious. The second one, so basically what I tried to do is give a feeling for, how are we doing based on the latest range of optimizations. We're very cautious about shipping optimizations. And when I shipped the first round of escape analysis, I think there was either 0 or maybe 1 bug report that arose from that, which for the amount of difficulty and complexity in there was pretty good going. So we really want to try and test things before we unleash them on the wider world. The other thing is that what I've tried to do, and I did some comparisons here, is write boring programs that the typical programmer is likely to write. I know tricks that we can use. I'm sure everyone who wants their language to look good in benchmarks knows tricks they can use too. And I've just gone and picked things that I think the average programmer would tend to write. So first of all, let's just compare where we are today against a Christmas release for a range of small benchmarks. And the number on the right is how many times faster we are at them. So there's a few things in there. I won't read them all out. You can all read. Some things got incredibly better. This short-lived point object benchmark, which I'll talk more about in a bit, got incredibly faster. That's a good benchmark of object operations, and that's a very big win. But even doing things like just reading 1 million lines of UTF-8, just a for some file.lines loop, and that's more than 6 times faster now. That's itself pretty nice. So even areas where we haven't really done that much effort, I mean, we haven't spent a lot of time on getting grammars a lot faster yet. But if I took a Docker file passing module and compared that, and even without that particular work, that still came out 4 times faster. Also, in Perl 6 we don't really have an XS equivalent. We just write code that calls native C code, and we have a foreign function interface. And so a lot of modules use that, and more than a factor of 5 speed up there is also very, very welcome. But that's just how Perl 6 has got better. What if we try and compare it with, say, Perl 5 or Python or Ruby? And this isn't really a competition to see which is best. I'll tell you the spoiler is that actually they all have strong and weak points. But I think this just really gives us some context for the values, and the real question and answer here at the moment is, are we in the ballpark? Some results actually look pretty decent. This is the point benchmark. So we're just constructing point objects and then pulling values out of them. So really this is just a benchmark of method call and attribute and object construction performance. And a little bit of math as well, I guess. And for this particular benchmark, compared to the equivalent Perl 5 program, we're more than twice as fast. That isn't using anything like Moose or whatever. That is just coding that directly in the normal Perl 5 object system. With Python, we're pretty competitive, and Ruby does really well at this benchmark. And one of the reasons that Python and Ruby do really well, I think, is because they use positional parameters in their constructors, not named ones. And if we want to compete with those, what we actually need to do, when you construct an object in Perl 6, we get a hash of the incoming arguments to construct it with. And what we need to do is teach the escape analyzer that if you see a hash and all of the keys are constant, then just throw the damn hash away and pretend that it's all just registers. And then basically we can beat all of them, I hope. So, read 1 million lines in UTF-8. Check it is UTF-8, no cheating please. And then count the characters. And this one we're also looking pretty good, I think. We're in Perl 5. Perl 5, if you don't specify an encoding, it still wins by a good margin. But I guess if you did binary I/O or something in Perl 6, you'd probably come out similar too. Ruby again, it's pretty fast at this. It's quite pretty good going. One thing that handicaps Perl 6 a bit in this is that Perl 6 strings are grapheme level. And that isn't true of any of the other languages, which makes it actually even more nice that we're competitive there already. Integer math. Okay, so greatest common divisor, Euclid's algorithm. Oh wow, look at that. I copied it from Wikipedia and didn't change the inequality into an ASCII one, and it just works in Perl 6. Okay, fine. This was not planned, but okay. And that one, okay, we do okay. I'm still disappointed with this result, because with the JIT we should really wipe the floor on this. I want to go and look at why we don't, absolutely demolish this benchmark with the JIT we have. Even so, it's okay. This one is complex numbers. So in Perl 6 we have complex numbers built in. Actually in Ruby and Python they also have complex numbers built in. And all I'm doing is just making some complex numbers, multiplying them together, whatever, and then just pulling out the real part of the result. And This one is... Now, no, I really would like someone to show me the proper way to do this in Perl 5. I used math complex, and I used it in multiple ways to try and make that number closer to the Python and Ruby ones, and failed. And I don't yet know why. So I don't know exactly what's going on with that. So I wouldn't read too crazy much into this this number. These numbers are more interesting, because Python and Ruby provide complex numbers directly. And we might say, how on earth is Perl 6 getting that result? And the answer is escape analysis. It actually, if you look at this program, that's a complex number, that's a complex number. There's a bunch of complex numbers created here, but all of them are born and die within the scope. So the escape analysis means that we can just throw away the objects. We don't need the objects. We just need the numbers that are inside of them. And then we just jitting floating point operations, and they're pretty fast. So that's how we end up with this kind of result. Arrays and hashes still kind of disappoint me a bit. They're a bit challenging for the reason that I pointed out before. Here is the benchmark that I showed earlier, the very same one. Just wanted to give you the numbers from across the board there. Curiously, we beat Python at it. I'm again a tiny bit surprised by that, but whatever was installed on the system I did, I think it's 2.7. And actually, I don't know if it's true anymore. I once heard that the 2.7 was faster than 3.0. That's probably, of course, it's not 3.0 anymore. That has probably changed. Maybe I should be. Yes, and we'll get to hashing soon, because that's also interesting. So anyway, yeah, work needed. The same for this one. This one we are dynamically allocating an array, and the array will grow as we go, and just putting things into it. This is just really a benchmark of array write performance. We're not awfully slower, but yeah, we're slower. It's tolerable, perhaps, but it's not really good. And part of the problem that we have is that an array in Perl 6 is a set of scalar containers. So unlike in all of these other languages, when I do the assignment of 42 into this array slot, what I'm actually doing is creating a scalar object and assigning the 42 in it, and binding the scalar object into the array. Which means that, unlike all of the others here, we're not only doing this in just a little bit slower, but we're also allocating how many objects, like 10 million objects or something on the side. So in that context, it's maybe not so bad, but still, we should be matching this. Okay. Oh yeah, and arrays might be lazy as well, and we have that also as a disadvantage from a performance perspective. Hashes, pretty much a similar story. So here is how we do basic integer math, and on some things we pull out of a hash. Again, we come out a little bit faster than Python, almost about the same as Perl 5. Ruby, again, seems to just about win this one. Really curiously, though, so that's that benchmark, just pulling things out of a hash. Here's one where we put stuff into a hash. We have an array. We just go over the keys and put stuff in. I know we could slice, but I just wanted to test the simple assignment there. And this time, remember the Ruby number from before? It aced us, reading. But somehow we ace it when we're writing. I'm confused. But anyway, this is the numbers that come out. Again, we're in the ballpark there. This time Python absolutely demolishes the thing by a factor of 2. So it's kind of curious. Nick's question, though, was kind of interesting. Yes. And I think Python 2.7 only does that with a command line argument or a environment variable, which probably means that it's getting a bit of an advantage there. Just for anyone not in the know, hash randomization is for security purposes. You have a question, Carl? Technically, yes, but it doesn't. But yes. Yeah, we should really total something somewhere or something. But yes. Yeah, it would get so much faster. Yeah, I am getting worried that there'll come a point where some of my benchmarks become meaningless because the compiler gets too clever, and I have to write more difficult ones for it. Some things really need work. Startup time is still one of our weak areas. If you're writing a long-running web application, you don't care. If it's a little script, that, you know, it's annoying. I mean, it's not like it takes a whole second to start up or something, but really, that's an area that I'd like to see us get a decent bit faster at. And let's not talk about regex performance. Does anyone want to talk about regex performance? Yeah, okay, if we must. Okay, so those should be relatively equivalent. And, oh dear. Oh. Perl 5 knows some tricks. I believe it is very good at knowing when not to use the regex engine for simple things. And I probably should sit down and talk to someone about how all of that happens and all of that works. I did get curious though, are we doomed in Perl 6 with strings some way, or, you know, do we just need to go and do that set of optimizations? What if we manually avoid it in Perl 6? Because we actually have a built-in called starts with that checks if the string starts with a particular substring. So I implemented that like this. So starts with instead of the regex. Somebody might even say it's more readable. I don't know. And, well, that one's more than 2 times faster. So if we can get our optimizer in order, then we kind of stand a chance. That aside, though, eventually you can't say, oh, this is so simple we can avoid the regex engine. You know, we really need to work at that as well. Nice side effect of doing that, as soon as we do that, passing Perl 6 programs also becomes faster. So. Yep. Yeah, okay. The point was you can't disable the regex optimizations in Perl 5, so we can't actually see what the real number would be. Yes. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Even more interesting is just to make Perl 6 faster. Okay, so a few quick tips before we finish for those of you maybe writing Perl 6 today. First of all, inlining. If you're not used to working in something that does inlining, you can assume that, you know, accessing an attribute through an accessor is slower than just reading the attribute, which is not really true. We rely very heavily on inlining, given all of the operators of things like multi-dispatch calls. Similarly, small subs and private methods also get inlined. You don't need to spend much time worrying about those. Manually inlining stuff might get you to win sometimes, but it's, you know, it's not something high up there. Goes without saying for now, if you can use a method like starts with or contains instead of the regex, you're going to get a big win at the moment. Of course, we'll work on changing that. The other thing is that there's normally more than one way to do things, and sometimes you can just run across a construct that you've used on a hot path that is not so well optimized, and then you tweak it to do things the same thing in a different way, and it comes out much faster. Here are a few examples of things that today are a bit of a slowdown. Destructuring. You know, if you use a signature to unpack something, that's one case. Multiple dispatch with where clauses. Again, it currently comes out a lot slower than just doing an if inside of the candidate, unfortunately. Flattening into argument lists. Not something you do that often, but if you do, it makes the specializer's job very hard at the moment. that doesn't come out so well. Multi-dimensional arrays, I think, are also a little bit of a laggard at the moment. So this is just a few examples of things that, if you're using them, you might want to think about if there's a faster way. The other thing to remember, and this is not just a Perl 5 thing, this is about the array versus array ref thing sorry, not just a Perl 6 thing, it's true in Perl 5 with array versus array ref, but it also exists in Perl 6 too. The difference between binding, where we just alias two things, and assignment, where we copy things from one array into another when we do an array assignment, is like O1 versus ON. So that can be quite a notable win at times too. And also, some modules are a lot faster than another. Recently, I got a 5 times speed up on something just by changing the YAML module that I was using. And then the YAML module that I switched to didn't have a problem with being used in parallel, which the one that I did before did. So then I got like another factor of 4 out of distributing it over lots of cores, and then the thing was 20 times faster. So that was pretty good. And yes, we have the get out of jail free card with the parallelism too. So finally, what next? Yeah, obviously optimize the use of regexes where they aren't needed, so I don't have to do this talk of shame again in the future. The whole escape analysis area is very exciting. Some of the initial results are amazing. They really make a big difference. Beyond that, though, there's still some things to do, particularly making the escape analyzer understand loops, which will get rid of another big load of allocations. Being able to scale or replace arrays and hashes is also going to be a big win. Speed up array and hash. Basically, performance parity with Perl 5, Python, Ruby is probably within reach just by squeezing harder at the code generation and getting every last drip out of it. But really, I'd like us to eventually be significantly faster at it. And if we can find some way to delay or avoid all the scalar allocations, which I think is possible, we can do it. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a tricky problem because we need to convey when things get used as an R value. That is a cross-module property. It's not obvious how we would convey that information, how to design the compiler and runtime interface to make that happen. But if we can do it, then basically we'll probably gain at least a factor of 2 or 3 or maybe more on this. That could be very, very nice. At the moment, MoreVM is fundamentally a method JIT. So it basically code analyzes and optimizes methods or subroutines or blocks, however you like to see it. And then it does aggressive inlining, so it will happily inline like 5 levels deep if it thinks it can help. But we actually could use our statistics to take a different approach and do something called a region JIT, where we say, okay, we have this region of code, which is the loop and all of the stuff it calls. And instead of optimizing all of the bits downstream, and then later inlining them, and then specializing them for the particular case we have, we could actually just say, oh, this whole region of code is hot. This is the statistics just for all the stuff below this code path. Let's make a specialized version for that. And that could potentially avoid a lot of wasted work as well as giving much better results, or perhaps significantly better results. This is a slightly longer out there thing, but it's, again, this is a strategy for when we want to start getting some more factors of improvement out of this. Fundamentally, though, we just have to keep working at it. There's not really a shortcut to language maturity. You just build increasingly difficult things in the language, challenge it in new ways, figure out what's the problem, fix the problem. The things I'm building in Perl 6 today, I probably could not have built or wouldn't have contemplated building a few years ago in terms of the size and complexity of systems that I'm building now using Perl 6. So, it's just work. It's just doing the effort to analyze what's going on when there's slow things and understanding why and finding solutions. The ultimate goal I have here, so there's a lot of reasons that people might choose to use Perl 6. And performance has not traditionally been one of them, but it's something that I would like to add to that list of reasons, and that Perl 6 can be a compelling choice. It's hard work. It's challenging. The math and the escape analysis hurts my head. It's not something I can do on a spare hour in an evening. It's very good fun. I'm not complaining. I enjoy it. It's hard work. It's fun. But I also believe it's in our grasp to get these kind of good results across the board, and to see Perl 6 being something where people say, oh, yeah, Perl 6, that's a pretty fast language. So let's get back to it. Thank you very much. And I've probably... I've definitely used all my time, so find me in the hallway track if you have questions.
Okay. Let's start. Hi, I'm Jasper. I'm a maintainer of a few profile modules and web services. And thanks to our generous sponsors, I've been able to attend PerlQ hackathons and Perl2Chain Summit. And I used to spend my time on cPants, but recently I've more focused on polls. And actually, polls has been a lot hot topics at the Toolchain Summits, and every year, 3 or more of us have committed to it. I'm not sure if anybody doesn't know polls, but in case you are not familiar with polls, let me give you a brief introduction and a few issues of it has or it used to have. Polls is our uploading server, and it is where you upload files, and it is where you manage distributions or your ID. And when polls receive your files or requests, it updates its indices of cPan authors or cPan modules, and then put them on the cPan master. Then cPan mirrors fetch those indices, and cPan grants refer to them to find exactly what it needs to download, or cPan services depend on those indices to build their pages. And polls has serving us very well for a very long time. compared with other portals, it may look a little old-fashioned because it was built in the last century. But probably that may be okay because it's a backstage entrance. However, things around us has been changing, and we can't be the same forever. For example, we're constantly losing active CPAN authors, and the number of people who upload something new is also decreasing, a red graph. And same can be said about the new authors, green graph. And the number of new authors who upload their first distribution is also decreasing. Of course, both can't stop this general downtrend, but there may be we can do something to help this. For example, if we are losing authors, then it might be helpful to make it easier to transfer modules so that we can keep important modules well maintained. Or if it's getting hard for new authors to upload their first distributions, then it may be useful to add more beginners guides to the polls, as other portals do, like packages for PHP or Ruby gems. And another issue of polls was the number of lists and checkboxes. Polls used to list everything on the same page. So more you upload, the more you see links and checkboxes. For example, I'm maintaining about 60 distributions now, and I used to see about 400 checkboxes here. That wasn't a big problem before because people didn't have a lot of distributions. But now we have 150 authors who have or who had 50 or more distributions like me, and 52 authors who had or who have 100 distributions. 11 authors with 200, and one author 1,700. Consider the number. That's a little too much to show on the same page. And to mitigate this issue, several authors have written their tools to manipulate polls, but that's fine. But maybe it's better to fix polls. So I started fixing polls. First, I replaced Modperl version 1 with black to make it easier to set up a local development environment. This polls on black went into production next year, but there must have been some configuration issue, so polls became a little unstable. We couldn't find a reason at that time, but this year, Andreas Koenig finally found a reason and add a workaround of it. So it's probably working better now. The next step I took was introducing modulations for templates and for plugins. It was a rather big rewrite, and it took a little longer time than I hoped. But Polls on modulations was deployed next year. We still needed to switch back to the old Polls on black because a few regressions and management issues. Along with modulations, I added a few new features. The first one is Markdown rendering to make it easier to add a new documentation to the polls. The first documentation added was polls operating model. Next one, polls privacy, and I think more would come next year. And all the XHTML pages were now converted into HTML5. The table layout was gone, and the grid layout entered. I didn't try to optimize it because I wanted to someone to make it look better. And then Babs will also offered us help and sent us this new UI mockup. Unfortunately, we couldn't implement it, but I'm looking forward to making it happen someday, maybe next year or maybe the year after that. In the meantime, I added a JavaScript library to implement paging and filtering. It was a compromise because I didn't have time to implement a real pager. But anyway, now you can enter, now you can filter the list by entering a phrase like Acme. However, you might notice that there are only 2 pages here, and this page still has 300 checkboxes because, well, at first this number is much small. But if this number is too small, we can't list everything in a typical distribution. So that I thought that would make transferring it harder. Then I increased the number to 300, but well, there are distributions with literally thousands of modules, so we definitely need something better. So that's why I added the new pages to transfer permissions per distribution this year. Now you can transfer all the modules that belong to the same distribution with one check, no matter how many distributions are in it. This also prevents a partial transfer, which sometimes happens by accident or by intent in some cases. Also, hidden or removed modules that used to the same distribution are transferred to avoid confusion now. However, if your distribution has been partially transferred in the past, or it has a module that released by a new contributor without setting X authority, then you may see this incomplete ownership. That means you may need to ask both of the owners to give us permission to become contributor. I also planned to add a new interface to handle permission manager. That is to allow someone to make a new contributor without giving up your ownership. It should be useful, but it turned out to implement more. It turned out more challenging to implement it, so I couldn't add it this year. The next thing is recapture. Historically, pause ID request needed to be approved by the pause admins. This was useful to prevent spammers, but this process took time. So last year, David Golden introduced reCAPTCHA to omit admin approval. It worked well at first and welcomed 30 new active users, including 8 Pro6 contributors. However, unfortunately, it was abused by a spammer or spammers, so this has been disabled. I'm wondering if I could add a switch for the pause admins to turn off and on this feature without asking the Andreas to restart the server, but maybe we need more discussion about this. Anyway, after this misfortune, we changed one of the pause indices to expose which accounts were deleted or disabled, so that other services like MetaCPAN can remove or hide their information. And now you may wonder about GDPR, the right to be forgotten. Currently, you cannot delete your POS account if you have uploaded something. It's almost impossible for you or for us to remove what you have uploaded because everything they are fetched by the mirrors before you can do anything. However, at least you can edit your POS account to remove your most of your personal data. We also started hiding the details of deleted accounts in the indices recently. I think we can do more. We can do more on this next year. And also, this year we discussed on OS2 feature requested by Lee Johnson. This was basically to allow a conference toolkit to ask for your consent to retrieve your personal data to use. However, considering POS expose your personal data, almost all your personal data through POS indices, it's kind of redundant unless we need to implement some feature to omit your to exclude not to list you in the indices to satisfy the need of GDPR. And OS2 feature maybe we can use this OS2 feature as a means of authentication for RT or MetaCPAN. That's maybe another topic. And security is getting more and more important. And last year, I finally managed to implement cross-site request forgery protection to some pages. And recently, we saw a few account hijackings in other language repository, RubyGems and NPM. And more repositories have introduced multi-factor authentication to increase their security. We don't have it yet, but clearly we should, because it's much harder for us to remove infected distributions. When this is implemented, and if you enable this, then you'll need to enter extra code when you log into POS or when you upload your CPAN modules, CPAN distributions. And POS is not only for Perl 5 users, but for Perl 6 users now. You can upload Perl 6 modules via POS, and POS generates 2 indices for Perl 6 now. However, modules.perl6.org seems to be using its own indices, so I'm not sure if these POS indices are used. If these indices are not used, maybe we need to improve these indices to be used to be more useful for Perl 6 users. And currently, there's no permission management for Perl 6 modules. This might be okay, because Perl 6 allows you to specify more information when you use a module. But considering recent hijacking incidents, it may be better to add some protection for Perl 6 as well. We saw a lot more changes at the summit. I'm not going to explain them all here, but if you're interested, please ask me later or read our blogs. And if you have any issues, complaints, suggestions, or whatever, please open issues at GitHub. By the way, this issue labeling is also a new change of this year. So thank you. If you have any questions, maybe a few minutes. Excellent.
So the OAuth feature that Lee worked on, that's not deployed yet?
Excuse me.
The OAuth 2
yes.
feature that's not deployed yet or not ready for use. Did I get
It's
that
not
correct?
deployed yet.
Okay.
And Lee Johnson has implemented a few part of OAuth 2 feature in his branch. So you can visit GitHub, Lijo post, and then you can see. Okay.
No more questions? Thank you very much, Mosmo.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see we still have a few more folks coming into the room. Okay, everyone. We ready? So, first of all, thank all of you for coming. Really appreciate you being here. And I know Andrew's had a heck of a time putting together this conference, and it's been going lovely so far. So, Andrew, I don't know if you're here, but thank you very much. Pardon? Speakers are not working? Pardon? Is it just the... Yes, it is. Ah. User interface error. So, nope, it's me. I'll remember that. Okay, let's try this again. So, anyway, as I was saying, very grateful for Andrew for all the work he's put on at this conference here in Riga. It's my second time in Riga. Lovely city. Like it here. This is actually the second time I gave this talk. A few times was a few years ago, but for various reasons it didn't get put on the web right away. So this is, if you've seen it before, this is still a heavily updated version of this talk. My name's Curtis Ovid Poe. Most of you know me. All around the world at FR, we get called in to solve hard problems for companies and sometimes to make their Oracle database go away. That always makes me happy. And, oh yes. So today we're going to talk about testing lies. The first title is a lie, because this is going to be a lot of testing misconceptions and ideas that we have. But first, I just want to explain the question policy. I usually have the slide at the beginning of all of my talks so that people understand. Usually I like people to save their questions towards the end so that if we have time, we can have questions. This gives me a better chance of keeping the talk on time. In this particular time, you know, if you do have a question, is it still problematic? That was the next part I was getting to, believe it or not. I do have a small favor to ask about my question policy. So you can go ahead and interrupt me during the talk. Please hold up your hand, be polite, but a small favor to ask. I have a nasty habit when people ask me questions to answer them, which is great for you guys, except on the video they don't hear the questions. So if I forget to repeat back the question, I want all of you to shout out, "What's the question, moron?" Can we do that? That was beautiful. Okay, so before we talk about this, a little bit about me and my testing background. I wrote the tap harness, which currently ships with Perl. You probably don't know about it. It's actually the test harness that you have is a wrapper around test harness for backwards compatibility. I wrote test most, which basically is a heuristic analysis and the most popular testing modules on the CPAN. I put it on there. And then I realized just because that's popular doesn't mean it's necessarily the best set of testing modules that you need. So I put together Test Kit, which allows you to choose the testing modules that you want. And Test Kit was I'm proud of myself. It was a brilliant idea. The code sucked. So Alex Balhatchit, I think that's how I pronounce his name. He released Test Kit 2. I wrote Test Class Most to combine Test Class and Test Most. And everyone kept asking me, how do you combine Test Class and Moose? Because they don't play well together. So I just wrote Test Class Moose, which a lot of large organizations today are using to drive much larger test suites. I wrote Test JSON, Test Aggregate, Test Tap, Test Sync Have Want. You've never heard about it, and you probably don't want to. Solves a very annoying problem. And contributed to many more modules. I also teach software testing. I fix test suites for company. My book, Beginning Perl, Chapter 14, is all about testing. I wrote the Zen of Test Suites, which kind of starts to give you a hint about the difference between application and module testing, but I need to do some more work writing that up for folks, which all goes to say, I know testing. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing automated testing for about 20 years now. And when we start out, we're often what we call test infected. We learn about the beauties of TDD. Well, I want 100% code coverage, and I'm gonna unit test everything, unit tests all the way. And then you get a little bit more experienced with testing, which is you need to start thinking about what you're doing. But from the business standpoint, why do you really want to test? Why do you really care? So this has been verified repeatedly. The relative cost of fixing defects, design is always the number one thing. This is one of the problems with Agile. We tend not to do a lot of design up front, so we get tripped up. But otherwise, design is the best place to catch your defects. You catch defects in design, you will do a much better job of keeping your total error rate down in your code. You have the implementation stage, where then you find the defects in your design, and you correct them, and you put them in there. Then you have the testing phase, where you find the defects in your implementation, and then you have to go back and fix that, which may have defects in the design. So by the time you get to testing, fixing a bug is about 15 times more expensive. Maintenance, it's about 100 times more expensive. 2 orders of magnitude more expensive to fix bugs once they actually get out into the wild, which I won't go into the reasons why, but basically catch bugs early. It's important. But first, you'll notice I have a little citation down there. This is one of the most beautiful SlideShare presentations ever by Dr. Greg Wilson, Bits of Evidence, and all he's talking about is evidence. Evidence is terribly important because we have a lot of evidence that evidence actually works. So computer scientists, they love evidence. Other scientists love evidence. Computer programmers love anecdotes. You know, it's word of mouth. What we feel is good. What we think is good. And we'll defend these anecdotes quite firmly. And this is kind of a problem when we're trying to figure out a better way to write software. Or in our case, writing tests. So evidence, that's basically something which tends to prove something, grounds for belief. Well, what I mean by tends to prove is just because we know something today, we might get more information later, which overturns that, and that's fine. We don't want to be dogmatic about anything. And when I'm talking about evidence, I want to make it clear that absence of evidence is not evidence. Evidence of absence is. And what I mean by that, for example, is, there's no evidence that gods exist. None. There's no evidence that gods don't exist. This is for most modern definitions of God, how they've evolved over time. You know, instead of being Thor hammering a rock, we have these more nebulous things that we pray to or whatever. This is outside the realm of evidence. It's outside the realm of science. This is religion. And this is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. This is your personal opinion. But this doesn't help you, in our case, write test suites. But I also want to make it clear that personal experience isn't necessarily a bad thing. And this is something to keep in mind. So we're talking about smaller subroutines or smaller methods. I know I would much rather read a 10-line subroutine than a 150-line subroutine. It's easier to follow, it's easier to maintain, and what a small subroutine is varies. You want to compare a small subroutine or method in Java versus a small method in Perl. There's going to be a bit of a difference on what we mean by small. But this is the sort of thing we are driven by personal experience. So by the way, am I preaching to the choir? Hold up your hand if you know that small subs are better. Okay, I see a lot of hands held up there. I lied. You're all wrong. Hypothesis. If P, then Q. If P is true and Q is not true, then we can reject the hypothesis. It's fairly simple. There's nothing unclear about that. So our hypothesis said, if you have small subs, then your code is more maintainable and or correct. And there is study after study after study which proves that this is simply not true. One found an inverse correlation between small size of sub and being more maintainable. Another one found no correlation. Another one found no correlation, but larger is less expensive to maintain. Small routines had more errors. If you have a one-line routine and you have one error, that's 100% error rate. So less maintenance for larger routines was found again. Jones in 86 found 500 or more lines of code in a function before it started having more errors. Part of the reason for this is code often calls out to other code. So if you have subroutine A and you read through it and it's perfectly correct and it's calling out to subroutine B, well, now you got to go and read subroutine B to find out if it's really correct. And even if subroutine B is correct, it may not be correct according to your expectation of what it does, so you could have misunderstood. There's all sorts of problems with making things a little bit too small. And if you put a lot more code in there, a lot of times you can read through there and see everything that's going on. The obvious example of this, the counterexample is just trivial things, like summing a list of numbers. Summing a list of numbers, easiest thing in the world. So that's an example of small things which you can't get wrong, so they're so easy. For example, here I sum a file handle and a blessed reference. List util sum. These are really useful numbers, aren't they? Absolutely useless. So list util, in summing these numbers, it gives you garbage. So, and also, it's not documented in there. So it's very easy, even for a trivial bit of code, to get an error, particularly in dynamic languages where our typing is based around containers and not around the kinds of data that you have. So it's very easy to get something like this wrong. And how many of you use list util sum? How many of you know that this bug is not in your code? All of a sudden, people are afraid to hold up their hands. I don't know why. So reality trumps opinion. Every single time. This was a Ptolemaic view of the universe where the Earth was at the center. We know that's not true anymore. But I came here to talk about tests. I will at times be providing citations where appropriate. Other times it will be use your knowledge, your intuition. If you disagree with me, that's fine. Go ahead and hold up your hand. Call me on it. So, caveats about this. Some of the points are just going to be dead obvious, like small subs are better. Some of the points are going to be maddening. They're going to fly in the face of some beliefs people have about software testing. There aren't a lot of studies because these studies are extremely hard to conduct. Because quite often they're on a small subset of people who know that they're being studied, or maybe on a college student who doesn't have a lot of experience in testing, and they're doing TDD for the first time. It's very frustrating getting good quality studies. I've read a lot of them, and they're junk. So, and always be skeptical, and that includes me. Don't just take my word for this. So let's start with something simple, like code coverage. I mean, you've gotten beyond testing. Now you're getting into the case of code coverage, and you want to make sure all your code's covered. So you want to, code coverage, the first lie is code coverage tells me what to test, and it does not. Code coverage gives you hints about what to test, and it can be misleading. So here, I have a reciprocal function. Is reciprocal to 0.5, reciprocal is correct. That is 100% code coverage. Congratulations. Of course, that's also rubbish. What if I pass 0 or a string? 2 apples will give you 0.5 as the answer, by the way. So obviously we could take the reciprocal of 2 apples. Or, you know, if we pass it on def or a file handle or all sorts of other things. Code coverage can be very misleading even if it's at 100%. So you need to be careful about that. And when you're testing, you need to remember you have a different mindset than when you're writing code. In writing code, you're creating. In testing, you want to destroy. Don't just say, if I give it X, it gives me Y, great, I'm done. It's, I want to destroy this thing. I want to break it. I want to find out what's wrong so that my customers don't. So please keep this in mind. Testing it's a totally different thing here. And we tend to test against our expectations. This is what I know my code does. I test and I verify that it does that. And this gives us a sense of false confidence at times. A lot of bugs creep in this way. So another problem with code coverage is there's a subroutine that's never called. We've got a test for it. And now we verified that this code works. Great, it's covered. But it's dead code. I've had this happen in code coverage. I'm looking through there and, okay, that's covered, that's covered. Oh, that's not covered, so I better go off and write tests for that. And I've ignored the fact that there's dead code. I'll deal with that in a second. So I have a little routine built into my editor. I just hit comma S, and it gives me a little shorthand of how my particular code's behaving. Here's all my methods, whether or not they're documented, the number of times called. And, oh, here I've got a private method, which is never called. So I get reports like that all the time as I'm editing. I hit my comma S, and I get this little shorthand, and I can see, oh, now I've got a problem. And this helps me get rid of lots of dead code. So unit tests versus integration tests. This is one that is kind of a personal bugaboo with me because a lot of people are saying unit test everything, and there's some interesting questions about what unit tests actually are. Are you mocking up everything so your code can't talk to anything else? Well, but that's all our code does. We have A, B, C, D, and E, and they're all talking to one another. It's that information between them which is really fascinating to us. That's what we really care about because that's what's going to be going after the customer. That's what's going to be stored in our database. So if you unit test everything, the very first time I learned how to do testing, we had 3 weeks to build a point of sale system. We'd never built this before, and I was unit testing everything, and I was actually proud of this, and it's happy. And the first time we tried to launch it, it all crashed because we hadn't done any integration testing. So unit testing is a little frustration there. But it's still highly important, particularly if you have very tricky bits of code. But you can unit test dead code all the time and not notice that it's dead code all the time. I had this one method that was bugging the heck out of me in our Tau Station game because every couple of months I had to rewrite this test in order to make sure that it was synchronizing with what the code was doing internally. It's a long story, I won't go into it, but basically after a while I realized, oh, I should check to see if it's used, and it was not. So I was wasting a lot of time maintaining dead code, particularly fragile dead code, oddly enough. It's a long story as to why it was fragile and dead. So dead code usually can't be called via your interface. So that's a clue as to something you have with integration tests. So if you're going to try and do some code coverage and use that to find some dead code, it's interesting if you start breaking your code out in different ways of somehow attaching metadata so you can know, is this unit test, integration tests, full stack API tests, whatever. And if you run your tests against your API, then you can get an idea of what code coverage is covering if for the purposes of dead code. Why isn't this code ever getting called by my API tests? Is it because it's very hard to call, or is it because it's not used? So being able to test at that level is very interesting. So there's various different ways you can do this. Like if you're using test class Moose, you can slap tags on things. So I can slap an API tag in there, and then when I run, so this is test class Moose interface has been updated since I wrote this. So this is a little bit different, but basically you specify what tags you want to include, and then get a subset of the different types of tests you want. So that helps you deal with this issue. So somehow it's good to have metadata about your tests. You do it via an XUnit API, maybe file names will give you a clue, directory names, something, so you can logically separate the different parts of your test so you can have a better idea of controlling code coverage to verify things that are going on. You also have a covered but not tested. So this, we have a test forum method. So my site test website, we log in, we get the forum, we follow this link, text off topic, and then we post OK, title, body, blah, blah, blah. That code's not tested, but it's exercised, and develop cover doesn't have any way of knowing that. So that's another thing to be wary of when you're using develop cover. It's a great tool, but it's very easy to get artificially high code coverage numbers through integration tests and not actually be testing stuff. So this tested that it posted OK, but I don't know if it actually shows up on the website. So it's easy to get caught in that trap. So for develop cover, remember 100% code coverage, that doesn't handle data. That idea is reciprocal. You pass in 2 and you get 100% code coverage, but there's all sorts of error conditions that you might want to check with that. It doesn't, you don't want to be covering dead code. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of maintenance. It can be misleading. It's cognitive overhead. Be wary of code that is covered but not actually tested, particularly with this very, very common with deep stack integration tests. So don't blindly trust your tools. Think about them. Stop thinking about what people are saying for, here's what we need for code coverage. And 100% code coverage, I usually don't recommend this for large projects. It's very hard to do. If you're trying to test whether or not your code successfully opened a file handle and it couldn't, you probably have far deeper problems there. If that file handle is just, if all of a sudden something that previously worked suddenly does not. So don't worry too much about 100% coverage. So we tell ourselves, and told ourselves this for a long time, that Perl is the most test infected. And in fact, we have a phenomenal testing system with, CPAN testers, getting smoke test reports back all the time. So this one from 2014 when other time I gave the talk. Even then, we had over 40 million CPAN, is that 4? You guys need commas on that website. I can't read it without commas. So over 40 million CPAN test reports. There are around 30,000 distributions on the CPAN, and it covers all sorts of things, different versions of the code, different platforms that it got tested on. Many modules only have a load test. Does it compile? So this doesn't actually tell you anything. You need to actually go in there and look at the code, understand what's actually happening. So one of the things I do, if I'm investigating a module, I'm not sure about it, I look at the test suite to find out, is this good? So don't blindly trust your tools just because they're out there. So unit tests versus integration tests. I won't spend too much time on this, but we try to like the idea of testing units in isolation, and they're very easy to write, easy to find errors, and they're very quick to execute. That's one of the great things about unit tests. They're very simple, very fast. You can write them fast, you can run them fast. Integration tests, you're testing groups of communicating units. They're hard to write, harder to write. They're harder to find the errors. If something goes wrong, you don't know where that error is, and they take longer to run. So why would you write integration tests? As I said earlier, your units are actually passing data all over the place. And if you just rely on unit tests, this doesn't verify the data that you're passing around all the time. So please be aware of this. So unit tests are a great tool, but you have to remember, like the Ruby community, I remember when they were really getting big on testing and talking about TDD and Cucumber and all this stuff, and they kept having conference talks about how fast can we make our test suite. So do you want it fast or correct? So So there were some interesting studies I found about this. One was little correlation between unit testing and post-unit defects, which I thought was rather amusing. That particular one, though, was based on surveys of people's opinions, expert engineers, but nonetheless opinions, so it was very dodgy. Most studies contradict that and say there is actually a correlation between unit tests and post-release defects, but you have to be aware of what this information is. If you want to make a hard decision about how I'm going to do a thing, try and get the data. So I could not find any studies which were comparing the value of integration versus unit tests, unfortunately. If anyone, yes? The question was, you didn't get to say it. Nice try. The question was, is that saying that the more unit tests you have, the more defects? No. It was not finding a correlation between the amount of unit testing and whether or not you had fewer defects. So, but that was only one study, and when I read through it, they were surveying engineers and not actually trying to do any analysis of what was happening there. So I didn't find it high value, but it was such a fun little study to mention on the slide that I couldn't resist. So let's look at integration tests again. This is an example that I mentioned earlier that we've developed cover would exercise a lot of code, and we only have one test down here. So none of this is actually tested. There is, however, a wonderful side effect of this. When you do stuff like this, yes, it's going to take longer to run. If you break your login somehow, this will catch it. Very good chance this will catch it. We do have a lot in Tau Station, a lot of deep integration tests all over the place, which are exercising code and not actually testing it, because we're setting stuff up for, loading our fixtures and making sure everything's ready to test a particular feature, like launching a ship. And if we break something which causes that to fail, even though there's not a direct test for it, we will catch the error. It's annoying because sometimes you have trouble tracking down the error, but you can catch the error. And I would rather catch the error and have trouble finding it than not catch it. But again, they will take longer to run. So integration tests cost more, and they will find more. They will definitely find more bugs. Unit tests cost less, and they'll find less. But it's a trade-off. And sometimes unit test is perfectly appropriate when you've got this very difficult bit of code that's complicated, and you've got to make sure it's right. I'm not saying unit tests are bad at all. But I don't think, sometimes people want to go too far one way or another. Just be aware of the trade-offs on that, and don't be dogmatic about which way you want to go. Now again, we said that we're very test infected, but in fact, I don't think we're stealing enough. One of the things I've noticed is most people I'm seeing in the Perl community who get heavily involved in testing are talking about how do we test Perl stuff? And I would like to see more people go outside the community and see how they're testing their stuff to figure out ideas we can steal. So I've only seen one example of Perl of all pairs testing. So most bugs are just a single bogus bit of data passed in, the vast majority of them. Some are the interaction between two or more pieces of data, and then 3 or more parameter bugs, they're just less common. There are a number of studies which back this up. Amongst competent programmers write nearly correct programs. And so most faults are simple faults, and they're actually easy to detect, and all pairs testing is a nice technique which can help us do this. So, for example, we got some function here, and it takes a category, which has 10 values, subcategory, 150 values, is available, Boolean, so it's 2 values. You just do a naive multiplication on that, so that's 1,500, that's 3,000, you can say 3,000 tests if I want to cover everything. But actually it's more, because remember, you want it to break, so you want to try and inject, like file handles into your categories, stuff like that. So all pairs testing kind of looks like this. So for our first pair, we have arg1, arg2, and then arg1, arg3, arg1, arg4, then down here arg1 to arg10, assuming you had 10 args. And then your second pair, you don't do arg1, arg2, because you've already got that, arg2, arg3, arg2, arg4, etc. But then you have to assign the kinds of data you want for your tests. And then this actually figuring out on all pairs, I tried to do it because, this is trivial to do. And it turns out it becomes like sort of like the packing problem. It's solvable, but it's actually a pain in the tush. So all pairs testing actually allows you to do very, very fast generation of tests. They're likely to catch many more bugs. Multiple studies on this. And they're built into many tools for static languages. But static languages have an advantage. If they see that something's defined as a Boolean, they know you need to test both true and false for that particular parameter. We can't do that in Perl. So we've got to do some stuff manually. So here's more or less how it works. So here we got about a minimum of 3,000 test cases, but more because we need outbound values. So let's say category. Category has 10 values, but if we look at it, we might come up with 3 possible groups. One-time category, recurring category, and invalid. Always have some invalid data. So that's 3 arguments that we can test with instead of the 10. So for the second one, subcategory has 150 values. So groups, this is normal, virtual, discounted, premium. Again, invalid, because you got to test invalid. So now we've got 5 values instead of 150. 2 values is available, Boolean, either true or false. We reject the invalid category here because we're going to assume that undef is false. And so right now, again, just doing a naive analysis, now that we're down to 3, 5, and 2, that's at least 90 plus tests, which is a heck of a lot better than 3,000. Again, it does require some analysis, and you're only going to take the time to do this for really sensitive bits of your code. But when all pairs code, you can contact me about this. I've got the link on my slide. All pairs testing actually reduces down to 15 cases. Those 15 cases, instead of 3,000 plus, are likely to find most, if not all, of your bugs in there. It's an absolutely wonderful technique. It's something we need to do more. So I've only found it on satisfice.com, download pairwise, testing a best practice that isn't. The problem is the code's GPL. Yes, you have a question. Right. Yes, it's not quite fuzzy. I love you guys. He said all pairs testing, you have to do this manually. It's kind of like fuzz testing because you can't generate the output. That's correct? More or less what you're saying? Okay. So not quite. It's not fuzz testing because you have to pick the types of inputs that you want to, and then it figures out all the combination of patterns that you can put as input to verify it. But at that point, you still have to write the test and say, for this combination of inputs, this is the output that I expect. And that's much easier to do with 15 instead of 3,000 plus. Your test might even run a little bit faster. So for this particular example, unfortunately, it's GPL, which is not a problem if you're using this for internal code. But I wanted to try and do something like this. It turns out the algorithm is actually very tricky to do, so I didn't get a chance to finish that before the conference. Oh, yes, go ahead and take a picture. You got it? Good. So, all pairs. Evaluating FDA recall class failures of medical devices found that out of 109 reports, 98% of failures could have been detected by testing the device with all pairs testing. That's from a 2002 study. This one, compared to a traditional company that would use the quasi-exhaustive strategy, that's the 3,000 plus tests, an innovative company using the combinatorial strategy, all pairs in this case, would reduce its system-level test schedule by 68% and save 67% in labor costs associated with the testing. It takes more time to figure out the categories and building the stuff up, but it saves you a lot of time in the actual writing of the test and making sure that you feel comfortable with it. Here's another one. More than 70% of bugs were detected with 2 or fewer conditions, and approximately 90% of the bugs were detected with 3 or fewer conditions. And it's interesting that a small number of conditions are sufficient to detect all reported errors for the browser and server software. And quite a number of all-pair studies. There's more than this. I just cherry-picked a few and put Sanchez at the top because he actually mentioned CPAN positively in there. He was quite pleased with that. There are some problems with all-pair testing. You have to use your head again. You got to think. So if you have very bad categorization, then you're going to get junk as your test results. The invalid cases people tend to forget about, passing in like a file handle instead of an object, what's going to happen with that. High-risk pairs. That's one of the critical things. If you have 2 pairs that really are likely to have a high risk to have bugs associated with them, or you cannot afford that particular combination to go bad, all pairs testing doesn't have any way of prioritizing that, so it's just something to be aware of. And if you ever adopt this technique, anytime you have numeric values, always test 0. Always. Even if it doesn't allow 0, put 0 in there. Make sure it doesn't allow it correctly. What he said was that there's a similar idea for any numeric value testing for 0, 1, and infinity. Yes, it's like All numbers are 0, 1, and many. So, documentation. Tests are documentation, right? Okay, yeah, you've learned. No. So here's curry.t from regex common. There's a good reason it's called voodoo line noise. I have no idea what that is. We're testing real numbers. So 123.2345678 is a real number. 1234.23452, that's not a real number. I'm not entirely certain why. Is it because, there's a comma missing in that? I don't know. I can't tell from reading these tests. To me, this is very confusing. I think that's the case. Maybe it's not. Or here's the output from test harness. So I mentioned tap harness actually drives the current tap parser, but test harness is a wrapper around it. So when Andy Armstrong was working on that, we stole the tests from test harness 2.64, dropped them in our tcompat directory and ran them, made sure all of them passed. So simple lives, death never happened, error okay, too many... I have no idea what this output means. We were just blindly going through and making sure our test passed. I couldn't figure this out from this at all. Now here's my HTML token parser simple module. So my tests are can, the tag start can is tag, and it should identify a token as a given tag, and it shouldn't give false positives, and it should identify that the token is a tag. That's better, but it's not telling you what the code means. It's telling you what it does. So the business reasons for using this. So again, even me trying to be careful about this, tests are not documentation. They're often obfuscated. They're often incomplete. So obviously if you want documentation, you've got like 25% test coverage, then you can't use that as documentation. There's all sorts of problems we have with tests as documentation, so stop thinking about them like that and stop promoting them like that. I use tests to figure out how the code works, but that doesn't tell me what it's supposed to do. If you want them to be test documentation, though, then you write them with the intent that they're going to be, the test code's going to be read and that the output is going to be read. And you want to describe the business cases that comes with this. So for example, subtest, overdrawn customers cannot purchase products. Does anyone not understand that? Okay, no hands, that's good. That's very clear. You now know the intent is that overdrawn customers cannot purchase products. You load your fixtures, you verify your overdrawn customer is actually overdrawn, and then you say that they cannot purchase that product. So it's clear. Now we're starting to get closer to test as documentation. Make sure when you're doing that, it's not just the output, it has to be the code itself. So customer purchase product is not as good as overdrawn customer purchase product, because then if you're reading the line in isolation, it's easier to see what's actually going on with that. If you're doing this test class moose, test methods, subtest overdrawn customers cannot purchase products. So once again, that's going to get into the test output, and you can actually read from that the business rules. So we have a custom test harness for Tau Station, which I think I'm the only one who uses, but it's really pretty. And I break up test names so that the underscores become spaces, and then I can have sick bay, test confined list, test confinement, test mod hint, test release now after confinement. I can at least get a sense of what's going on. So our names aren't perfect, but they're actually pretty good. So we do try to work hard to make sure that you read our tests so you can actually get an idea of what the intent is. There's also BDD for test documentation. I'm not going to go into that because I haven't used BDD before. It looks good. I really like the idea. We do have test BDD Cucumber on the CPAN. I don't know how good that is. There's also Perl behavior-driven development, which you can see on SlideShare, which gives you an introduction to how that works. But I can't comment on that because I haven't used that, and I didn't bother to look for any studies on it. Here's the one which tends to get me into arguments with a few people, though. TDD is far superior testing methodology. Anyone believe that? I don't see any hands. Oh, I thought I did. Maybe you just hit it at the last moment. So I get this all the time. Oh, TDD is definitely better. You should be using TDD. Why aren't you using TDD? Well, first of all, I'd like to know what TDD is. You know, there's so many different definitions I've heard, and it's expanded beyond the years. So a typical DDD study was evaluating the efficacy of test-driven development industrial test case studies. They were comparing it to non-TDD. TDD increased development time by 15%. Fair. TDD had far fewer defects than non-TDD. except I read that study. First of all, it didn't define what test-driven development was in this context. Some people, test-driven development is, okay, I've got my spec of the program. I'm going to write out all my tests and then fill them in. Others, usually, I will write a little bit of test, I'll make sure it fails, and then I'll write a little bit of code, and then make sure the test passes. So there's different ways of having TDD, but they didn't define non-TDD at all. Was this non-TDD? Does that mean they didn't write tests? Does this mean they wrote tests afterwards? Does this mean they gave it to their QA department to test? Or they just, it compiles, ship it. Is that what they did? So I don't know what they're comparing it against. It was a complete straw man. And you get you get things like this all the time when you're studying these things. So it was very frustrating to me reading that. And here's from one study, a year-long empirical study performed at IBM using professional programmers found that TD practice helps programmers produce higher quality code. Can someone define higher quality code for me? Because I couldn't understand. So in this particular case, they said a 40% reduced defect density. So that's higher quality? I don't know anything about the complexity of the code. Was it less costly to maintain, more costly? How easy was it to extend to use, whatever? If I've got an old legacy Perl website of 250,000 lines of code, and they're not using strict, not using warnings, and everything's a mess, and I can't figure out where everything is, and they're concatenating SQL, and they're using HereDocs for HTML, and it has no bugs, it's higher quality. So be very careful when you read the studies, because you get all sorts of little things like this where they're not defining the terms. So they're often comparing their stuff against strawmen. They're often using students or single developers, which obviously doesn't map the real world. They're usually aware that they're being tested. And many of them have never used TDD before, so they're like, lab rats tossed into a cage. Can you please press this lever for me? But this is what I loved. Kane Marr, Ruby programmer, heavily into Scrum, huge TDD fan, talked to people all the time about how wonderful TDD was. And so he decided, I'm going to prove it. I'm going to get evidence. And he found the studies. And he expected that TDD was going to be proven to be effective because it's obviously so effective, the studies will demonstrate it. Every pro TDD study qualified their findings. And not a single study said absolutely use TDD. Not one. And he found that the studies themselves were rubbish. He did find there was a strong correlation across the studies. More tests meant fewer bugs. That doesn't sound surprising, which implies that possibly because TDD tends to produce more tests, that you're going to have fewer bugs. So maybe it's not TDD. Maybe you need to write tests. I don't know. It's just me. So he wrote, claims about TDD such as better design, better API, simpler design, lower complexity, increased productivity, more maintainable code, etc. are simply not supported by the evidence. He still recommends TDD. So he also, it's no longer online, he had a beautiful Google spreadsheet where he included all of his studies and the methodologies that they used and the defects that he found. It was fascinating. These studies are rubbish. And trying to study humans, if you're trying to study software, that's tricky, but now you're studying humans writing software and you've got this level of abstraction, it's tough. So I am not against TDD by any stretch of the imagination. I want to make this extremely clear. If you like TDD, use it. I tell my students, don't stress about it. If you want TDD, that's fine, but don't tell me the TDD is better. I don't want to hear this zealotry because it's a silly argument. It's like tabs versus spaces. Just shut up and write some code. So, summary of this. Basically, evidence trumps anecdotes. We know that. But we tend to rely on anecdotes. And if you don't have evidence, you got to start from somewhere. So yeah, your personal experience, that's fine. You can go ahead and use that. Code coverage is only part of what we need, though, to really have a good understanding of how our tests are behaving, what they're properly covering. You also have to think about this. So, and be skeptical of the hype, especially be skeptical of me. So if you're a TDD fanatic, don't sweat anecdotes. It's not a big deal. That you don't have proof for this. Your studies are rubbish. That's fine. If you like TDD, use it. Everyone else, don't listen to the dogmatists. If anyone tends to use words, sorry, you should usually not listen to dogmatists. Oops, I talked too fast. So people who tend to use words like always, never, everything, etc., that's very scary. So always be careful about that, and particularly in testing. So at this point, I'm doing well on my time. Great. I am doing well on my time. Is that correct? So I have bonus slides or questions? Minutes? Okay. Yes. Sorry, Mark. I don't have to repeat it this time. No more moron comments.
It was just a comment saying that particularly if you've got development, staging and production environments, it can be really worth putting a lot more thought into the initial design to make sure you have got something which is testable. And I don't know if that matches up with test-driven design or not.
I think that's a very valid point, particularly when you have a company that has a QA department. Because if the QA department is halfway decent, they want to automate their testing. And as a general rule, I find that the harder the tests are to write, that's a code smell. And there's a good chance that there's a problem with the code. The easier the tests are to write, then the more likely that the code, I find, is going to be correct. So for your QA department, if you've got something decent, like you've got an API that you're writing against, for the BBC, we just had huge YAML documents, which would assert the inputs and then assert, all sorts of XPath expressions against the XML that we sent back to them. And it was very easy for them to automate this entire process because it was a good, clean, at least the API was a good design. The internals, we won't talk about that. Over there.
There's two words that came to mind when you were talking about all this.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you hold the mic closer?
Yeah. There was two words that came to my mind when you were giving the talk. One is fuzzing and the other is mutation testing. These are two tools that can bring you up to full confidence, almost certainty, that your code is working correctly when when you have full test coverage. So what do you think about fuzzing and mutation testing for determining code correctness?
Okay, fuzzing, I have not used it before. The idea looks absolutely beautiful. Can you explain what you mean by mutation testing?
Okay, I define unit testing. No, I define mutation testing as when you have a full battery of tests across all your code. You have a program which drops out random parts of your code. And if your tests don't fail, then you know that piece hasn't been covered, in which case you can say, aha, you haven't covered the code, and it's a trick to figure out where you haven't integration tested your code. So it's a combination of fuzzing and mutation testing.
Okay, so the fuzzing tends to be more black box. Mutation testing, I think, might be a little bit trickier with Perl, unless you're using like PPI, because are you just going to randomly insert, white space throughout your test code or stuff like that? You're going to have a better strategy. So I couldn't really comment about mutation testing, but fuzz testing looks lovely. Anything else?
Test. How did you get through this whole talk without a single animated image of unit testing versus integration testing? You didn't have a single one. How did you do that?
I tend not to put anything animated in my slides because it causes all sorts of interesting things at conferences.
Are there good approaches to automatically create tests, semi-automatically? Like tracking how the software runs, or having types for the input parameters, and to know, for integer tests and so on, and to create them, and then the programmer can look over it and say, this is a good test, this is a bad test?
There are tools you can use which will assist with some of that. It's going to be a little bit harder with Perl because Perl doesn't have clear type information, which is something we want. Am I done? Okay, then ask me afterwards and I'll talk to you about cyclomatic complexity and some tests which can be driven from that. Thank you.
Welcome to the first day of the lightning talks. Today we have about 10 speakers. I'm still working on it. If you are a lightning talk speaker, you should by now be in the front row on this section. And they all know where they're going except for the person who hasn't shown up. Julian, if you ever do show up, wander up front. If you're going to give a lightning talk advertisement, at some point while the talks are switching, wander up and sit in the front row on this side. You'll come up, there's only the one microphone, so we'll be switching it back and forth. Say what you got to say, and then go back to where you came from so someone else can have your seat in the front row. If you come up to give an advertisement and they're still clapping for the speaker over here, don't start. I won't count it against your time. If you're a speaker and you're all set up ready to go and they're making some noise for the advertiser, don't worry, I won't count it against you. Your time starts when you make a speaker move. That means when you start to talk or move a slide or something. So if you're really having technical difficulties, keep focusing on it because I might start eating into your time. Remember, at 4 minutes in, we get a ding, and at about 5 minutes in, we get a gong. So, you're up.
While he's setting up. Do you want me to start?
Get up here and do your... No, never mind. He's
ready. He's ready. Ready.
You're ready already.
Well then, hi, I'm Patrick. And today I want to talk about relocatability. And that's what I worked on the last half year, making Rakudo portable, relocatable. So the problem we had up to now, imagine you want to convince your boss that you can use Perl 6 at work. And you got him to the point where he's willing to try it out. So he goes to his computer, switches it on, goes on the web, goes to perl6.org, pushes the big download button, and finds only an installer. But he's not willing to install something because he just wants to try it out and doesn't want to put stuff in his registry, in the start menu or stuff. He just wants to try it out. But there's no other option, so it just does the download, starts the installer reluctantly, only to find it's installing to C Rakudo. Why does it do that? He wants to install it into C program files, and that's the point where it just stops and says, okay, I'm not going to try this out. Okay, the guy has to come back next year. Maybe we can see if it works out then. And the reason this is currently the case is because Rakudo is not portable. You cannot put it into a location, install it into one location, then move it to another. And it's not able to have spaces in its path. So in Windows, program files has a space. Your desktop, it usually has a space, forename, space, last name. Also all not possible. But that is going to change, and I want to show you that. So on C there's this relocatable Rakudo folder. Has a small program in there. What it does is just using a module, generating some SVG and putting the location of the script in there, and then it's displaying it. I can start that, and it should come up with, hi there, and I am, and that's the path where the script is located. So far, nothing special. Thing is, I can move this folder to the desktop. Open it up. Start it again. And it comes up. Works as before. And has the new path in it. And notice there's a space in there. So what you just saw is basically three things that I'd like to put a point on. I moved it around, and there's nothing anywhere else on the hard disk that it requires. I put this on a laptop of someone else who has nothing to do with Perl 6. It also worked. It works with spaces and paths. That's especially important on Windows. And when you install a module in there, it installs the module into that folder. So you can install loads of stuff, put your script in there, and with that, you have a nice way to quickly deploy something you can hand over to people. That's very little work to get something up you can hand around, and it just works everywhere. The plan is to provide pre-compiled archives for Windows, Linux, and macOS with the next release. At the moment we don't have any, but with the next release we want to provide those. And maybe, just maybe, we'll even be able to provide combined packages that will work on all three, Windows, Linux, and macOS, by just bundling the virtual machine that's beneath Rakudo for all three operating systems, and putting the same Rakudo on top. That should work, but we have to try that out yet. There are some caveats. The biggest is it does not work on OpenBSD or AIX. That's because of a technical limitation. Those operating systems, they just have to live with non-portable Rakudo for now. But apart from that, I think we're good to go. Yeah.
All right, so something I wanted to do when I started my talk this morning. How many people here are here for the first time at a European conference? Raise your hands. Wow, every time. I love this. So some people ask, how do you join the Perl community? You just did. Thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. Is this, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, good. All right. Hope you're all having a good conference. I must say it's lovely to be back in Riga. Right, I want to talk a little bit about, we're mostly software developers here, computer programmers, and it's a kind of a new profession, right? Since the end of the Second World War, it's sort of really taken off. So it's kind of interesting to think that when my parents were born, there was no such thing as computer programming. It just didn't exist. So I wondered, where does computer programming sort of fit in to the world, into professions? Is it a branch of mathematics, for example? Well, not really. I mean, sometimes we use a bit of mathematics when we program, but it's not really a mathematical profession. So what is it then? Some of us maybe have gone to university and studied computer science. So is programming science? Well, we don't really follow a scientific method, so you couldn't really say that programming is science. So not mathematics, not science, engineering. I have a degree in software engineering. When I went to university, my school was in the same school as the aeronautical engineers and the civil engineers. So surely programming is engineering. Well, my wife is a civil engineer, and the engineers laugh at us if we try and say that programming is engineering. Yeah, we're just not rigorous enough, like if you need to build a bridge or a dam. So no, programming isn't really engineering either. So what is it? Well, we talk about writing code. So perhaps we're more akin to authors. I mean, there's certainly a creative aspect to writing code, like writing a novel, for example. And I've heard rumors that some programming languages have been written by linguists, so we might be moving in that direction. I think that's probably going a little way towards what the answer is. But actually, I think that programming is more like art. I think it's like writing, painting a beautiful painting, a sculpture, or perhaps most closely, perhaps like composing music. When an artist wants to create a piece of work, then every brushstroke, every note has to justify its existence to be in the art. And that's the same way I feel about my code. When I write my code, I want it to be beautiful, and every character that's in my code has to justify its existence. Or if there's nothing there, that also has to justify why there's nothing there. So yeah, code is art, problem solved, okay? Now, sometimes art needs to be restored, and that's just something which has to happen. Music, maybe someone wants to reimagine some music or reinterpret it or make a remix, or provide a cover version. And sometimes cover versions can be better than the original, and I'll show a few here. And I'm not taking any questions on this because this is just a matter of fact, okay? But sometimes art restoration is more akin to vandalism, I think. So sometimes the art restorer wants to make everything regular, wants to make things. Everything needs to fit into some predefined ideas, and that takes the soul out of the artist's work. It removes the essence of what the artist was trying to put into place. And this is exactly the way I feel when someone wants to come along and run some automated tool over my code that I've sweat blood for to make it beautiful, and someone comes along and wants to run Perl tidy over my code and run roughshod over it. So I have one practical piece of advice for you to take away from this talk, and that's to go and type this line into your bash RC. Thank you.
Where the hell's that one going? Was it there? No. Here. Oh.
Hi. Almost a year ago I had a very pleasant experience when our professor said, I have this one very weird project. I'm in. Shortly after I looked at pictures like that, and the nice doctor explained me these pictures are created by ultrasound probes that are listening to your MCA, which is the middle cerebral artery, or in layman's terms, that the lifeline for your brain. Yes? And there you have a nice diagram where you have a time axis and y-axis, which is velocity, and the color coding tells you how many particles at that time, at that velocity, were flowing through your artery. Yes. So I said, nothing could be easier. I have here some region of interest. Read out all the numbers, read out the color scaling, and translate all the colors, make some third grade math to sum up the numbers, put it out as SVS. What can go wrong? Yeah, some default pipelining for working that, taking some default modules to make that. And there's already the first problem, because I didn't listen to Nicholas. He warned me in Gummersbach. I sat in his talk and I just ignored it. So after 3 days of work, I used 3 standard modules. But the problem started because there were already some studies and a little bit of data. Of course we had easy problems, because the experiment has to be running when the pictures are taken. So we have here the intro screen. See the nice 90s computer graphics picture. The software is as old and written in assembler. Yeah, but you had sometimes pop-up windows when the supervisor still sets up the parameter. These pictures are really easy to sort out. But you have other issues, many issues. And I could give 2 talks about how I sorted that out, but you all were there, done that, found some ugly heuristics to sort out the weeds. Using Perl for that was great. I want to talk about what I learned about. Lesson 1. I thought the doctor doesn't care if his study gets computed in 1 or 2 nights. Quality is more important than speed. That was my assumption. What I didn't know, quality is speed in that. And that's really easy because when testing my heuristics, I had to rerun over and over. Like I said, about 3.5 gigabyte. And to do that and to fine-tune the heuristics, it had to be fast. Yep. The other lesson I learned, because you get mostly taught solve your issues linearly. Yeah? I have this pipeline for the stations. Actually, what I did, I rewrote many stations several times, use knowledge from there over there, to try to catch up problems there, so you have to go into later. There was a lot of cross-pollination, and I would have saved a lot of time if I, from the start, would have approached all problems at once and learned from them. Yeah, and I had to do that to get the speed. My third lesson is I was really wondering why had no one done that before? Because we were actually dealing with some basic stuff like the brain freeze, which you all experience when you eat too much ice cream. It's a basic instinct, and even the researchers didn't know if it's because artery dilatation or if it's a contraction. It was an open question in science. And one of the results of this experiment was it is artery dilatation. That's already a result. So slower but gets more blood in your brain, and it is a reflex to preserve your life when you're in a difficult situation. And what might be maybe a good solution is to use that reflex, which we could research with that experiments to help heart attack patients without side effects and difficult medicaments, just to put with cold water trigger that reflex and help them over the stroke. But that is still research, but maybe one time a little Perl script can help some stroke patients. So you know you have a lot of power when you program stuff. Be responsible. Thank you.
Oh, he's muting it. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey. Hi, I'm Ilya. I have to warn you that the next slide contains a lot of terminology. It's domain specific. It would be the hardest part of this talk. So for the purposes of this talk, operations and SRE and system and DevOps are all the same. Done with the hard part. Okay, so I'm talking about NGS, and if you are looking for modern language for operations people, the niche was not filled with anything before NGS, and that's why I created NGS. I'm claiming that NGS is built ground up for operations, but what does that really mean? The common things that operations people do will have either syntax or library functions. And what are these things? Let's start with the small things. By the show of hands, how many of you have written more than 10 times a function which is called log? Yeah, how about debug for conditional output? Yeah, okay, no more. Okay, let's look at the bigger things. What you would be typically using NGS for. So since operations are increasingly about talking to APIs, and these are usually taking structured data and returning your structured data, the language should have should support structured data first, unlike, let's say, Bash. And it also has to have the facilities to manipulate the data. So NGS has a bunch of this. Working with files, some convenient functions like serializing and then writing the file. Well, we still run processes, external processes. Here you see very unique feature which I didn't see in any other language. The double backtick syntax means run external program and parse the output. So the entity variable that you see here is actually a data structure. Well, how about running a process in the background and having a reference to it, which is not just PID, but an object, so you can .kill. In BIMI, where I work, we also make tests. We test our command line tools, and we do that with NGS. And being domain-specific language, it has some notable domain-specific assert functions. This function, for example, checks whether you have a DNS record. Another typical thing to check that something that you expect is actually on the page. Very simple, use assert has. You can also use NGS as part of your pipeline, like you see in the example in the last line. It has switches for it, and it has special functions, so they are making it easy. Thank you.
So, quick announcement. I work for Perceptics. We're a company that does a lot of employee surveys. We're all around the world, and we're hiring. A lot of remote work. We also have an office that we just opened in Amsterdam, so not much work in Amsterdam, I hear. Okay, maybe not. So, but not many Perl developers there, right? It's remote. It's a growing Perl shop. So if you're interested in looking for work, we're looking for seniors, juniors, pretty much everything right now. So thank you. Come see me.
Test. Okay, this works. I was reading about a bug, and I don't know why I was reading it because I didn't understand what I was reading, and I noticed that they mentioned some assistive technology was used in the bug, and 2 days later I read another one that had the same thing, and I wondered if this was a thing, and could I collect them all? And I found a couple, and I thought I'd talk about them. Exploits or vulnerabilities, depending on whether or not they get used, but usually you want to do something evil, you need access or privileges, you don't want to get caught. So you could use accessibility programs which tend to have access and privileges, and hopefully you're doing it all for profit. So the first one I'm going to talk about is sticky keys, which I expect everyone in here to know what that is. But if you can't hit keys with your finger yoga, you can use sticky keys to hit them sequentially and they'll all run at once. And it's apparently a well-known sysadmin trick that when the user walks up to you with their computer and they said, I locked myself out and I forgot my password, you can use sticky keys to get in and recover that. It's not just sticky keys, there's a few others that do it as well. Pretty much the debuggers for any of them also. And people don't worry about it, and Windows isn't fixing it because they think you need physical access to the machine. The one I was reading about, the bug I was reading about, this is where I learned what domain fronting was, and I thought it was really cool. But so the network was already infected, but they wanted to really make sure they had good access. So the actual trick is you take, it used to be called set high contrast. I don't know when they changed what it did, but set high contrast now does sticky keys. And you just put the command prompt in there, and because it's got the same name and is in the same directory, it gets all the privileges. And then they could proceed to do cool stuff like downloading things and making sure they had more access. And there was profit somewhere involved, so that worked. So sticky keys can give you profit. Another one is alternative text, which a lot of people think of, oh, that's for people who are blind or have very low vision. So anything that's got images usually has an alternative text field, even tables in PowerPoint, because tables in PowerPoint are not tables. So I was reading, like 2 days later, I was reading about this banking Trojan, and what happens? Well, there's always a Word document with a malicious macro, of course, And in Word, you don't just have images, you can also have a shape, which is basically a collection of images. And suppose you wanted them to be treated as a single thing, it has its own alternative text field. And what this thing did was they didn't want anybody to see their horrible code, so they put it in the alt text field. It's just a plain old string. And then they could grab it later and get this banking Trojan, and banking Trojans are profit. So that worked. Next one is a browser-based plugin, something called Browse Aloud. It's mostly used by governments because they want people to be able to click it and it'll start reading the text on the screen out loud. This is not for blind people. And it had a funny name. Anyway, people would call this the same way they call jQuery. So you'd go to the Browse Aloud site, with your URL, and you'd point to it and it would download the script. So somebody noticed that, hey, I can maybe go in there where they're not watching anything, stick my own code in there. And what happened was everybody visiting a website that had the Browse Aloud plugin was doing some mining. You didn't have to actually click and use the thing. You simply had to be visiting the site and running JavaScript. Over 4,000 websites were affected, and somebody somewhere profited. Cloak and Dagger. This one is for Android. Some people wrote a whole long, scary paper where basically they're complaining that houses have doors and that's bad because people can break in through doors. So most of their stuff was kind of BS. But Cloak and Dagger was interesting. On Android, you download something from the App Store, and they would sometimes have the ability to always draw on top, whichever it is. So the user can see something. You always say the user always sees this thing. And the other thing they could do is they could say, I need access to the accessibility services part of Android. If you have access to Android accessibility services, then you can pretty much do anything because you might need to do that for assistive technology. So Google poo-pooed this because, yeah, that's how it works. But somebody else said, well, what about toasts? Those little notifications that pop up, they're always on top. So somebody said, well, how about we take a toast and we change what it says so that the user thinks they're saying, yes, I want Pornhub, when in fact they're saying, yes, give me the accessibility services. So people were basically giving things all the permissions, thinking they were allowing, say, for example, porn. And somebody profited apparently from it, so it wasn't even just a vulnerability, it was an actual exploit that somebody used. And the last one is copying to clipboard. Normally the operating system is smart. It says, hey, if this thing is not supposed to be visible, maybe we shouldn't copy it. So on some Linuxes, if you're running GNOME, you've got the GNOME toolkit, and the GNOME toolkit's got a copy clipboard thing, and it checks, hey, is this supposed to be visible? Oh, if it's not, it will fail, it won't copy. That's good. That's how it should work. But if you're using assistive technology like the Orca screen reader, then you've got the accessibility toolkit is running alongside the GNOME toolkit, and it's got its own special version of copying text. It figures out what it wants, then it goes back to GTK, but it doesn't look for the copy clipboard one. It looks for, I need you to get me some characters. And GNOME Toolkit's like, oh, I'll get you some characters. It's fortunately fixed, and no, there was no profit because this is Linux. And that's it.
Anyone got anything to speak about? This might just works on yours.
So I don't know if you are using Perl 6. But maybe if you are using Perl 6 and you are testing whatever you are using, like your module or whatever, maybe your test is something like that. It takes 9 minutes. Why? Because it's downloading Rakudo, it's compiling Rakudo, then installing whatever it needs, and then it's running your test. So your tests are like 2 minutes, but it's doing a lot of stuff. So start doing that. You should. I mean, this is what it's doing. Rakudo and whatever, everything else. Yeah, we can use Docker. We can use Docker containers, and then we can use something like this .travis.yml. Basically, we are going to do this. We are going to use this container, and that's it. Then it will take 2 minutes instead of 9 minutes. Why? Because it's only taking time to download your container, installing whatever module you need, and that's it. Maybe, I mean, that's fast. But maybe you have OpenSSL. What does it mean? It means that you are going to need to install something else before you are installing your Perl 6 modules. But we also have this Docker container. So we can use that directly, and that's it. So please, you can get test results while you wait, because it takes 2 minutes or 3 minutes, or whatever. And also, use always these Perl 6 Docker containers. That's it. Thank you.
Ta-da! Let's talk about space, because space is cool. So if you were watching any kind of news last year, last month, you would have realised that Apollo 11 celebrated its 50th anniversary last month. 50 years since Metin first landed on the moon. Now, I am only just old enough to remember the original mission. And back in 1969, I was a huge fan of anything connected to space. Here is pictorial evidence of a photo taken about the same time. To be fair, in 2019, I'm still a big fan of everything connected to space. I don't have a similar photo to tell you of that. So, Sunday, 14th of July, this year, so about 3 weeks ago, I'm sitting at my desktop in my flat and I'm working on my slides for talks for this conference. But actually I'm thinking, really there should be a Twitter bot that does something to celebrate Apollo 11. And I'm thinking, what it could do is it could actually tweet the mission timeline in, well, I was going to say in real time, but in real time plus 50 years. But actually what I'm thinking is, writing that's going to be a lot more interesting than writing these talks that I'm writing. So time passes, about 90 minutes passes, and we have a Twitter bot. Obviously, originally at that point it didn't have all the tweets attached to it, but it took me about 90 minutes to get from thinking this would be cool to actually this is live on Twitter and working. So I thought it's there. It's at Apollo 11 at 50, and so I thought I'd share. I've probably got maybe 3.5 minutes left to show you how to write a Twitter bot. So now what you need three things. You need some data to tweet, you need some code to do the tweeting, and you need some images to make your Twitter account look pretty. So look at the data first. So I talked about wanting to tweet the Apollo 11 timeline. So when I wanted to find some data, obviously I Googled Apollo 11 mission timeline, and I found this page on the NASA website, a table which has got some text and then the GMT time and date of when this took place. You'll notice that I said I was doing this on July the 14th, and the first date in that column is July the 14th, so I was under a little bit of pressure, which is why But this is just a simple HTML table, so a bit of screen scraping, a bit of data munging. I know how to do that. And then stick it in a database. Code. Well, the code actually turns out to be really easy. There's a thing called NetTwitter on CPAN, and it just works. There's nothing that you need to do. You need to register for a developer account at Twitter, but that seems to all be automated because I got an approval through within about 2 minutes of submitting the form. The code is there on GitHub if anybody wants to see, but it's really not very clever because I wrote it in less than 90 minutes. Images. Now, images was interesting because I didn't know where I'd find images, but it turns out that nobody ever accused NASA of not taking enough photos. They have thousands, hundreds of thousands, and as a bonus, they're all freely licensed for you to use however you want. So then the next thing I needed to think about was deployment, and of course all the sexy things these days, GitHub, bit of Travis CI perhaps, Docker images, deploying on AWS, ECS. Well, I only had 90 minutes, so it was a Git checkout onto a real computer that had a cron job running on it. First couple of tweets didn't work. I'm not a sysadmin, okay? But eventually we got some tweets working, lift off, lunar landing, and then, oh shit, Unicode fail on the most important tweet in the series, the one that said, "One small step for a man." It was an easy fix though, so I fixed it, and it'll work when we do it again in 2029. It hasn't finished tweeting yet. There are 3 more tweets to go. But you'll have to follow it to find out when they appear. So once again, that's at Apollo 11 at 50. And if you want something that carries on tweeting after that, please follow me because I'm needy. Thank you very much.
Hello. As some of you have noticed, I've got a new tattoo recently. And instead of explaining it 50 times to each person, I'm explaining it to everybody. So I was thinking about getting a new tattoo, and I was planning to do something about math, about interesting numbers, something like square root of 2 or pi, phi, e, square root of -1, powers of 2, prime numbers, Fibonacci sequence, something like that. And I wanted to do something on a number line, Zahlenstrahl in German. So I drew something on a piece of paper which looked a little bit like that, like a line with some marks for different numbers. And then I realized that, okay, I didn't like that a lot, and it was boring drawing it on paper, so I wanted to automate it. So I thought, okay, let's write some SVG. SVG, of course, scalar vector graphics is XML, so that's the source code of this tattoo. SVG is just some XML thing where I say, okay, you want to draw a line from with that color in black from here to there, or you can draw a circle in green at that position with that radius. So it's very easy XML format. You can do it manually with something, for example, called Inkscape, which is a program which takes even longer than drawing it on a paper with a pen. So I ditched it again. And of course, Perl has SVG. Module. This is Perl 5. There's also Perl 6 SVG thing, what I did in Perl 5. So you say, okay, generate me a new SVG thingy, define some styles. For example, you want this thing should be green. And then just some simple thing of taking the Fibonacci sequence, which is hard-coded in here, and then loop through it, get the current number and the next number, convert the numbers to the x coordinates that you need in the SVG thingy, and then draw a circle. Oh, sorry, I'm sort of fixated on cycles. I don't know why. So draw a circle using some calculated diameter, radius in the center, and then you have a circle. So now I had some tools to play with different ideas. So this was the first thing, which is just a line. The straight lines are powers of 2, the circles are the Fibonacci sequence, and the X are the primes. And sometimes they combine to things. This is another thing which you can hardly see, some colors. Interesting thing, it's on a log 2 scale. Another thing with some colors. And then I thought, oh, maybe I can just connect those points to get to draw some cycles. But I think that looked too much like a Mandelbrot thingy. So I just cut it in half, and then basically connected those things. I can see it a little bit, I guess. But then I realized, okay, but now I have like a lot of different permutations to go in different directions and different colors. But anyways, I had the script and I generated a lot of stuff and I printed it out and played around with it for a few months. And then finally decided on this design where the blue line is the powers of 2, the green line is the Fibonacci sequence, and red is prime. So that's what you have on here. So now the next step was to, go to this strange print shop where they have this, Happy Needles it's called, where they have this 1-dot matrix printer with like one needle. And they have this very nice print driver, and you hand this guy the piece of paper, and then he, takes a needle and takes that thing and puts it under your skin. And so that's the fresh tattoo with a shaved arm. I also don't shave my arm that often. So that's how I did math, SVG, and Perl to generate my new tattoo, and that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Job, and I'm just another Perl hacker. I'm glad you asked. When I was a kid, my parents bought this machine. It was an Acorn BBC, 32 kilobytes, and I wrote my first code on it when I was about 8. And I kept doing that, and eventually I got to make a living out of writing code. And I got my first real programming job in 2001. And I worked for a company that made, what did they make? This company, they made suspension systems. Get it? Okay. So they made suspension systems, and I wrote code there. And in 2005, I had pretty much become the IT guy there. And they wanted a whole new building and a new network. And since I was the IT guy, surely I could also do all the networking stuff. So sure, why not? And this was a different time. This was a different scary time. And they wanted a dynamic website where customers could see what suspension we offered for which motorcycle types. And I heard of this one language, and I had this book. So I went to this community, and that's where I wanted to learn the language. And this community website that still exists, perlmonks.org, they had a chat system. Very interesting. Basically a bunch of frames that reloaded in time. So I started to hang out there on a daily basis. And I was also learning FreeBSD next to learning Perl, because I wanted to set up a Unix-based server to run the DNS and the DHCP and the internet and the postfix. So I figured, why not ask there? And there was this guy called Martin V. And I'd ask him like, hey, how do I do this? And how do I set up this? And he wouldn't tell me how to do it. He'd say, oh, run this man page, or you want to look at this command. He wouldn't tell me the solution. He'd just tell me kind of where to look. And I am really grateful to this guy for teaching me so much. But at some point he got a girlfriend and he left and we never saw him again. Corian, always there, always answering my questions. Great guy. I think he's here somewhere. Corian, where are you? He's here, right? Somewhere? Hey! And I think he's still there nowadays. Intrepid. I had a lot of discussions with this guy about Buddhism and metaphysics. Digital Kitty would tell us all these stories about her crazy, crazy life in Phoenix, Arizona. And she disappeared years ago, and I hope that she's still out there somewhere and will come back someday. Hervius, he was the first Quaker I met. And he had this loom, and he went to all these Renaissance fairs, and he made this hat, and very cool. Planetscape, lots of discussions with her on politics and religion, and recently my wife found her on Twitter, so yeah, we met again after years of not talking. Marto, my wife and I met him in Glasgow, went out for drinks, whiskey, scotch, fun. I got my first full-time programming job through Perlmonks. Jay Brugger said, hey, we're looking for somebody, what about you? And I said, sure. And that's where also Basje worked, and he was the network admin. He really improved my knowledge on system administration and Unix. And I got my second full-time programming job through this guy, Clinton, also via Perlmonks. Hit me up and said, hey, I heard you're decent. I don't know where he got that idea, but he offered me a job. And he taught me so much, really taught me how to grow as a programmer, really mentored me closely. And whenever I mentor a newer programmer nowadays, I try to do what he did. These slides look like obituaries. Not true, these people are all alive. He also took me to my first YAPC. This was amazing. My first YAPC in 2008. I had never been to a conference before. So imagine one of the first talk I hear is Damian Conway talking about Perl. So that really just set these really high expectations I had for YAPCs. And I was just standing near a book table, minding my own business, and suddenly this really tall woman walks up to me and says, have you gotten around to it? I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Have you gotten around to it? I don't know. And then she had to be around to it. 2008 to it, people. And there's so much stuff here at YAPCs, you know, every time we sit and chat. And effort that, oh come on, none of you remember that? That was Pierce singing. So yeah, Wolfie handed me my first to it. I had my first time speaking at the YAPC 2010 Lightning Talks. Way more nervous than I am right now. Like, yeah, whatever. So that really helped. But also, you know, Perl is not just nice. You also get this stigma like, oh, you do Perl? I once had an interview. I had an interview for a Python job, and I had to do a coding challenge. On the screen. So they would look at the projector while I was writing code. I had to do a bunch of data munging. Okay, go, start, Python. That's like data munging. I started writing some regexes. Oh yeah, you're that Perl guy. I saw it in your resume. Yeah, you can't use regular expressions. Okay, so yeah, tie my head behind my back while you're at it. So, or it was this meetup, and this guy asked, so what do you do for work? Oh, I write Perl. Really? Oh, I could never do Perl. Oh, that would just be horrible. Okay, so what do you do? Oh, I write PHP. Okay, fine. So eventually I went freelance, and well, where do you go for help? You go to the Perl community. So Markov, there you are, Markov, thank you. I was so nervous being a freelancer, and he just said, stop worrying about it, just I'll teach you how to cheat the system. And now I'm just a really great freelancer. And I got my first freelance job through Herman, who is here somewhere. Where are you, Herman? Thank you. Got me a job doing Perl for some company. Other freelancing job I got through Ovid, who's out here somewhere, and he got me a job with his wife's company, and I got to work on this really cool project called Tau Station, and I got to drink beer with Sispete and go to Cons in Vienna, and I met Jason Chrome, and he taught me how to be a decent team lead, and he even drove for 4 hours from Chicago to Michigan when I was there to visit in-laws. I worked for Andy Beverly, Control O, again Perl work, but I also got to do my first usability study. I got to do accessibility there, bless you. And nowadays I'm doing Elixir, and I had to learn this language. So where do you go when you learn a language? You go to IRC. It's kind of like Slack without jiffies. So I'm at the IRC channel, like, hey, I want to do this and this, and some people are helping me, and one guy says, oh, I know somebody with your nickname, but that's probably not you. And this person was called Disfun, and I said, well, that depends. Are you Tech Practical on Twitter? And he says, yeah, that's me. Oh, hi, James. Hi, Job. So it's sometimes I wonder if I can ever escape this community, because it's just been with me for so many years. Sawyer, you think you're out there? Yeah, he taught me how to say l'chaim, and I still need practice, but that means cheers, I've heard. Gareth Kerwin put me in a jiu-jitsu chokehold by my own request, didn't tell me that I should have tapped out, so my eyes rolled back, always went out of it. So this has been so much fun. So this is mostly just a thank you to you, amazing Perl community, for being so formative in my life and so amazing through all these years. Thank you so much.
So that's the end of the first day of Lightning Talks. We're going to do this 2 more times. There is still lots of space available. I would like to get tomorrow all filled up and sorted out by lunch, so please submit through the website and come by and see me. Mostly when you submit, do it right after you come by and see me and tell me that you're doing it, so that I can put the 2 things together, because my mind's not where it was anymore. And remember, memory is the second thing to go. So that should be about it, and we have a few announcements about tonight.
So yeah, basically it's almost the end of the day one, but we have extended program, as you know. So the cocktail party starts at 6:30 at the casino. You can ask at the reception of the hotel where it is. Then at 8 o'clock, the beer party starts just here in front of the door. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the game night on the second floor. That's all for today. And tomorrow there's an attendees dinner. Please buy a ticket if you still need it, because tomorrow you will not be able to join. And tomorrow we start here at 10 o'clock. So I hope you will have a great evening and see you all tomorrow.